Chapter 930. The white-clad man's lips curled up as he looked at the two in the sky. After chasing them for so many days, they are really tireless. Brother Yi Qin, how about we work together to kill these flies before we fight? Xiao Qin gently fanned himself with the folding fan in his right hand. His already much dimmer purple hair fluttered in the strong wind, giving off a startling evil aura. He smiled faintly and said, "That is exactly what I was thinking." With their current strength, neither of them could defeat the two Grandmaster-level martial sages on the same level as the demonic brilliant two elders. However, if they each fought one-on-one, the outcome would be hard to predict. A scarlet light soared into the sky. The white-clad man held his saber and charged at the Frost Moon Palace's great Grandmaster-level martial sages, filling the air with saber intent. Electric light flashed everywhere, and rumbling sounds rang out. Xiao Qin stood on electric light, moving as fast as lightning, charging at the heavenly music sect's great Grandmaster-level martial sage. A startling battle soon started. A battle between Grandmaster-level martial sages would be very intense. There was no need to guess to know. Yun Tianhe and Gao Baiyu had taken advantage of the palace to move to the side long ago. They could not participate in a battle of this level. On a small hill in the distance, Xing Qingyun and the old man, who were preparing to flee at any moment, sneakily watched the battle. Speaking of which, Lord Zhou, aren't you a Grandmaster-level martial sage as well? Why are you not going up to help? Xing Qingyun asked in confusion as he looked at the shifty-eyed old man beside him. Lord Zhou felt somewhat embarrassed. He smiled abashedly and said, "This Lord Zhou's air of a Grandmaster-level martial sage is too exaggerated. It is different from these proper Grandmaster-level martial sages. My cultivation also depends on time. Furthermore, this Lord Zhou's forte is not fighting but treasure hunting." Xing Qingyun's lips curled up as he suddenly understood, revealing a look of disdain. The old man smiled and said, "Of course, this Lord Zhou can still easily destroy a cowardly fellow like you with a wave of my finger." Xing Qingyun was upset. However, he could not defeat Xiao Qin, so he could only endure. He felt very depressed in his heart. This won't do. I can't even defeat a scoundrel old man. The old man fighting Xiao Qin was Xiao Ju, a senior in the heavenly music sect's inner sect. He wore azure-embroidered clothes and held a 7-string zither with both hands. His skin was smooth, delicate, and ruddy, unlike the skin of an ordinary old man, which was coarse and full of wrinkles. Ding ding dong dong. With a wave of his fingers, Xiao Ju began to play an erotic song. Compared to the disciples of the heavenly chords sect that Xiao Qin had met before, Xiao Ju had already reached another realm. As the zither music entered Xiao Chen's ears, an illusion appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. He found himself in the sky, surrounded by spiritual fog. Before him, there were 10-odd voluptuous women wearing veils dancing in the fog. The cloth on his body, including the edges and corners, was no larger than the size of a palm. Her dancing body seemed to have a magical charm. It was extremely alluring, causing the fire in people's hearts to burn. Xiao Ju looked at Xiao Qin, who was trapped in the illusion, and revealed a cold smile. His fingers moved even faster, and the zither music rang out continuously. When Yun Tianhe, who was in the palace, saw the situation, he rejoiced. Just as he was about to charge over and kill Xiao Qin, Gao Baiyu stopped him. "Brother Yun, please wait. Any external force can break the illusion. Take your time and watch the show." This demonic lust song was created by an elder of my sect after he captured an Abyss Eros demon and carefully savored it. The people trapped in it have only one fate, to suck them dry and feed them to Elder Xiao. When Yun Tianhe heard that, he could not help feeling startled. This illusion seemed to be between reality and illusion. To think that it could use charm techniques to suck the other party's life essence. In the illusion, 8 beautiful women had already arrived by Xiao Chen's side. They stroked their hair coquettishly, occasionally making seductive movements that made him spit fire. This made him feel like he was in heaven, wishing that he could have a good time. After watching for a while, Xiaochen found it boring. The only charm technique that could make him sink into it for a while was the one executed by the Eros demon, Leng Yu. With this thought, Xiaochen could not help but recall the time he spent with Leng Yu in the deep-sea battlefield in the lower realm. Now, he didn't know where this mysterious woman was. The demonic calamity was approaching. If they met again, he did not know whether they would be friend or foe. Young master, this servant is not beautiful enough. As Xiaochen pondered, one of the beautiful women removed her veil, revealing a pure face. Xiaochen was slightly stunned. Her appearance was exactly the same as Leng Yu's. The woman smiled faintly and hooked her arms around Xiaochen's neck. Taking advantage of his momentary daze, she tried to kiss his lips. Just as her flaming red lips were about to touch his by an inch, a broken sword appeared in Xiaochen's hand. Then, he pressed the sword against the other party's lips coldly. Xiaochen casually flicked his left hand and pushed this beautiful woman far away. As Xiaochen looked at the broken sword in his hand, he forgot where he was and entered a daze. Earlier, just as Xiaochen was about to sink into oblivion, the broken Thunder King's mulberry sword in his universe ring suddenly trembled, startling him to his senses. Will I return alive? You have to. Even if you want to die, I will not let you die. Even if you die, you will not die. The words of the past resounded in Xiaochen's mind. He felt disappointed and frustrated as he tightly grasped the broken sword. The blade stabbed into his palm, and blood flowed out. It is just a weak remnant thought. Do you still remember what you said back then, not allowing me to die? But when will I be able to pull you back in the long river of fate? With a thought, Xiaochen's head of purple hair disappeared, fluttering in the wind. The evil aura that Xiaochen purposely showed no longer existed. The scarlet Neptune headscarf also turned pure sky blue. In the past 3 days, Xiaochen had already absorbed most of the primal essence nature pill's medicinal energy. If not for maintaining his identity as the bloody young master Yi Qin, his purple hair would have turned black long ago. Now that he thought of the past, Xiaochen's emotions fluctuated. He forgot to put on a disguise, and the evil aura he exuded vanished. Replacing it was that calm and cold apprehension. Boom! The folding fan in Xiao Ju's left hand shattered, and the entire illusion vanished. The scene before him changed. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he looked at the broken zither. Shock filled his face. Xiaochen pulled back his left hand and put away the scarlet cloak. His white robes and fine black hair fluttered in the wind. Under the sky-blue Neptune headscarf was a cold and delicate face. Xiaochen's eyes were like a deep pool, unfathomable and unchanging. That's impossible. My demonic lust song has never lost to a cultivator of the same generation. Xiao Ju's eyes filled with shock. A light flashed in his hand, and he reconnected the 7-stringed zither. Then, his fingertips streaked across the zither, and a decadent music reverberated, sounding like a woman's moans. My body is like a saber, my thoughts are like a saber. I am the saber, and the saber is me. Xiaochen's white robes fluttered as a cool breeze blew. When Xiaochen took a step forward, the sound of a powerful treasure saber being unsheathed resounded in the world. With every step Xiaochen took, a saber hum resounded. While it looked slow, the saber intent buzzed endlessly, reverberating in the air. Using sound to enter a berserking demonic Tao, using yin and yang to nourish one another. This is against the heavenly Tao. Elder Xiao, you should not have existed in this world long ago. The melodious saber hum shattered all the zither music. As Xiaochen walked over, his saber intent grew increasingly ferocious and unrestrained. In the end, all the saber sounds merged and formed a divine sound. Then, it tore through the barrier of the sky and soared into the clouds. The divine sound nourished the soul. Xiao Ju's 7-string zither shattered, filling the air with splinters. The vague form of the saber soul and the purple talisman in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness was no longer as blurry as before. 4 strands of golden light became clearly visible, looking incredibly sharp. Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. The vague form of the saber soul actually broke through at this moment. His saber intent was now at 100% complete, condensing a true soul. Elder Xiao, in the end, the demonic lust song is just an unorthodox Dao. You are also someone who will soon become a great Grandmaster level martial sage. Let's have an open battle and decide who is better. Xiao Ju could not be bothered with Xiao Qin. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he turned around, wanting to leave. Xiao Chen's demonic lust song was not some unorthodox Dao. He had easily toyed with several Grandmaster-level martial sages to death, replenishing their life essence. So, you are the true Xiao Qin. Don't get cocky. When I refine a good zither, I will absorb your life essence. Xiao Qin shook his head slightly, revealing some disappointment in his eyes. At this moment, Xiao Qin had already drawn out the remaining medicinal energy of the primal essence nature pill without any reservations. His cultivation had already risen to peak consummation medial grade martial sage. His saber soul had formed, and his strength had soared. Xiao Qin had wanted to have a good fight. Unexpectedly, this person before him had been blinded by an external object. His cultivation was useless, just for show. Since that is so, I shall grant you death. Xiao Qin materialized the flawless saber Dao, and a bright moon rose behind him. With a flip of his hand, night fell, blocking Xiao Ju's path. With a flip of his hand, night appeared, and the bright moon appeared. Flawless night, flawless moon, and flawless saber. The bright moon turned into a resplendent saber light descending from the sky, blocking Xiao Ju's path. The saber light containing the saber soul had a special charm to it. The saber light seemed solid. A full moon rose amid the saber light. There were people and palaces in the moon, as if there was a small world inside. This was the soul which gave a martial technique a soul. It was no longer just for show, but truly contained its essence. This allowed the saber technique to reach a whole new level. Xiao Ju's zither was destroyed. When facing this flawless bright moon, he could only use his own cultivation to clash head-on. Xiao Qin moved his hands, and musical notes rang out. Each note was sonorous and forceful, causing the sky to tremble as he composed an impassioned song. Dang! After clashing head-on with this move, Xiao Ju, who already suffered hidden injuries from the destruction of his zither, vomited another mouthful of blood and was forced back. Snowflakes danced in the air. The white-robed Xiao Qin charged towards Xiao Ju amidst the snowflakes filling the air. Every move he made contained a boundless saber intent. Xiao Ju, whose mind was already in chaos, held on bitterly. Up in the palace, Yun Tianhe and Gao Baiyu exchanged glances. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin and the white-robed person were so strong, completely surpassing their expectations. Let's go. Stop thinking about these two. Aside from our senior brothers, there is still Di Wook. A regular Grandmaster-level martial sage would not be able to suppress them. Damn it. If not for the main forces of my Frost Moon Palace and the Heavenly Music sect entering the Immortal sect remnant, these two would not be able to be so arrogant. Chapter 931. As Yun Tianhe controlled his palace, he gave Xiao Qin and the white-clad man a deep look. When he saw that Xiao Ju and the Heavenly Music sect old man were in a disadvantageous position and gradually losing ground, he quickly left. 1 hour later, Xiao Qin executed subduing dragon profound slash and finally killed Xiao Ju, whose mind was severely injured from the damaged demonic zither. Then, he took Xiao Ju's spatial ring. The impassioned war song came to an end. Xiaoqin slowly landed on the ground. At this moment, he tossed aside his disguise. After absorbing the primal essence nature pill's medicinal energy and grasping the saber soul, he would be able to hold his own against the demonic brilliant two elders. There was still a pure thunder origin in the universe ring. Xiaoqin hesitated over whether to take this opportunity to consume it and break through the shackles of medial grade martial sage in one go, advancing to superior grade martial sage. On the other side, the white-clad man's battle also came to an end. This expert from the Frost Moon Palace was much stronger than Xiao Ju. He was not like the Frost Moon Palace old man, who only had the demonic lust song and only had his cultivation, getting killed by Xiaoqin. When Xiaoqin saw that he could not defeat the white-clad man, he used a killing move to force the other party back. Then, he quickly moved away, not giving the white-clad man a chance to continue pestering him. As the white-clad man watched the old man go far away, he felt somewhat disappointed. If he had exhausted some of his opponent's law energy, he would have been able to keep him here. Just thinking about the wealth of a Grandmaster-level martial sage was tempting. Unfortunately, Xiao Ju, whom the white-clad man originally found troublesome and did not want to fight, lost so quickly to Xiaoqin. After losing to Xiaoqin so quickly, his opponent became timid and left early. The white-clad man sheathed his saber, and the scarlet light in his eyes slowly faded. As he looked at Xiaoqin walking over, he revealed a sinister smile and said, "You finally revealed your true face. You have been having a lot of fun using my name these past few days." The person before Xiaoqin was the Northern Sea Alliance's bloody young master. Seeing that the other party had already revealed it, Xiaoqin no longer hid it. The identity of the bloody young master was no longer useful to him. He smiled faintly and said, "Likewise. Brother Yi seems to have gained a lot while using this Xiao's name." "Brother Yi, what the heavenly music sect old man said was true. You are the real Xiaoqin." Xing Qingyun, who landed with the old man, felt his legs go soft, and he could not stand stably. Originally, when Xing Qingyun heard the words of the heavenly music sect's Xiao Ju, he planned to run away immediately. However, when he thought about Xiao Chen's strength, he knew that he couldn't outrun him at all. He could only cling to a sliver of luck and brace himself to descend. Who knew, the moment he landed, he would hear the white-clothed man's words, completely extinguishing the last bit of hope in his heart. It turned out that the so-called Xiao Chen had been by his side all along. Xing Qingyun thought about what he kept saying about killing Xiao Chen and making a name for himself. His entire body trembled involuntarily. He smiled shakily and said, "Brother Xiao, Xiao Chen patted Xing Qingyun's shoulder and smiled. "Alliance Chief, don't panic. You are the one who will hunt down Xiao Chen and become famous throughout the world." Xing Qingyun smiled awkwardly and said, just a joke. Brother Xiao, don't take it seriously." Rumble. Just at this moment, intense sounds came from the Immortal sect remnant, which was less than 5 kilometers away. Ethereal holy music came from the distance. A divine nation descended from the distant horizon. Tens of thousands of rays of golden light dazzled everyone's eyes even from 5 kilometers away. Di-Wuk. When the white-clothed man, Yi Chen, saw this scene, he slowly spat out 3 words. He revealed a competitive look on his face. The old man smacked his lips and said, "He is probably breaking a restriction somewhere in the Immortal sect remnant. As long as there are natural treasures, there will be restrictions. That's normal. Without restrictions, after tens of thousands of years, all natural treasures would have rotted away," the white-clothed man said calmly. A cold moon hung high in the sky, and a cold palace appeared beside the divine kingdom. An azure-clad man stood on the palace, looking down on the world. 3,000 figures shot out of the palace, materializing 3,000 killing moves. Each move was different. However, under the illumination of the cold moon, they resonated with each other, drawing each other in. The azure-clad man on the palace looked boundlessly cold under the cold moon. He stretched out his hand, and the 3,000 killing moves soared into the sky like a blazing beacon. A strong aura spread out. A crack extended for 5 kilometers, extending to the feet of Xiao Qin and the others without slowing down. That is the Frost Moon Palace's outstanding talent, Xiao Qinhan. His strength rivals that of the older generation experts. He is an influential person in the primal chaos domain, Xing Qingyun said with a somewhat trembling voice. Xiao Qin was believed to have killed the Frost Moon Palace's inner sect elder. It was very likely that this person would come to kill him. Dong! 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 Suddenly, a vast and majestic bell toll rang out. Rings of blue sound rings turned solid and spread out like ripples in the sky. Even from 5 kilometers away, the crowd heard the bell toll. It was ear-splitting, and their hearts pounded heavily. Needless to say, this person was definitely the heavenly music sect Xia Dongyang, a famous person of the primal chaos domain's younger generation, someone as famous as Xiao Qinhan. Xiao Qin could vaguely see 7 beams of starlight descending, forming a complete constellation as they charged at the restriction below. The old man said with a fervent gaze, the restriction that these people are charging at must have some valuable treasure. Otherwise, they would not have caused such a huge commotion. Yi Qin raised his eyebrows and smiled. How about we go and take a look together? The old man replied in a rush, sure. Lord Zhou, I have long wanted to go in and take a look. Unfortunately, I keep getting chased out. Xing Qingyun felt conflicted for a while. Then, he steeled his heart and decided to go and take a look as well. This time, he had gone overboard by following Xiao Qin. He could only try his luck and see if he could find some fortuitous encounter that could increase his strength and increase his chances of survival. Yi Qin looked at Xiao Qin. In the end, he still had to seek Xiao Qin's opinion. If he went alone, he would not have much confidence. Xiao Qin thought for a while before saying, no way. The older generation experts of the Frost Moon Palace and the Heavenly Music sect are all present. Diwuk's 13 keepers are not far from them. We do not have much of a chance. Yi Qin revealed a disappointed expression. Then, he smiled and said, white-robed Xiao Qin, it turns out that you only have this much courage. In that case, I'll go alone. Seeing Yi Qin turn into a beam of scarlet light and flee, Xiao Qin shook his head and did not say anything. Then, he turned to Xing Qingyun and said, when we reach the Immortal sect remnant, it will be hard for me to protect myself. I advise you not to go in either. This is a tortoise spirit shield. I'll give it to you to protect yourself. It will allow you to leave the heavenly ruin wasteland safely. Xing Qingyun received the tortoise spirit shield, and his eyes immediately lit up. This was a bona fide king-grade secret treasure. Yet, Xiao Qin gave it away just like that. Let's go, then. Stop wasting time. If you cannot survive in the future, you can come to the Haotian sect to look for me. Xing Qingyun laughed dryly and put away the tortoise spirit shield. Then, he said in a heroic manner, let's go. Although I did not manage to kill Xiao Qin, I killed the Frost Moon Palace's inner sect elder and entered the Heaven Character Wanted list. My name will spread throughout the primal chaos domain. When the old man saw Xiao Qin looking at him, he quickly said, little brother, don't worry. If I follow you, I will definitely be strong enough to protect myself. I will not be a burden to you. If I see that something is wrong, I will leave immediately. Xiao Qin was speechless. What is this fellow thinking? If I see that something is wrong, I will leave immediately. Why do I need you to follow me? You can follow me to gain benefits, but you have to listen to me. If you continue like earlier, running faster than a mouse the moment I fight someone, I will be the first to not let you off. The old man immediately showed a bitter expression. However, this Lord Zhou is really not good at fighting. Furthermore, this Lord Jiu is a mouse in the first place. Xiaoqin smiled and scolded, "Don't worry. I won't send you to your death. Given your sensitivity to danger, the restrictions of the outer sect should not pose a problem for you. Let's collect all the treasures of the outer sect first." Dilapidated palaces, pitch-black desolate land, corpses that no longer resembled humans, and a boundless bloody stench lingered in the turbid air. This was the immortal sect remnant that Xiaoqin saw. The ground was littered with cultivators killed by restrictions. The heavy bloody stench lingered in the surroundings, accompanied by the turbid air. Restrictions were everywhere, be it in the air or on the ground. There might be a hidden restriction somewhere that could claim a cultivator's life. Without the protection of a king-grade secret treasure, most of the cultivators were very careful, walking on the ground obediently. Of course, there were some bold and skilled people who did not care about the restrictions in the periphery. They forcefully pushed their way through, casually tearing apart all the restrictions. Xiaoqin saw 4 or 5 such people. They were all great Grandmaster level martial sages on the same level as the Haotian sect's elder Han Qinghe, unrivaled Grandmaster level martial sages. Right now, Xiaoqin was not a match for such great Grandmaster level martial sages. He could only leave calmly. The restrictions in the periphery could not stop them at all. They also did not care about the treasures in the periphery. They all headed for the inner layer, where there were several intact palaces. 9 heavenly palaces floated at the summit of the mountain in the middle. The 7-colored light came from there, inspiring one's imagination. Hee. This Lord Jiu is right? There is definitely a profound copper mine under here, the old man said to Xiaoqin in a cocky manner as he emerged from a hole in the ground. Relying on the old man's sensitivity to danger, the restrictions in the periphery could hardly injure the two. The gray-haired old man immediately noticed the slightest peculiarity in the surroundings. When Xiaoqin broke the restrictions and waited for the other party to dig in, he would definitely gain something. In merely half a day, Xiaoqin had already collected 3 earth dragon fruits, an incomplete peak spirit vein, and more than 5 tons of heavenly gold rock and other divine materials. Earlier, the old man saw a few unremarkable black flowers in a crack. He immediately concluded that there was definitely a profound copper mine below. Xiaoqin looked at the neat hole and praised, "This hole is really beautiful. It is wide, bright, and firm." The old man squinted his eyes and smiled proudly. This Lord Jiu has 3 great innate abilities: strong perception, fast digging, and sharp eyes. Indeed, it is just a mouse. The profound copper mine in there extends for 1 kilometer. After deducting the impurities, there is at least 10 tons of pure profound copper. Lord Jiu excitedly introduced the situation inside. Profound copper was a divine material equal to the black patterned gold. When refining a secret treasure, as long as one added a little more to it, it would immediately improve its quality significantly. A secret treasure without divine materials and a secret treasure with divine materials were worlds apart. Such divine materials were always in short supply. They could fetch a high price at any time. In some situations, they could even be used as currency. 10 tons of profound copper was a large sum. However, compared to the 500 tons of divine materials required for the first layer of the blue dragon body nourishing art, it was still a long way off. With a thought, the strand of dragon energy that the blue dragon body nourishing art nurtured quickly circulated in Xiaoqin's body. Thunderous sounds came from his body, rumbling endlessly. Chapter 932. After swallowing tens of thousands of kilograms of divine materials, the blue dragon body nourishing art finally showed some use. Now, without burning vital qi, a casual punch from Xiaoqin could achieve half a dragon force, 2,500 tons of force. Bang! He punched the ground, and in an instant, the ground cracked open. Countless pieces of mud flew out and floated in the air, blocking the sunlight in the sky. Xiaoqin withdrew his fist and stood upright. A huge pit appeared in front of him, 1 kilometer long and 500 meters deep. A layer of hard yellow copper soil was exposed at the bottom. This was the profound copper ore. Xiaoqin revealed an expression of joy as he merged his vital qi, quintessence, and mental energy. Then, he shouted and punched the huge yellow copper soil. Xiaoqian's fist gave off a bright light as it descended rapidly. It was like a treasured saber descending from the sky. It was incredibly sharp, able to split mountains. Ka-xie. Ka-xie. The yellow copper ore that stretched for a kilometer shattered into pieces of various sizes with the force of this punch. Lord Jiu was already numb to this. He sighed, only this brat can be so reckless. Even if the other martial sages discovered the profound copper ore, they would only be depressed, not knowing how to collect it. Xiaoqin stood in the air with his eyes closed. The swallowing power of the blue dragon body nourishing art started circulating. Thousands of pieces of yellow copper soil of various sizes floated around him. Xiaoqian's body turned into a spinning black hole. 360 acupoints opened, and a strong swallowing power sucked in the pure profound copper in the yellow copper soil into his body. Shwa! 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 A pile of impurities fell like rain. The scene looked very tyrannical and spectacular. After a while, Xiaoqin opened his eyes. He felt like he was trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. The strand of azure-colored dragon energy in his body had only grown slightly stronger. 10,000 kilograms of divine profound copper materials were swallowed just like that. Lord Jiu blinked at the side and said with a bitter expression, "Old brother Xiao, didn't I tell you to leave some for this Lord Jiu?" "Oh, sorry, I forgot." Xiaoqin said calmly as he landed beside the old man. Xiaoqian's insincere apology upset Lord Jiu. However, he could only scold him in secret. When searching for treasures in the remnant, the most dangerous thing was not the restrictions but the other cultivators. This was especially so in the primal chaos domain, where loose cultivators killed and robbed others of their treasures as if they were eating and drinking. If Lord Jiu came in and discovered any treasures, he would be chased out before he could do anything. At the very least, he would be able to stay with Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin also left him some natural treasures related to spirit plants. Never mind, Lord Jiu would not lower himself to the juniors, the old man thought. Boom! In the inner area of the Immortal sect remnant, a beam of golden light suddenly tore through the sky, illuminating the entire place. The roars of 10,000 beasts resounded. Xiaoqin and the old man could not help but look over. One bird beast after another flew out of the golden light. In an instant, it was 1,000 meters. In an instant, it had flown far away. The strong winds of the mutated beasts easily shattered several of the hidden restrictions in the air. Thousands of cultivators soared into the air in hot pursuit. Di Wuk, the Frost Moon Palace's Xiao Qinghan, the Heavenly Music sect Xia Dongyang, and the other experts all chased after the Heavenly Phoenix. They even seemed to see the bloody young Master Yi Chen's figure inside. Lord Jiu's eyes lit up. Indeed, there are valuable treasures. Di Wuk and the others broke the restrictions. These are all complete magic treasures. After refining them a little, they will become king-grade secret treasures. Xiaoqin was flabbergasted as well. There were at least 1,000 magic treasures flying out. Just this palace alone had so many magic treasures. Who knew how glorious the history of the sect under them was during the Immortal epoch? Chi! An azure wolf flew over Xiaoqian's head. Then, Xiaoqin made his move at lightning speed. A strand of saber chi of flawless bright moon descended from the sky and struck down the azure wolf. Xiaoqin stretched out his hand and grabbed, and the azure wolf landed in his grasp. It was a sword with a wolf head infused with many divine materials. Its blade was as clear as water, flickering with a dim 5-colored light. Xiaoqian placed a spiritual mark on it and infused his magic energy into it. The sword shrank and turned into a sword pill that landed in his palm. Brat, hand over the azure wolf magic treasure. The three old men who were chasing the azure wolf descended. When they saw Xiaoqian put away the sword pill, they immediately berated him. Xiaoqian glanced at them indifferently. They were all peak superior grade martial sages, so he could not be bothered to answer. Magic energy burned, and the sword pill enlarged. Then, as Xiaoqian pointed with his finger, it turned into a beam of azure light and flew out. Pu ci. Before the three old men could react, blood spurted out of their necks. Their heads separated from their bodies, and they died without a complete corpse. Lord Jiu chuckled and quickly rushed forward. He quickly collected the superior grade spatial rings of the three old men and even fiddled around with the corpses. After following Xiaoqian for so long, Lord Jiu was already very familiar with this set of actions. Soon, he returned. His eyes narrowed into slits as he said somewhat craftily, "Sorry, the three of them do not have any divine materials on them." Xiaoqian caressed the flickering wolf-head sword with a dim five-colored light. He entered deep thought, ignoring Lord Jiu's words. The speed of the wolf-head sword was extraordinary. However, it paled in comparison to Grandmaster-level martial sages. Given its speed, the other party could easily dodge it. Xiaoqian glanced at the situation in the sky. Nearly all the Grandmaster-level martial sages were attracted by that golden bright heavenly phoenix, chasing after it. On the other hand, no Grandmaster-level martial sages chased after the other mutated beasts. This was normal. Most Grandmaster-level martial sages had king-grade secret treasures. Ordinary treasures would not catch their attention. A thought occurred to Xiaoqian. He said, "Old Jiu, can your eyes remember all the magic treasures in the sky?" Birds and beasts flew wildly in the sky. Immortal chi spread everywhere, and figures flickered. The entire sky above the outer sect turned chaotic. Lord Jiu casually glanced around and said in disdain, "How difficult is that? This Lord Jiu has a pair of shifty eyes. I might not be able to see other things, but when it comes to treasures, even the size of a mosquito, I can see them all." Good. In that case, watch carefully. As long as someone snatches a magic treasure, immediately dig a hole and bring me over. Since those Grandmaster-level martial sages do not care for these treasures, I will reluctantly accept them all. When the old man heard this, his vision darkened, and he nearly fainted. More than 1,000 magic treasures? That meant that he would have to dig more than 1,000 holes. Lord Xiao, I'm calling you Lord now. Although this Lord Jiu is very fast at digging holes, you can't really treat me like a mouse. After digging more than 1,000 holes, my hand will probably break. Xiaoqian smiled calmly and said, "Strange. Didn't this Lord Jiu say earlier that you are a mouse? Now is the time for you to show off your skills." Damn it, really damn it. I was just greedy for some divine materials earlier. The old man wanted to cry, but no tears came out. An aquamarine screen of light flew in the sky. Yun Tianhe and Gao Baiyu blocked a black tortoise. Gao Baiyu's speed increased, and he pulled the black tortoise into his palm. It was an ancient shield. Ripples of water flowed on the surface of the shield. The sound of gushing water came from it continuously. Gao Baiyu rejoiced as he carefully fiddled with the shield. Great! It is actually a defensive magic treasure. The defenses of our heavenly music sect cultivators happen to be rather weak. If I turn this into a secret treasure, my strength will increase significantly. Envy appeared in Yun Tianhe's eyes. Defensive secret treasures were the most precious. Most cultivators hope to have a good defensive secret treasure to protect their lives at a crucial moment. Gao Baiyu was in a good mood. When he saw the disappointment in Yun Tianhe's eyes, he smiled reassuringly and said, "Brother Yun, there is no need to be disappointed. There are many such magic treasures. Later, when we find another one, I will let you have it." "Ha! Many thanks, Brother Gao. Unfortunately, I do not know if it will still be a defensive magic treasure later." Yun Tianhe looked at the sky. The glistening golden heavenly phoenix flapped its wings in the distance, attracting the experts of the various sections. He said enviously, "That heavenly phoenix is the real good stuff. It is definitely a Peking grade secret treasure. It has at least 100 divine materials infused into it." "Right. However, this is not the best treasure of the immortal sect remnant. The 9 heavenly palaces are the core of the entire immortal sect remnant. The treasures there will be even better. Perhaps even immortal tools will appear." "That is possible. I heard that the 3 great sects sent the blue-robed emperor. A few major characters from the Penglai Sea also came. Let's not talk about this for now. This is not something we can participate in. I still need to collect a few more magic treasures. That bastard Xiao Qin destroyed the chimes. We have to quickly make up for the losses. There is a huge snake over there. It is spitting out clouds. It should be something good. Let's go." As the two spoke, they continued to look for targets in the air. Just as they were about to get up, the ground suddenly rumbled, and a deep pit appeared. The two had not expected this at all. They immediately fell down. They felt very anxious and wanted to soar into the air. Starlight descended, and a fluttering scarlet banner blocked the two's path. The astral banner unfurled, and 7 resplendent and dazzling astral pearls completely blocked the sky above them. Yun Tianhe and Gao Baiyu looked around and discovered Xiao Qin and Lord Zhou not far away. Their expressions immediately changed drastically. The mountains and rivers meet, and the spring wind blows. "The two of you, we meet again." When the starlight shone on Xiao Qin, it made his aura stand out. He revealed a faint smile on his delicate face. He looked cold and desolate, not showing any murderous intent. "Xiao Qin, you actually still dare to appear?" Gao Baiyu exclaimed hatefully. While standing on the starlight, Xiao Qin slowly stepped forward. "Why would I not dare? Without a grandmaster-level martial sage, killing you is as easy as killing dogs." When Yun Tianhe thought of Xiao Qin's horrifying strength, he could not help but reveal an expression of horror. "We are elite disciples of the Heavenly Music Sect and the Frost Moon Palace. If you kill us, our fathers and seniors are of high positions. If you kill us, you will thoroughly offend the 9 ranks of the great families. Don't overestimate yourself. You are not as important as you think. I do not fear the Frost Moon Palace or the Heavenly Music Sect." After saying that, Xiao Qin did not waste any more words with the two. An azure light flashed. At such a close distance, the two could not dodge at all. The wolf-head sword chopped off their heads. Lord Zhou giggled and rushed forward. Then, he skillfully removed the 2 spatial rings. When he returned, he respectfully handed the black tortoise shield to Xiao Qin. "How many is this?" Xiao Qin asked. Chapter 933. Lord Zhou quickly answered, "That's 200 already." This Lord Zhou's hands are really sore. 200 is far from enough. Continue. Xiao Qin put away the astral banners, and Lord Zhou immediately leaped out, looking around with his beady eyes. He saw all the treasures flying around and immediately found his target. Then, he jumped down and moved his hands. In the blink of an eye, he dug out a tunnel hundreds of meters long. His speed was startlingly fast, simply breathtaking. Even Xiao Qin could not help but admire this. Some people's strengths could not be learned. Talent was talent. Even if a martial emperor came, he would be tongue-tied. The two worked very well together. After a few moves, Xiaoqin did not even need to show himself. Without anyone noticing, they collected more than 200 magic treasures, aside from the heavenly phoenix. Anyone who knew about this would be so startled that they could not close their mouths. Lord Zhou's innate talent was truly one of a kind. As the harvest increased, he became as tired as a dog. However, he was incredibly excited. Xiaoqin gave him all the spatial rings of the people he killed. There was only one condition: if there were divine materials in there, they would belong to him. The rest did not matter. While the Grandmaster-level martial sages chased after the heavenly phoenix, Xiaoqin comprehended a saber's soul and reached peak medial-grade martial sage. There was no one who could match him. As dusk approached, there were still 100 magic treasures that had not been collected. Lord Zhou was simply too tired. After thinking for a while, Xiaoqin gave up. 900 magic treasures that could become king-grade secret treasures after some minor changes. This harvest was already frighteningly high. On a desolate mound in the Immortal sect remnant, all sorts of magic treasures floated around Xiaoqin. All of them glowed with brilliant light and flickered with light. With one look, it was clear that they were infused with at least a few divine materials. Magic treasures did not pose any obstruction to Xiaoqin. He had magic energy and could use them directly. However, aside from the wolf-head sword, none of these magic treasures caught his eye. It was not just him. Any one of these magic treasures would not catch the eye of any Grandmaster-level martial sage. Only a horrifying number would be shocking. 900 king-grade secret treasures were enough to equip a sect. On the other side, Lord Zhou was happily leaning against a rock. He took out a spatial ring and inspected it. If there were any divine materials, he would toss them out. Beside him was a 3-meter-tall pile of various divine materials. There were black patterned gold, profound copper, heavenly gold ore, and so on. Strictly speaking, there were divine materials in the black astral coins as well. However, the divine materials were rather rare, so Xiaoqin did not care about them. Hence, Lord Zhou benefited. The old man's beady eyes occasionally glanced at Xiaoqin, who was devouring magical treasures and divine materials. When he realized that Xiaoqin wasn't paying attention, he sneakily took a few spatial rings containing divine materials and embezzled them. This can't be considered corruption. Lord Zhou is exhausted, so no matter what, I have to take a little more. Right at this moment, a mournful wail suddenly sounded from the horizon. Xiaoqin looked up and saw a streak of bloody light in the west that was like the setting sun, dyeing the sky red for hundreds of miles. Someone finally took down the heavenly phoenix. Blood flowed endlessly from its neck, making the sky look like the setting sun. There were too many people fighting over the heavenly phoenix. The scene was extremely chaotic. Occasionally, someone got knocked into the air. Only a few people could remain standing. Naturally, the most dazzling person was Wuk. Lord Zhou laughed loudly and said, "What a bunch of fools." After fighting for so long, they did not obtain anything and got knocked into the air. There was only one heavenly phoenix. Only one person would obtain it. Most people would not end up with anything. All they hoped for was luck. However, how could there be so many luck in the world? Right after the old man spoke, a beam of scarlet light landed on him. It was incredibly fast. Before the smile on Lord Zhou's face faded, he let out an intense, miserable shriek. His entire body smashed into the ground. The pile of several tons of divine materials at the sides suddenly collapsed, burying the two of them. Paw. Two arms stretched out and pushed the divine materials to the side. The bloody young Master Yichen emerged with a pale complexion and a head full of red hair, coughing blood. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and said, "Brother Yi, unexpectedly, we met again so soon." Yichen was stunned. When he saw the hundreds of magic treasures floating around Xiaoqin, his eyes went wide. He could not even be bothered to answer Xiao Chen's question. Yichen rubbed his eyes vigorously before he was sure that he was not hallucinating. He asked in disbelief, how did you do it? This is too ridiculous. Ridiculous, my ass. Your butt is above this Lord Zhou's head. Quickly go away. This Lord Zhou was just greedy for some divine materials. There is no need to suffocate to death. Curses came from below. Yichen stood up awkwardly and pulled Lord Zhou, who nearly fainted. When the two saw Lord Zhou's miserable state, the lips of the usually proud Yichen twitched a few times. Then, he apologized a few times. After the two rested for a while, Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity, who sent you flying? Based on your condition, you seem to be severely injured. Which great grandmaster level martial sage did it? When Yichen heard that, he coughed awkwardly. Then, he whispered, I was sent flying by a woman. I was only one step away from obtaining that heavenly phoenix fan. However, for some reason, a woman appeared beside Diwok and sent me flying with one palm strike. As Yichen spoke, he clearly felt dissatisfied. No one would be happy about being sent flying by a sneak attack. The one who attacked was Tian Yushi, the girl who always accompanied Diwok. She was silent but always made a move at the crucial moment. When Xiao Chen heard that, he immediately knew who did it. If nothing unexpected happened, the heavenly phoenix fan was in Diwok's hands. The blood of the heavenly phoenix dyed the sky red for 50 kilometers around, not scattering for a long time. It was like the setting sun in the paper-white sky, a ghastly sight. The heavenly phoenix's wings flickered with golden flames, forming a beautiful folding fan. As the flames danced, the melodious cries of the heavenly phoenix could be heard. His voice was filled with holy might, causing everyone to feel a sense of pressure. As Diwok held the heavenly phoenix fan, a smile appeared on his face. He moved his hand, casually toying with this powerful treasure fan. An indistinct divine kingdom appeared behind him. Several praises came from the divine kingdom, turning into the power of faith and pouring into Diwok's body. Rings of golden light appeared behind Diwok, making him look like a deity descending, exuding a supreme might. Congratulations, divine son. This fan contains at least 1,000 divine materials. There is even the Holy Spirit of a heavenly phoenix in it. If you refine it in the future, it will definitely become an emperor-grade secret treasure. One of the 13 watchers stepped forward and praised. At the side, the heavenly music sect Xia Dongyang and the Frost Moon Palace's Xiao Qinghan stared at the golden bright heavenly phoenix fan with fervent expressions. Unfortunately, they were too late. In the end, Diwok obtained the heavenly phoenix fan. Under the scarlet sun, several grandmaster-level martial sages and loose cultivators of the various sects all looked at the heavenly phoenix fan with fervent gazes. However, they were very rational and did not make a move on Diwok. If it were someone else who snatched the heavenly phoenix fan, the chaotic situation would not have calmed down so quickly. Xiao Qinghan and Xia Dongyang went to Diwok's side and performed cupped fist salutes. Congratulations, divine son, on obtaining the heavenly phoenix fan. Diwok had a head of white hair and an extraordinary aura. He gently closed the heavenly phoenix fan and tossed it to Xia Dongyang. Brother Xia, take this heavenly phoenix fan as a greeting gift for agreeing to participate in the Heroes Convention. Xia Dongyang was slightly stunned. He had not expected Diwok to be so generous, giving away the heavenly phoenix fan that he just obtained. This was a peak magic treasure of an immortal sect. After refining it slightly and using it as his life magic treasure, it would definitely become an emperor-grade secret treasure in the future. Xia Dongyang received the fan, and joy flashed on his face. He said sincerely, Divine Son truly lives up to being an outstanding talent of this age, the leader of our younger generation. Dongyang will definitely lead the disciples of my heavenly music sect to support you with all our might in the Heroes Convention 2 years from now. Xiao Qinghan felt somewhat upset in his heart. Diwok invited him, but he did not immediately agree. He could not help feeling some regret. Divine Son, although there are many palaces in the inner sect, it will not be easy to find another Heavenly Phoenix fan. Why did you give it away? The leader of the keepers sent a voice projection to Diwok. There is no problem. These are all external items. As long as the Heroes' Convention is held smoothly, I will be able to gather the luck of the entire Kunlun realm. At that time, I will be able to accomplish it without spilling blood. The Heavenly Phoenix fan is nothing compared to the ambition of my ancestors for tens of thousands of years. Diwok replied in secret. With a flip of his hand, he took out a piece of 10,000-year-old profound copper. Then, he said politely to Xiao Qinghan, Brother Xiao, this piece of 10,000-year-old profound copper is equivalent to 50 tons of ordinary profound copper. Whether you agree to my invitation or not, treat it as a greeting gift. Xiao Qinghan thought to himself, this move of Diwok is truly brilliant. Xiao Qinghan had a competitive heart. In this great age, he wanted to stand alone. However, from the looks of it now, the situation seemed to be on Diwok's side. If Xiao Qinghan did not participate in the Heroes' Convention and leave his name on the Hero Monument, it would be difficult for him to gain a foothold. After thinking for a while, Xiao Qinghan accepted the 10,000-year-old profound copper. He smiled and said, Divine Son is so polite. If Qinghan still does not know what's good for him, it would be inexcusable. 2 years from now, I will definitely lead the Frost Moon Palace disciples to support the Heroes' Convention. A magic treasure easily subdued these two influential people of the primal chaos domain. Diwok's means were indeed incredible. This attracted the attention of several older generation Grandmaster-level martial sages in the surrounding crowd. It would be hard for such a person not to rise up in this age. Diwok glanced at the few people in Buddhist robes in the north and reminded, Brother Dongyang, be careful later. I believe that those immortal cultivators from the Penglai Sea will make a move on you. Xia Dongyang smiled and said, Many thanks for the Divine Son's reminder. I know that these people are not easy to deal with. However, this is not the Penglai Sea. They will not be able to do anything. In that case, I will not say anything more. Let's go to the heavenly palaces. I wonder if there are any great Grandmaster-level martial sages who can knock open the doors of the heavenly palaces. Diwok's group stopped chatting. They all circulated their secret treasures to protect themselves, easily destroying the restrictions along the way. Then, they flew to the 9 heavenly palaces at the summit. When the others saw the situation, they locked onto a heavenly palace and flew over as well. On the slope, Yi Chen sat cross-legged and circulated his energy to treat his injuries. Lord Jiu was still tidying up the divine materials in his spatial ring. As for Xiao Qin, he was consuming magic treasures and cultivating the first layer of the blue dragon body nourishing art. Chapter 934. Each of the 900 magic treasures contained 10 kinds of divine materials, no less than 500 kilograms of each. However, refining them a second time would always result in a loss. Xiao Qin swallowed about 800 magic treasures before barely managing to cultivate the first layer of the blue dragon body nourishing art. With the nourishment of the 500 kilograms of divine materials, the faint azure-colored dragon qi in Xiao Qian's body finally stopped being hazy and indistinct. It turned into a clear strand of dragon qi that swam around his body. With a thought, Xiao Qian opened all the acupoints in his body. Dragon roars rang out in his body, filling his entire body with explosive energy. Xiao Qian stood up and punched the ground. One dragon force, 5,000 kilograms of force, exploded out. A crack extended for 10 kilometers, splitting the flat ground in half. It looked extremely horrifying. Furthermore, this was just the force of one punch from Xiao Qin. When Yi Chen, who had mostly recovered from his injuries, saw this scene, he exclaimed, 800 magic treasures, and he swallowed them all. What cultivation technique is this brat cultivating? Why is the requirement so horrifying? When Yichen saw the strength that Xiaoqin displayed, he did not feel envious. Even if Xiaoqin had a cultivation technique like this, he would not cultivate it. 800 magic treasures were equivalent to the savings of a rank 8 sect. Such a cultivation technique would not last long in the end. No sect could afford it. 500 kilograms of divine materials nourished one dragon force. The second layer required 10 dragon force before one could condense the blue dragon battle armor. The amount of divine materials required was indeed astronomical. Xiaoqin withdrew his fist and looked at the remaining 100 magic treasures. Then, he stretched out his hand and placed them in his universe ring. He temporarily gave up on cultivating the blue dragon body nourishing art. Brother Yi, what are your thoughts now? Xiaoqin asked as he walked over. A murderous intent flashed in Yichen's eyes. Naturally, catching up to Diwuk and returning the favor to that woman. I have never suffered such a huge loss before. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and said, in that case, I wish you success. I won't send you off. They are going to the heavenly palace now. Don't tell me you don't want to go. The bloody young master Yichen said as he looked straight at Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin said calmly, what's wrong? If I go, will I be slapped back like you? Yichen felt stifled. He said sullenly, indeed, you are still as cowardly as before. No wonder I, Yichen, look down on you for hanging out with this scoundrel. Lord Jiao had a depressed look on his face. In his heart, he felt that the burly man was innocent and had been shot while lying down. Xiaoqin didn't argue with him. Whatever you say, I won't go to the heavenly palace now. Yichen flung his sleeves and snorted coldly. Then, he picked up his saber and moved further away from Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin watched as the other party disappeared from his sight. He shook his head slightly. What a pity. Xiaoqin opened his mouth and spat out the dragon phoenix cauldron. Then, he waved his hand and poured all the divine materials beside Lord Jiao into the cauldron. At the same time, the lunar true flame in Xiaoqian's left eye shot out. This was still not enough. Xiaoqin kept only half of the remaining 100 magic treasures. Then, he tossed the rest into the cauldron and melted them. Xiaoqin stretched out his hand and grasped the Big Dipper banner flickering with tricolor light. After the divine materials in the cauldron were extracted, he tossed the Big Dipper banner into the cauldron. The Big Dipper banner started to undergo another transformation. Naturally, Xiaoqin wanted to enter the heavenly palace of the immortal sect remnant. However, without strength, what could he do? Before a great Grandmaster level martial sage, he could not even block one move. The great Grandmaster level martial sage could send him out with one slap. He would just be seeking his own humiliation. Diwuk had roped in a group of geniuses. Be it the 13 keepers behind him or the divine daughter, Tian Yushi, who he would never abandon. Just Xiao Qinghan and Xia Dongyang were already difficult to deal with. With such confidence, Diwuk dared to move around without fear. Even a regular great Grandmaster level martial sage would have to retreat when they saw him. Xiaoqin was alone, and there were countless people who wanted to kill him. If he did not prepare more trump cards, there would only be one result, death. The 9 heavenly palaces gave off a multicolored light, illuminating for 50 kilometers around. Rumor had it that there were immortal tools. Immortal tools and emperor-grade secret treasures were existences on par with each other. The 3 basic symbols of the 9 ranks of the great families were Emperor Wu, an emperor-grade secret treasure, and a Holy Spirit vein. Only with all 3 could one be considered the 9 ranks of the great families. The number of these 3 represented the strength and accumulations of a rank 9. If there really was an immortal tool, the various 9 ranks of the great families would definitely send out the blue-robed emperor to fight for it. In the past few days, explosions rang out endlessly in the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Occasionally, one could see even more horrifying scenes of the sky tearing apart. That was when a great Grandmaster level martial sage expert brought out the might of a king-grade secret treasure to 120%, creating a temporary tear in space. The space of the Kunlun realm was very stable. Without reaching the level of the blue-robed emperor, one could not tear space, no matter how strong one was, no matter how strong one was, no matter how strong one was. Now, before the blue-robed emperor appeared, he already saw the scene of space tearing. This showed how strong the restrictions of the 9 heavenly palaces were. However, all this did not have much to do with Xiaoqin. He was currently infusing hundreds of tons of divine materials into the Big Dipper banner, allowing the 7 astral pearls to reach an unprecedented height. As the divine materials infused in, starlight fell from the sky. At first, it turned into specks of starlight. Finally, it turned into a curtain of starlight, encasing the surrounding 1 kilometer in the night. This attracted several cultivators to come and take a look. They all thought that a strange treasure had appeared and were incredibly excited. Xiaoqin used lightning-quick means, killing all the cultivators who came near. 3 days later, the Big Dipper banner finally gained new life. Its quality improved again, reaching the level of a peak king-grade secret treasure. Furthermore, it had 3 different states of massacre, death, and ruin. It could suppress secret treasures of the same grade. With this astral banner, Xiaoqin was confident of killing the demonic brilliant 2 elders, not giving them a chance to flee. He would also be able to hold his own against great Grandmaster level martial sages. He would have no problem protecting himself. Withdraw. The starlight filling the sky gathered. Xiaoqin grasped the Big Dipper banner. Red chi of massacre, black chi of death, and gray chi of ruin mixed with the starlight, flickering endlessly. The banner unfurled, and the 7 astral pearls gave off a dazzling light. This was especially so for the Dubhe, Merak, and Fekta astral pearls, which were infused with thrones. They looked even stranger. As Xiaoqin held the banner, he casually swung it. Starlight spread out like the wind, surging out. Several hidden restrictions in the sky instantly broke, bursting out with dazzling light. Such might was obvious. However, Xiaoqin frowned slightly, feeling dissatisfied. Compared to the previous fusion, when the 3 thrones underwent a complete transformation, this was only a quantitative change and not a qualitative one. If Xiaoqin wanted a qualitative change, he would have to find the other 4 thrones or obtain the inheritance of the Big Dipper Palace and use the Astral Palace's secret technique to activate the Big Dipper banner. Only then could the might of the Big Dipper banner truly be brought out. Bang! Dirt flew everywhere on the ground. Lord Jiu leaped out with a shifty look on his face. He said excitedly, "It's broken. The restrictions of the 9 astral palaces are all broken. The strength of these great Grandmaster-level martial sages is truly horrifying." A thought occurred to Xiaoqin. He carefully put away the Big Dipper banner and asked, "How many great Grandmaster-level martial sages did you see?" Lord Jiu thought for a while before replying, 4 of them are powerhouses of the primal chaos domain, infamous loose cultivators. 3 of them are inner sect first elders of the Muddy Sky Gate, the Frost Moon Palace, and the Heavenly Music sect. The other 2 seem to be experts from the Heavenly Starry Ocean. There should be some hidden great Grandmaster level martial sages that I did not notice. On the surface, there were now 9 great Grandmaster level martial sages, more than Xiaoqin expected. Xiaoqin looked at the 9 astral palaces in the distance. After a while, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. He said calmly, "Lead the way, then." Lord Jiu's eyes flashed with excitement. The restrictions of the 9 astral palaces had been broken one after another. He had been itching for a long time. However, Xiaoqin remained unmoved, focusing all his attention on refining the Big Dipper banner. Now, Xiaoqin was finally going to make his move. This was a person that Lord Jiu could not see through at all. To Lord Jiu, Xiaoqin was like a dormant true dragon. When he did not move, he would be indifferent. When he moved, his name would spread everywhere, able to pierce through the sky. Lord Jiu, who was already very familiar with the route, quickly led the way. Along the way, he saw dilapidated palaces everywhere. Occasionally, the light of treasures soared into the sky. However, these did not attract much attention. The 9 astral palaces floating at the top of the mountain attracted the attention of all the cultivators here. They could not wait to obtain stronger magic treasures. The higher Xiaoqin went, the more eye-catching the 7-colored light becoming dazzling and dazzling. The 9 astral palaces were arranged in a ring with the mountain as the center. As Xiaoqin stood at the summit, he sensed his surroundings. He felt that the 9 astral palaces seemed to form a formation, suppressing something at the top of the mountain. It was suppressing something at the top of the mountain. The flat mountain top was like a jade platform, nothing could be seen. However, when Xiaoqin punched the summit, the force of 1 dragon force, 5,000 tons of force, struck it. It did not budge at all. Not a single rock on the entire mountain moved. It was as if the flat jade platform had absorbed his energy. This further confirmed Xiaoqin's guess. The 9 majestic astral palaces were indeed a formation. Since it was a formation, it had to have a formation core. He did not know which heavenly palace was the formation core. If he could control the heavenly palace where the formation core was, he would be able to control it. If he could control the astral palace where the formation core was, he would be able to break the seal and let the mysterious thing at the bottom of the mountain see the light of day again. It looked like the rumors of an immortal equipment here were not baseless. Xiaoqin was not the only one who figured out the secret of the 9 astral palaces. However, which astral palace was the formation core? Old brother Xiao, have you chosen? This Lord Jiu cannot wait any longer, the old man urged as he rubbed his hands together. Xiaoqin recovered his wits and laughed self-mockingly. So what if I find the formation core? When the immortal equipment appears, the blue-robed emperor will definitely make a move. A regular king-grade magic treasure would not be able to attract the blue-robed emperor's attention. However, when the immortal equipment appears, the blue-robed emperor will definitely make a move. Before the blue-robed emperor, even great grandmaster level martial sages would be trash. Xiaoqin was just a peak medial grade martial sage. What was the point of thinking so much? The current him could not compete for the immortal equipment. Xiaoqin leaped up and entered an astral palace. The sounds of intense fighting immediately entered his ears, and a vast world appeared before him. The astral palace was several times larger than it looked from the outside. A large number of magic treasures floated in the palace. The auras of several of them were no weaker than the heavenly phoenix fan. These were peak secret treasures infused with thousands of divine materials, treasures that even great grandmaster level martial sages would be tempted by. However, every magic treasure had strong restrictions around it, breaking them would not be easy. Chapter 935. There were sword formations, flame beacons, illusion formations, baleful ice formations, devouring demonic formations, and all sorts of horrifying restrictions, dazzling the eyes. A miserable shriek resounded. Xiaoqin turned his head to look and saw a peak superior grade martial sage using a secret treasure. This martial sage wanted to forcefully break a restriction to snatch the treasure. However, a sword chi pierced through him, instantly killing him. When Xiaoqin looked deeper, the light of treasures there became even more intense. Even when he extended his spiritual sense, he could not clearly make out what was happening. It was all grandmaster level martial sages fighting. Bang! Just as Xiaoqin and Lord Jiu were about to move forward, a white-haired figure suddenly landed at their feet. When Xiaoqin saw this person's face, he could not help smiling faintly. Brother Yi, we meet again. This person was Yi Qin. However, he did not look like he was in good condition. He was severely injured and someone was chasing him. Yi Chen, weren't you very arrogant in the heavenly starry ocean back then? Why are you lying down now? Starlight filled the sky as a few people arrived on the starlight. The person leading them held an astral banner as he strode over with great strides, showing an incredibly arrogant expression. Xiaochen raised his eyebrows. The astral banner in this person's hand had 7 astral pearls embroidered on it. It was the Big Dipper banner, a complete and flawless astral banner. When the girl beside this person saw Xiaochen, she immediately cried out, "Senior brother Luo Qi, he is Xiaochen. He is the one who snatched away our life Big Dipper banners." Yichen coughed a few times and stood up with a smile. "Luo Qi, you are only this capable. If not for Di Wuk and the 13 keepers injuring me, killing you would be as easy as killing an ant. Even at death's door, you still dare to be so stubborn." Luo Qi waved the Big Dipper banner. As the banner fluttered, a strong wind formed by astral energy surged over. Yichen swung his saber to block. However, he could not help vomiting another mouthful of blood as he crashed into Xiaochen. Xiaochen stepped forward and placed his hand on Yichen's shoulder. Then, he applied some force and removed the force from Yichen's body. Then, he pulled Yichen behind him. Luo Qi stood in the air and frowned. He held the Big Dipper banner and said arrogantly, "Xiaochen, I've heard of you. All the experts in this hall want to kill you. Hand over my martial brother and sister's natal zhou, and I'll pretend I didn't see you." Xiaochen smiled faintly and said without a care, "However, I saw you. But I saw you." When Luo Qi of the 7 Stars Palace heard this, he was so angry that he laughed. This fellow was crazy. All he had to do now was shout, and a large number of people would immediately come to take his life. Yet, he still dared to be so arrogant. "I obtained 10 types of divine materials from Di Wuk, 5,000 kilograms of each. Now, this Big Dipper banner is no longer the same as it was in the past. Even the life flags of the Big Dipper Palace's elders cannot compare to mine." Luo Qi stretched out his hand, and the Big Dipper banner unfurled. Starlight flickered, and the 7 astral pearls gave off a dazzling light. The tip of the banner pointed at Xiaochen. The starlight in the sky immediately gathered together, giving off a dazzling cold light. It looked like it would shoot out at any moment, destroying everything before it. Luo Qi's gaze turned cold as he continued, "Where do you get your confidence from? To think that you dare to be so unbridled before me. Hand over my martial brother and sister's life flags. Otherwise, I will shout, and you will die a tragic death." Xiaochen smiled coldly and said, "In that case, go ahead and shout. Try and see if you can shout my name, Xiaochen." Luo Qi laughed loudly and said sullenly, "Is your name some kind of taboo? I will shout it now and let everyone in the heavenly palace know. The many experts will crush you to bits." Luo Qi did not fear Xiaochen at all. He took a deep breath and circulated his veritable essence energy, preparing to let the heavenly music sect, the Frost Moon Palace, the many loose cultivators, and the sects whose disciples Xiaochen killed know. Xiao! Law energy surged, and veritable essence energy surged. The word Xiao resounded like thunder, deafening. However, Luo Qi could not say the final word, Qin. A resplendent starlight, several times stronger than the light of the astral banner in Luo Qi's hand, suddenly shot out from Xiaochen's hand, instantly blinding Luo Qi for a short while. Boundless massacre Qi surged out. The tip of the banner was like a spear tip, stabbing into Luo Qi's throat, preventing him from saying the last word he wanted to say. Before Luo Qi died, he did not see how Xiaochen attacked. Bang! Starlight exploded, and the tricolored lights of massacre, death, and ruin flickered. Luo Qi's head directly exploded. Xiaochen shook his wrist, and the Big Dipper banner unfurled. A red light flashed, and the fluttering banner swept through the mountains and rivers, turning Luo Qi's fellow disciples into bits. The newly refined Big Dipper banner, together with the massacre throne, revealed its sharpness and instantly dealt with this group of people. Lord Zhou, who was at the side, quickly flew over. His movements were extremely practiced, and he immediately pulled out the spatial rings of these people. Yi Chen was flabbergasted. The sharpness that Xiao Chen displayed earlier even made him feel some fear. This was completely different from Xiao Chen's calm and delicate air. This is why you refused to leave that day. What secret treasure is this? Yi Chen asked. The cycle banner. I refined it myself. Now is not the time to talk. The commotion that Luo Qi caused earlier will definitely attract some people over. Let's leave first. Xiao Chen put away the astral banner and led the two away. It was clearly inappropriate to call this banner the Big Dipper banner. After infusing the massacre, death, and ruin thrones into it, it was already very different from the Big Dipper Palace's Big Dipper banner. The word cycle happened to represent Xiao Chen's ambition. Not long after the three of them left, two figures arrived in a flash. One was a man and one was a woman, both with white hair and delicate faces. With one look, it was clear that they were from the deity race. One of them was the divine daughter, Tian Yuxi, and the other was a member of the Keepers. When the deity race man saw Luo Qi's headless corpse, he frowned and said, although this fellow was not strong, the divine sun still needed him to establish a connection with the zodiac hall. If he just died like that, it will be somewhat problematic. We can only get Wuk to personally make a trip to the heavenly starry ocean, Tian Yuxi said after checking the surroundings. Before he died, he said the word Xiao. Could the one who killed him be Xiao Qin? It doesn't seem like it. The lingering astral energy in the air is also the remnant of 3 high-ranked states. It should have been 4 people working together to instantly kill him. Tian Yuxi analyzed rationally. However, the word Xiao is also a clue. Xiao Qin might be among them. Let's go back. Golden light flickered. The two ignored the magic treasures and the restrictions along the way and the cultivators breaking the restrictions. They flew directly to the center of the heavenly palace. The heavenly palace was vast, filled with restrictions and treasure lights. Xiao Chen led the two into an empty restriction. After searching through the spatial ring of the medicine god Valley's Mr. Qin, he found a sage-grade medicinal pill for treating injuries and handed it to the bloody young master Yi Chen. Yi Chen was severely injured. After thanking Xiao Qin, he received the medicinal pill. After Yi Chen swallowed the medicinal pill, he felt his injuries recover quickly. His expression turned strange. In mere moments, his internal injuries had recovered by 80 to 90%. You gave me a sage-grade medicinal pill for treating injuries? Yi Chen asked as he stood up. Xiao Chen nodded. Sage-grade medicinal pills were incredibly precious. However, as a Grandmaster Alchemist of the Medicine God Valley, Mr. Qin had collected quite a few. He had a bottle of medicinal pills for treating injuries, detoxifying, strengthening one's foundation, and strengthening one's essence. Each bottle contained 10 medicinal pills. To Xiao Chen, these were not very rare items. Yi Chen thought for a while before saying, in the future, when we go to the heavenly starry ocean, I will return this favor. Goodbye. Xiao Chen could not help feeling stunned for a moment. What is this fellow trying to do? Could it be that he still remembers Tian Yuxi's palm strike and wants to get into trouble again? Whoosh! 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 Soon, Yi Chen returned. Xiao Chen thought that he had thought things through. Who knew? Yi Chen said, do you have any more sage-grade medicinal pills for treating injuries? I'll keep one as a backup. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Then, he tossed all but one of the jade bottles containing medicinal pills for treating injuries to him. Yichen caught the jade bottle and gave Xiaochen a deep look. Then, he turned around and left. Lord Jiu smiled heartlessly and said, "Soon, we will see him fall at our feet again." Xiaochen did not reply. He could tell that Yichen was proud and arrogant. Wherever he fell, he would definitely climb back up. However, it was easier said than done to injure Tian Yushi. If it were a one-on-one fight, Yichen might have a 50% chance of victory. However, the possibility of doing so while surrounded by a group of experts was practically zero. Boom! With one punch, one dragon force erupted with 5,000 tons of force. Xiaochen casually broke the restrictions of this place and grabbed a pagoda-shaped magic treasure. After taking a few glances, Xiaochen saw that there were less than 10 kinds of divine materials in it. He lost interest and tossed it to Lord Jiu. Lord Jiu happily received it. He thought to himself, no matter how bad a king-grade magic treasure is, I can sell it for a lot of money. Along the way, Xiaochen no longer hid his strength. He broke all the restrictions along the way and headed straight for the inner part of the palace, where the treasure light was the strongest. That was a peak king-grade magic treasure. Xiaochen had magic energy and did not need to refine it. He could use it and bring out its might to its fullest. Xiaochen's possessiveness over it was stronger than anyone else's. The restrictions broke one after another, attracting the attention of the surrounding cultivators. However, Xiaochen was too fast. All they saw was a flash of white light, and the restrictions and the magic treasures in them disappeared. After passing the outer layer, Xiaochen stopped. In front of him was a restriction at the very edge of the inner layer. The restriction was a sword formation. 9 black swords stood in all directions according to a profound position, encasing the space. Black sword qi leaped out from the sword formation, carrying a dense death qi. It was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, deterring anyone from clashing with it. The sword qi was present at all times. Even if one had a king-grade secret treasure to protect them, they would find it hard to move. Xiaochen looked down and saw a few cultivators lying on the ground of the restriction. They were all Grandmaster-level martial sages, completely devoid of life force and in a miserable state. Xiaochen could clearly feel that the restrictions here were completely different from the ones he casually broke outside. The difference was like heaven and earth. There was a pair of white wings in the restriction made of an unknown holy beast's bone. The wings fluttered in the air, moving strangely fast. 2 people chased closely behind the wings. However, they brushed past each other several times. They even nearly got injured by the sword qi containing the death qi. When Xiaochen clearly saw the appearances of the two, he revealed a smile on his face. As the saying went, it was a small world. Chapter 936. Most of the people in the inner hall wanted to kill him. Xiaochen had already made preparations. However, he had not expected that the first one he would face would be the demonic brilliant 2 elders, who had forced him to flee in a sorry state back then. Within the sword formation, the black sword qi whizzed over, roaring madly. A secret treasure hovered above the heads of the demonic brilliant 2 elders, blocking the attacks of the death sword qi. The hemp-robed old man held a red flaming fan above his head. Xiaochen had experienced the might of this fan before. With one fan, the sky changed color, and flames burned for 50 kilometers around. These two were only slightly weaker than great Grandmaster-level martial sages, possessing the might of peak king-grade secret treasures. The might of peak king-grade secret treasures could be brought out at 100%. Compared to a regular Grandmaster-level martial sage, who could only bring out the might of an ordinary king-grade secret treasure, the difference was like heaven and earth. The middle-aged man's secret treasure was a scarlet military insignia. It contained the souls of many soldiers and materialized strong killing qi. When combined with the army-killing fist that he cultivated, its might was unparalleled. The two's life king-grade secret treasures were not defensive secret treasures, they could only be used for offense. When facing the attacks of the death sword Qi, the two could not go all out. They had to divert some attention to block these sword Qi. If the two had a strong defensive secret treasure, they could focus all the might of their life's secret treasure on subduing the white wings. They would not have to put in as much effort as they did now. Whoosh! The white wings looked like they were alive as they flapped gently. Countless bright feathers fell down, giving off a crystalline light. Then, they tossed the demonic brilliant two elders aside. Damn it! Rage flashed on the middle-aged man's face. When he punched, boundless killing chi surged out, shattering the sword chi flying at him. However, the sword chi did not stop. The white wings led the two to a tribulation point in the formation. When they landed, boundless sword chi surged over like a ferocious army of the dead. Illusions appeared before the two's eyes as they got trapped in the ancient underworld river battlefield. The sword chi was like a ferocious army of the dead moving around. Illusions appeared before the two's eyes as they got trapped in the ancient underworld river battlefield. With a thought, Xiao Qin, who was hidden in a small restriction, prepared to make a move to snatch the treasures. However, just as he was about to step out of the door, he sensed 4 powerful auras and retracted his foot. Ha ha ha! The demonic brilliant two elders, who are somewhat famous in the profound domain, are only a so-so. We, the Black Mountain 4 bandits, will be taking this peak king grade magic treasure. Within the death sword formation, 4 old men jumped in. The one in the lead was full of energy, his face was red, his hair was black, and he wore a large black robe with wide sleeves. His cultivation was unfathomable, no weaker than the demonic brilliant two elders. The other 3 old men were slightly weaker. However, they were all Grand Master level martial sages. Each of them held a high-quality king-grade secret treasure in their hands as they destroyed the death sword chi flying over. Lord Zhou, who was cowering in the restriction, said with a grave expression, "To think that these 4 old fellows came as well." Xiao Qin was surprised. "You know him?" "Ha! I have never seen them before." However, most of the loose cultivators in the primal chaos domain have heard of these 4 old fellows. Their boss, Meng Bai, ranks in the top 20 of the primal chaos domain's evil cultivator ranking. With his demon-subduing staff technique, who knows how many aggrieved spirits he has killed. The primal chaos domain was the lair of all the evil cultivators in the world. For this Meng Bai to rank in the top 20 of the evil cultivator ranking, he definitely had something extraordinary about him. Xiao Qin started calculating in his heart. If it were just the demonic brilliant two elders, he would still be confident of killing them and snatching their treasures. However, now that the Black Mountain 4 bandits had arrived, he would have to plan properly. Xiao Qin withdrew the killing chi in his eyes and focused his spiritual sense in his eyes. He peered through the layers of death sword chi and saw the situation of the sword formation. Bang! Although the demonic brilliant two elders were trapped in the killing illusion formation, they were not ignorant of the situation outside. When they sensed a strong enemy approaching, they stopped hiding their strength. They quickly used their secret treasures and charged out of the illusion formation in one go. "Meng Bai, you old fogey. How dare you try to snatch treasures from us, the demonic brilliant two elders? Are you tired of living?" The middle-aged man had a fiery temper. When he leaped out, he immediately threw a punch. The army killing fish, which was accompanied by the army of heroic spirits in the scarlet military emblem, was like a huge army charging over. Meng Bai chuckled and did not stop, continuing to grab the white wing. Meng Bai's 3 companions flew over and executed their various means. With the combined strength of the 3, they blocked the middle-aged man's tyrannical punch. The scarlet heroic spirit scattered in the sword formation. The death sword chi drifting in the air was easily shattered. The 9 black swords that formed the sword formation all trembled slightly. This showed how tyrannical the might of this punch was. When Xiao Qin saw this scene, his eyes suddenly lit up. He stared at one of the black swords for a while before slowly shifting his gaze away. Just as Meng Bai was about to grab the white wing, a huge flaming hand with clear patterns descended from the sky and smashed at Meng Bai. Bang! Meng Bai cursed, and a 2-meter-long black demon slaughtering staff appeared in his hand. He swung it through the air and shattered the huge flaming hand into countless flames. The hemp-robed old man smiled faintly as he held the flaming fan in his hand. Then, he blocked Meng Bai and said, "Brother Meng Bai, it has been more than 10 years since we last met. Your infamy has become even greater. Now, you even dare to snatch the things of us, the demonic brilliant two elders." A ferocious glint flashed in Meng Bai's eyes. He smiled sinisterly and said, "You dog. 10 years ago, you beat me up like a dog in the profound domain. Now, I will beat you until you kneel and beg for mercy." Meng Bai's figure flashed, and his staff descended from the sky. An incredibly huge, ferocious, ancient Buddhist sect guardian deity appeared behind him. The guardian deity roared at the hemp-robed old man. With one roar, it shattered the death sword chi. The hemp-robed old man remained unruffled. He gently fanned the flaming fan, and 999 flaming tornadoes howled out, blocking the demon-slaughtering Vajra's sky-breaking staff strike. Be it the momentum of the burning clouds or the momentum of the demon-slaughtering Vajra that Meng Bai materialized, they were nearly perfect, possessing great might. When the two forces clashed, the 9 swords buzzed and trembled. The battle was incredibly intense. However, the eyes of the two, everyone's eyes, were fixated on the white wings at all times. Suddenly, an old man leaped out of a restriction at the side, wanting to take advantage of the chaos to reap the benefits. While both sides were fighting excitedly, this old man used a defensive secret treasure and easily caught up to the wings. A look of joy flashed in his eyes as he reached out to grab them. Boom! Both sides stopped fighting at the same time. Immediately, all sorts of heaven-ranked martial techniques and king-grade secret treasures attacked like a gushing waterfall. The old man did not even have time to say a word. The king-grade secret treasure protecting the old man shattered, and his physical body exploded into a scarlet light. The death sword formation blew and swallowed up the old man's life essence. Both sides were old monsters who had lived for hundreds of years. They had long since gained intelligence and knew that they had been in the inner palace for some time. They knew that in this inner palace, someone would jump out and take advantage of the situation. Now that the battle had reached this point, naturally, neither side wanted such a thing to happen. If someone jumped out to take advantage of the situation, both sides would definitely work together to crush that person. When Lord Jiu saw this, his heart thumped heavily. He was flabbergasted. A Grand Master-level martial sage who can summon wind and rain outside died just like that. This is really cruel. Fortunately, this Lord Jiu did not charge in earlier. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. He also found this somewhat problematic. Unless it was a great Grand Master-level martial sage or an equal number of people, it would be very difficult to jump in and snatch the treasures. It was not easy to reap the benefits, especially before a group of intelligent old monsters. If one was not careful, one would die without a complete corpse, consigned to eternal damnation. Brother Xiao, let's go and try our luck in there. The earlier death of a Grand Master-level martial sage had frightened Lord Jiu. However, Xiao Chen shook his head and did not say anything. If he could not clear the stage before him, how could he gain anything by going further in? There were a total of 10 strong restrictions in the inner palace. The competition in each one was extremely intense. Looking at the dried corpses littering the sword formation in front, one could easily imagine what kind of massacre the demonic brilliant two elders had gone through to survive until now. Going forward, the surviving Grand Master-level martial sages were definitely no weaker than the demonic brilliant two elders. They might even be stronger. Boz! 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 Another intense clash took place in the formation. The demon subduing Vidra roared ferociously, and its staff swept out in all directions like a mountain, smashing the flames and hurricanes until Wei Wei trembled. The 9 swords vibrated violently once again. They buzzed and emitted a terrifying black sword chi. Now! Xiaochen narrowed his eyes and punched, shattering the restrictions around him. Then, he stepped on an electric light and soared into the sky. Xiaochen's target was not the white wings but the king of the sword formation, the Black Death sword that commanded the other 8 swords. As Xiaochen charged at the sword, he only glanced at the white wings on the other side and ignored them. By the time the others noticed him, Xiaochen's right hand had already grasped the sword hilt firmly. Xiaochen! A white figure with fluttering long hair and a blue Neptune headscarf on his forehead appeared. His facial features were delicate and handsome. The demonic brilliant 2 elders immediately recognized Xiaochen due to his familiar attire. Overwhelming rage and murderous intent immediately blazed in their eyes. When the middle-aged man saw Xiaochen holding the Black Death sword, he laughed loudly and said, "What an idiot. The death chi in this sword can instantly drain all cultivators, aside from those of the ghost race and corpse race, into dried corpses." When the hemp-robed old man saw Xiaochen appear, a murderous intent surged. He wanted to toss aside Meng Bai and eliminate Xiaochen. However, when the hemp-robed old man saw Xiaochen recklessly grasping the death sword's hilt, he immediately smiled coldly and stopped moving. He is Xiaochen. The Black Mountain 4 bandits stopped at the same time and looked at this famous person of the Kunlun realm, the descendant of the Qing emperor who would be conferred king in half a year. When their gazes fell on the immortal spirit ring on Xiaochen's left hand, they all revealed greedy gazes. As they sized up Xiaochen, they felt that he was a human-shaped treasure trove. Everyone in the world knew that the 3 holy masters did not support Xiaochen. Now that they killed Xiaochen, not only could they obtain the treasures on him, but they could also use his head to claim rewards from the various sections. They could also raise their own prestige. Just think about it. If news of killing the descendant of the Qing emperor spread, how glorious would that be? We, the Black Mountain 4 bandits, will be taking his head. Meng Bai smiled. The sinister and ugly demon vanquishing Vidra behind him also revealed a horrifying smile. Chapter 937. The hemp-robed old man smiled coldly and said, "Is it your turn to collect it? This brat snatched our primal essence nature pill and has an irreconcilable grudge with us demonic brilliant 2 elders. You'd best be smarter. This old man will use the full power of the army killing fist. Even if the 4 of you attack together, you will still be blasted into dregs." The middle-aged man clenched his fist and crackled loudly. Many heroic spirits appeared and disappeared in the scarlet military seal, turning into boundless killing chi. Meng Bai laughed loudly and said, "Do you think I'm a fool? If you really dare to use the full power of the army killing fist, before you can kill the enemy, you will be turned into an idiot by the killing chi first. This Xiao is really in high demand. I can kill anyone. It seems like anyone can trample on me and become famous. However, are you worthy of taking my head?" Xiaochen, who was enveloped in a layer of black death chi, suddenly narrowed his eyes as he stared coldly at the 6. The cycle banner in Xiaochen's sea of consciousness unfurled. The Merak star, which had merged with the death throne, gave off surging death chi like a surging river, flowing endlessly. This deathly aura instantly blocked the deathly aura coming from the longsword. Then, it flowed into the longsword ceaselessly. Meng Bai and the others immediately felt that something was wrong. They saw the other 8 swords buzzing, and the black sword chi drifting in the formation slowly grew stronger, nearly turning solid. Oh no! This brat is trying to strengthen the might of the sword formation to trap us. The hemp-robed old man's expression changed. Originally, he only needed to use the flaming fan to easily shatter the sword chi. Now, it was incredibly difficult to deal with. He had to repeat it 3 to 5 times before he could destroy the sword chi flying over. Kill him. We can't let him continue like this. The others felt that something was wrong. They either took out their secret treasures or directly sent out their killing moves. All sorts of attacks flew at Xiao Qin, giving off a terrifying might and multicolored light. With so many Grandmaster-level martial sages attacking together, even with Xiao Qian's current physical body, if he got struck, he would end up no better than the old man who had been blasted into dregs earlier. However, they did not know that the sword in Xiao Qian's hand was the king of the swords in this sword formation. It commanded the 8 swords. They would have to face sword chi that was 10 times or even 100 times more terrifying than the sword formation. The death chi in the cycle banner poured in endlessly. The sword in Xiao Qian's hand emitted a black light that soared into the sky, suppressing the glow of the white wings in the formation. Chi chi chi. Sword shadows erupted like a mountain torrent. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard, along with the cries of countless vengeful spirits. When the 10,000 swords merged together, they destroyed the killing moves of Meng Bai and the others, forcing them to retreat in a sorry state. Xiao Qian, have a fair fight with me if you have the guts. I'll blow you up with one punch. The middle-aged man roared furiously. His army-killing fist was a close-range combat technique. In the previous wave of attacks, he was the one who was injured the most by the death sword. The hemp-robed old man and Meng Bai's expressions were extremely unsightly as they faced the increasingly sharp death sword chi in the air. Looking at Xiao Qin, he gnashed his teeth, wishing he could tear Xiao Qin into pieces and grind his bones into dust. The cultivations of the other 3 Black Mountain 4 bandits were weaker in the first place. Their situation was even worse. Xiao Qin smiled coldly and said, "A fair fight. To think that you are not embarrassed to say that. Back then, who was the one who worked together to bully me, willing to be Mr. Qin's lackey? Today, you demonic brilliant 2 elders only have yourselves to blame. Just wait to be sucked dry by the death sword chi." Facing the increasingly stronger death sword chi, the situation of the 6 people trapped in the formation became increasingly difficult. Many sword wounds appeared on their bodies, and a significant amount of their life force was immediately sucked away. Xiao Qin frowned slightly. Just as he was about to add more force and pour in all the remaining death chi in the cycle banner to refine the 6 to death, a strong aura appeared in the inner hall. In the inner hall, a strong aura was flying towards them rapidly. Black light soared into the sky, and the vengeful spirits howled. Even the treasure light was suppressed. It would be hard for the cultivators not to be curious. Xiao Qin decisively stopped, giving up on this excellent opportunity to kill the 6. He turned into a flash of saber light and charged into the formation. Then, he made a move at lightning speed and grabbed the white wings in the air. After losing the death chi that Xiao Qin poured in, the might of the sword formation immediately slowed. The 6 took advantage of this opportunity to attack together. Boom! The 6 broke through the death chi filling the air and charged out of the restriction. Their gazes turned cold. Ignoring their injuries, they chased after Xiao Qin. Whoosh! The 6 had just taken one step when a beam of 3-colored starlight flickering with the power of massacre, death, and ruin suddenly shot out from the direction Xiao Qin had taken. The starlight was like a pillar. With a loud bang, it knocked the 6 people to the ground. How reckless! Do you really think that I do not dare to kill you? A cold voice came from the front. Xiao Qin had returned while holding the cycle banner. When he saw the death sword chi injuring the 6 people to the point where their life force was drained, he shouted coldly. The 6 were startled. They suddenly recalled that they were not even at half their peak state. They had not completely eliminated the death chi in their bodies. They were probably not a match for Xiao Qin. They all stood up and retreated, riding on their king-grade secret treasures. Xiao Qin purposely scared the 6 away. Then, Lord Zhou sneakily came out and said, "Brother Xiao, you are really something. You managed to chase away 6 Grandmaster-level martial sages." Xiao Chen put away the cycle banner and said, "Let's go quickly. Someone is coming." Clearly, Xiao Chen did not charge back on a whim. Instead, he wanted these people to follow him. The experts who came after hearing the news would definitely give chase as well. Using Thunder Dragon steps, Xiao Chen and Lord Zhou quickly left this place together. Soon, a large group of people arrived. Without exception, they were all Grandmaster-level martial sages. Among them, there was no lack of experts on the level of the demonic brilliant 2 elders. The few of them looked at the empty sword formation, and a look of pity appeared on their faces. They were too late. Someone had finally managed to subdue one of the 10 top-grade king-grade magic treasures. After walking for a long time, Xiao Chen and Lord Zhou arrived at a small restriction. When they saw that no one was chasing them, they heaved a sigh of relief. With a flip of his hand, that pair of white wings appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. When the wings spread out, they were 10 meters long. Dense feathers covered the frame of the wings, at least 10,000 of them. Xiao Chen looked carefully. The crystalline white feathers gave off a faint white light. A gentle breeze swayed gently between the wings. Each feather had small inscriptions carved on it, and immortal chi flowed through them. Xiao Chen felt the taste of freedom. It was like as long as he wore these wings, he could come and go as he pleased, no matter how big the world was. Suddenly, Xiao Chen exclaimed softly and sent his spiritual sense into the feathers. Then, his expression changed slightly. Each feather was actually a small king-grade secret treasure. That was to say, these wings were made of tens of thousands of small king-grade secret treasures. When Xiao Chen looked at the frame of the wings, he found that there were at least 1,000 kinds of divine materials, each weighing 5 tons. The white-robed King Xiao Chen truly lives up to his reputation. With his own strength, he managed to snatch important treasures from the hands of the demonic brilliant 2 elders and the Black Mountain 4 bandits. He even scared them into not daring to give chase. He truly lives up to his reputation as an outstanding talent who even dares to kill before Emperor Wu. Xiao Chen's expression turned cold as he quickly put away the white wings and focused. He had already been very careful along the way. Furthermore, he had used his spiritual sense to scout. How could someone still follow him? The restriction in front broke, and a mirror-like water curtain appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. 2 youths and an old man walked out of the water curtain with large strides. Of the 2 youths, Xiao Chen recognized one. That was the Xianxia sect's Ji Zong, who once chased after Xiao Chen. Later, a Grandmaster-level martial sage made a move to scare Ji Zong away. The handsome person beside Ji Zong walked out of the water curtain. The water curtain behind him turned into a smooth mirror and landed in his palm. The profound water palace's people? The Xianxia sect master had issued a warrant for Xiao Chen's arrest in the heavenly starry ocean. It was not strange for a disciple of the sect to come to seek revenge. The method of hiding their auras should be the work of the person beside Ji Zong. Ji Zong was not a problem, Xiao Chen could destroy him in one move. The slightly problematic ones were the youth beside him and the blue-robed old man from the Xianxia sect. However, they were just a little problematic. As Xiao Chen sized up the other party, the youth beside Ji Zong sized him up as well, revealing a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. That youth shook his head slightly and said, "A peak rank 3 sage body, the cultivation of a Grandmaster-level martial sage, many treasures on you, unparalleled luck. How unfortunate. How unfortunate that you will die in the end, at the hands of me, Yao Qin." Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. He had seen narcissistic people before, but he had never seen someone as narcissistic as this. Even Diwok would not dare to say such things. The people of the Xianxia sect are all so arrogant. Let's see how capable you are. Xiao Chen's footsteps flashed, and a trembling saber hum resounded in the air. A bright moonlight appeared on Xiao Chen's body. With his saber soul, a powerful sharpness spread out. Xiao Chen arrived riding the wind. With the support of his saber soul, the sharpness seemed solid, piercing through space. When Yao Chen saw Xiao Chen suddenly erupt, he frowned slightly. Shock flashed in his eyes, but he did not move. Xiao Chen looked coldly at Xiao Chen. In his eyes, Xiao Chen was a dead man. The blue-robed old man behind Xiao Chen took a step forward. With just one step, a thunderous sound of water resounded in the inner hole. The formless waves turned into huge pressure. The air became like waves, pressing down on Xiao Chen. The air was like water, and Xiao Chen looked like a reflection in the water. His body turned blurry and hazy. Within the water, Xiao Chen found it difficult to move. It was like he was moving backward, distancing himself from Yao Chen. That's not right. This old man's strength is at most on the level of the demonic brilliant two elders. How can he give me such great pressure? Xiao Chen calmly analyzed in his heart. Then, he looked around and saw Yao Chen standing calmly at the side, as well as the mirror flowing with a watery light in Yao Chen's palm. The mirror reflected a holy river. It looked like a berserk dragon surging and roaring endlessly, crossing the entire world in the mirror. A mirror. The problem was in this mirror. Bang! In the wave-like space, the blue-robed old man looked very relaxed. He raised his hand and punched, clashing with Xiao Chen's move that suppressed his sharpness, sending him flying. Xiao Chen's bones creaked as if they would be crushed by the waves at any moment. Chapter 938. Ji Zong smiled and said, "This time, my senior brother brought the Xian River Mirror. It can summon our Xianshui sect's secret treasure, the Xian River Phantom." Xiao Chen, do you still think my senior brother is arrogant? After killing you, my name will spread throughout the world, and I'll plunder your karmic luck and treasures. Then, I'll take all the treasures in this sky palace and complete my senior brother's unparalleled ambition. During the Immortal epoch, there was a river in the heavenly court that the Immortals built. It was as famous as the underworld river of the netherworld purgatory, the Profound River. When the Immortal epoch ended, the Profound River broke into several pieces and landed in the Kunlun realm. Many famous rivers were once the Profound River. In the ancient era, the Xianshui sect's sect master had obtained a profound river, which had fallen in quality and was not too powerful. He refined it into an emperor-grade secret treasure and gained some of the might of the immortal Dao Profound River. If the sect's disciples held the Profound River mirror, they could summon the image of the Profound River and bring out some of this emperor-grade secret treasure's power. Under the Dusk River's pressure, Xiao Chen couldn't even use half of his strength. If it weren't for his powerful body, he would have been beaten to death by the blue-robed elder. Yao Chen was also secretly alarmed. His master had once said that as long as this mysterious river mirror was activated, a Grand Master wouldn't be able to last more than 10 breaths inside. Only a great Grand Master could break free from it. As of now, Xiao Chen was only a peak medial grade martial sage. Unexpectedly, he could endure for so long. Amid the heavy waves, Xiao Chen felt intense pain all over his body. However, his heart was as clear as a mirror. He was a bladesman who had condensed a saber soul. After transcending the lightning tribulation and heart tribulation, with just a thought, he would be able to get rid of all the distracting thoughts. Fear, cowardice, and panic would not appear on him. If my saber soul improves further and reaches small perfection, I can easily break through this profound river image. If my physical body improved further, reaching rank 4 sage body, this image would not be able to suppress me. However, it was a pity that they were still lacking a little, allowing these fellows to be so pleased with themselves. Could it be that he would have to use the thunder source here? Right now, Xiao Chen's cultivation had already reached peak medial grade martial sage. With the purple thunder divine incantations accumulations, he could compete with grandmaster-level martial sages. As long as Xiaoqin took the final step and broke through the bottleneck of medial-grade martial sage, the image of an emperor-grade secret treasure would be easy to deal with. After dodging the blue-robed old man's attack with much difficulty, Xiaoqin peered through the watery space and saw Yaoqin toss a medicinal pill into his mouth. Raising his eyebrows, Xiaoqin revealed a smile. With Yaoqin's cultivation, it seemed that using the profound river mirror for such a long period of time was not as easy as it seemed. If that was the case, things would be much easier. He circulated the blue dragon body nourishing art and circulated the dragon energy in his body. Under the suppression of this profound river image, Xiaoqin's usage of law energy was restricted. Only his vital qi was unrestricted and could circulate freely. The instant Yaoqin swallowed the medicinal pill and prepared to circulate his energy to digest, it was also the moment when the profound river image was at its weakest. Taking advantage of this fleeting opportunity, Xiaoqin shouted and burned his dragon energy. Then, he punched the air. One dragon force was 5,000 tons of force. When Xiaoqin burned his dragon energy, he could exert 15,000 tons of force. Even mountains and rivers would crumble before this. Bang! The dusk river collapsed, and the curtain of water shook violently, forming tiny cracks in space. Cracks appeared in the profound river mirror. The rebound of the emperor-grade secret treasure forced Yaoqin, who had just swallowed the sage-grade medicinal pill, to vomit a mouthful of blood. His complexion turned incredibly pale. In an instant, his body felt unprecedentedly relaxed. Xiaoqin's aura recovered to its peak. He wished he could roar to the sky to vent the joy in his heart. Xiaoqin looked around and saw the blue-robed old man charging over with the sound of heavy waves. He shouted coldly, "How dare you be so arrogant!" Scram! With the addition of his saber soul, Xiaoqin raised his flawless saber Dao to its peak. His body became a saber, his thoughts became a saber, and a bright moon rose up behind him. Boom! After recovering his strength, Xiaoqin punched the blue-robed old man and sent him flying. A boundless saber intent shot out from Xiaoqin's body, buzzing and causing the palace under his feet to tremble. Before this saber intent, some of the small restrictions in the surroundings were like bubbles, shattering bit by bit. Let's go. This brat is too horrifying. I'll bring up the rear, the blue-robed old man said hurriedly to Yaoqin and Ji Zong as he wiped the blood off his lips. Yaoqin paled. After suffering the rebound of the emperor-grade secret treasure, he was incredibly weak. He waved the profound river mirror, and a watery screen formed. Then, he and Ji Zong quickly jumped in. You are someone who is about to die. What are you going to bring up the rear? Cycle banner, come out. Xiaoqin waved one hand, and the cycle banner unfurled. A scarlet killing chi leaped out of the astral pearl and formed a bloody, kill character. This easily broke the old man's martial technique, causing him to vomit another mouthful of blood and take 2 steps back. The grayish-white, destroy, character and the black, die, character carried heavy starlight as they struck the old man's body, thoroughly grinding down his sharpness. The die, character gathered dense death chi and sucked away a lot of the old man's life force. His complexion aged at least 10 years. Xiaoqin shook the tip of the banner and pierced through the old man's chest, killing him. The watery screen behind Xiaoqin grew dimmer. Yaoqin's blurry image said, Xiaoqin, just you wait. On the day of your king conferral ceremony, I will definitely bring the profound river mirror and give you a big surprise. Thirsty. Xiaoqin stretched out his hand, and starlight gathered once more. 7 stars flickered, and the cycle banner flew towards Yaoqin at the speed of a meteor. This startled Yaoqin, who was in the watery screen, and he quickly pulled Ji Zong over to shield him. A miserable shriek resounded as the watery screen vanished with Yaoqin. The cycle banner pinned Ji Zong to the ground. He held onto the banner pole with both hands, dying with a remaining grievance. With this battle over, Xiaochen relaxed. He immediately felt fatigued. The injuries suppressed by the profound river mirror earlier flared up like a torrential storm. After putting away the spatial rings of the two, Xiaochen took out a rank 9 medicinal pill from Mr. Qin's collection and swallowed it. Then, he started to recover from his injuries. With the strength of Xiaochen's physical body, as long as no one disturbed him, he could recover to his peak in less than an hour. If Xiaochen had not given all the sage-grade medicinal pills to Yi Qin, his recovery would have been much faster. Just as Xiaochen's injuries were about 80% healed, Lord Zhou, who had fled when he saw that the situation was bad, rushed back and said, "Little brother Xiao. Little brother Xiao. That fellow Yi Qin is about to be played to death by Diwuk." Xiaochen's eyes widened, and a brilliant light flashed in them. He noticed that Lord Zhou said, "playing" and not "fighting." The difference of one word meant two different endings. Ignoring the fact that his injuries were still 20% healed, Xiaochen stood up and took out the white wings. Then, he sent his spiritual sense into them and placed his spiritual mark on them. Whoosh! The wings spread out and turned into thousands of pure white feathers that entered Xiaochen's back and shoulder blades. In that instant, Xiaochen felt like his body was as light as the wind. Every cell of his body, his flesh, his bones, and his skin became light. With a "p'yuth" sound, he soared into the air. The 10-meter-long wings on Xiaochen's back spread out, and a cool breeze circled around Xiaochen, giving off a crystalline white light. Freedom. This word suddenly appeared in Xiaochen's mind. The wind was calling out to him. It was like there was no place in the world that he could not reach. Lord Zhou, who was at the side, was stunned. He raised his head and looked at Xiaochen in the air. Xiaochen was clearly very close, but the other party seemed to be infinitely far away, going with the wind. This freedom wings also contained a magic skill. Xiaochen rejoiced in his heart. He checked it and found that this magic skill was called so close yet worlds apart. Even the ends of the world were within reach. However, even if Xiaochen drained all his magic energy, he would not be able to do it. As for how far this magic skill could be, it would depend on Xiaochen's strength and how much magic energy he was willing to expend. Xiaochen felt his magic energy flowing like a river in his sea of consciousness. He did not delay any longer. He grabbed Lord Zhou and said, "Show me the way." A cool breeze blew. Under Lord Zhou's guidance, Xiaochen relied on the freedom wings to pass through several small restrictions, heading forward unobstructed. No, there are too many restrictions. I still have to pass through several large restrictions with Peak King grade magic treasures. Given my identity, I will definitely be discovered. At that time, I will attract even more trouble. Xiaochen thought for a while. Then, he quickly burned his magic energy and activated the magic skill of the freedom wings, so close yet worlds apart. The space in front of Xiaochen folded. Many scenes of Grandmaster-level martial sages fighting over magic treasures and cultivators dying miserably in restrictions appeared. These scenes were like pictures flashing before Xiaochen's eyes. Suddenly, Yi Chen's figure appeared. Diwuk knocked Yi Chen into the air with a palm strike. Just as Yi Chen was about to land, a palm strike from a distance sent him flying again. Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat, and the moving scenes froze here. Then, he took a step forward and used so close yet worlds apart. He passed through many restrictions of various sizes and stepped out. When Lord Zhou landed on the ground, the folded space bounced back. Lord Zhou was curious and wanted to take a look. Xiaochen said directly, "Don't look back. Be careful not to pull you in, and your blood will splash for 50 kilometers around." This startled Lord Zhou, and he quickly pulled his head back. After withdrawing the freedom wings, the two of them hid in a small restriction and passed through the fog. Now, they could clearly see Diwuk, Tian Yushi, Xiao Qinhan, Xia Dongyang, and the others floating in the air 5 kilometers ahead. The others did not make a move. Only Wuk remained expressionless. Occasionally, he pointed with his finger, and a golden sword light shot out from his fingertip. In the next moment, a bloody hole appeared in Yi Chen's chest. 9 finger-sized holes appeared around Yi Chen's heart. They were transparent, allowing wind to enter and exit. Lord Zhou could not help but say, when I looked at him earlier, there were only 3 sword holes in his chest. Now, they are all gaping. Yi Chen, who was in the air, was in a sorry state. Blood continuously flowed out of his mouth. However, he did not show any sorrow on his face. Instead, he looked incredibly happy. He laughed loudly and said, Wuk, even if you kill me, you cannot change this fact. You even dare to humiliate the divine daughter. Now, you are speaking such arrogant words. I will take your head on behalf of the divine sun. A Frost Moon Palace disciple came out from behind Xiao Qinghan, trying to curry favor with Wuk. Xiao Qinghan's expression changed drastically. He tried to pull that disciple back, but he could not. Chapter 939. The divine daughter Tian Yushi's expression, which had not changed for 10,000 years, also showed a strange change. A rare murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Wuk turned his head back and glanced at that Frost Moon Palace disciple. Then, his surging mental energy turned into 2 beams of golden light. Pu Ci. Then, it pierced through this person's eyes and head. The Frost Moon Palace disciple screamed miserably and fell to the ground. Then, the Frost Moon Palace disciple's corpse was crushed into powder by a restriction. The few old men of the Frost Moon Palace frowned slightly but did not say anything. Based on their expressions, they seemed to be blaming this disciple for being insensible. Xiao Qin could not help feeling suspicious. What exactly did Yi Chen do to provoke Wuk into such a rage? Back then, when Xiao Qin kicked Wuk at the Sage Mark Monument, he had not seen Wuk's expression so sinister and terrifying. Suddenly, the light in the vast palace hall dimmed. Xiao Qin could not even see his own fingers when he stretched them out. Along with the light, the sounds of intense fighting in the inner hall came to a stop. The sky became terrifyingly dark. Oh no! Xiao Chen's heart sank. Wuk is going to kill. This is the instant initial knowledge sword. Xiao Chen leaped up and passed through the restriction. Using Thunder Dragon steps, he arrived before Yi Chen. A spot of light lit up on Wuk's fingertip. Instant initial knowledge was the first flash of light in the world. According to the legends of the deity race, there was originally no light in the world. When a deity appeared, he said, "Let there be light," and there was light in the world. The instant initial knowledge sword was a martial technique derived from this legend. When the light of the world first appeared, there would be light. It materialized the power of creation, unblockable. When the light first appeared, the divine kingdom behind Wuk gave off a bright light. Boundless prayers flew out and entered the golden ring of light behind Wuk. The sword light tore through the air, and the surroundings were filled with praises. Many different worlds appeared in the air as the sword light flew over. After 3 years, Wuk's instant beginning sword had become so powerful that it made people tremble. It had undergone a heaven-toppling transformation. Xiao Qin did not dare to be careless. He circulated all the power of laws in his body, and a bright moon rose into the sky behind him. With the addition of the saber soul, Xiao Qin turned into a saber and materialized the flawless saber Dao. The immortal will of thunder pressed down on Xiao Chen's body, and his saber soul turned into a powerful saber intent radiating from every part of his body. His long hair and white robes fluttered. The world was filled with the sound of sabers humming. Under the moonlight, Xiao Chen was like a perfect treasured saber. He also stretched out his hand and pointed. The bright moon disappeared and appeared at the tip of his finger. It turned into a flawless blade light and went up against Wuk's sword light. The instant the two lights clashed, all the darkness in the world vanished. The sword light and the saber light clashed intensely. Shock waves spread out, shaking the entire palace and causing it to tremble intensely. Countless cultivators died miserably in the restrictions because of this sudden change. The two forces fought to a draw. Eventually, they both vanished, restoring peace to the world. However, the people behind Daoist and the Grandmaster-level martial sages who were attracted by the show were incredibly shocked, their hearts churning endlessly. Someone blocked Daoist's instant beginning sword. I heard that no more than 5 people of the younger generation can block Daoist's instant beginning sword. Even the older generation Grandmaster-level martial sages do not dare to receive this sword strike. This person is dead for sure. He blocked Daoist's killing intent. No one can save him. Discussions resounded. When the cool breeze blew aside Xiao Chen's hair and the crowd recognized Xiao Chen's face, they were even more shocked and incredulous. It's Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, who is causing a huge commotion in the primal chaos domain, actually rushed over to seek his own death. Instead of hiding properly and waiting for his king conferral half a year later, he actually ran over to Daoist. Xiao Qinghan and Xia Dongyang will not be able to outlast him. Furthermore, those loose cultivators are all eyeing his head. After recognizing Xiao Qin, Xia Dongyang and Xiao Qinghan were different from the shock of the others. They instantly attacked. 3,000 figures came out of the palace behind Xiao Qinghan. Each figure materialized a different killing move. A cold moon rose up, and Xiao Qin shouted like he was a sovereign king. The 3,000 figures charged at Xiao Chen with a destructive aura. Xia Dongyang tossed out an ancient bell. Bell chimes spread out, giving off rings of blue light that pressed down on Xiao Chen at the same time. On the other hand, Daoist muttered to himself for a while, his expression turning sullen. He did not rush to make a move, as if he was preparing for something. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and casually recognized the 10,000 beast cauldron. Then, he used his law energy to drive it. Many corporeal ancient mutated beasts flew out of the cauldron. A total of 1,000 beasts blocked Xiao Qinghan's 3,000 killing moves. With a flip of Xiao Chen's hand, the cycle banner flickered with 3-colored starlight. Massacre, death, and ruin circled the banner pole. As the banner unfurled, a vast astral energy surged out. The cycle banner swung the tip of the banner and knocked over the ancient bell. The bell chimes turned chaotic as it tumbled towards Xia Dongyang. Let's go. Xiao Qin raised his hand and stared at the killing moves of the 2 outstanding talents of the primal chaos domain. Then, he grabbed Yi Qin and prepared to leave. You want to leave? To think that you want to save the person that I, Daoist, want to kill. After not seeing you for 3 years, you are getting bolder. Die. Daoist snorted coldly, and a golden divine kingdom appeared above Xiao Chen's head. It gave off a golden light that filled the sky, and a pressure even greater than that of the profound river image pressed down on Xiao Qin. The divine country descended. Within the tens of thousands of rays of light, praises sounded continuously. This was a legendary country with 3,000 temples that nurtured countless believers. Creak. Creak. The space seemed like a dangerous building that would collapse at any moment, on the verge of collapse. Like the profound river that Yao Qin summoned, this divine kingdom was an image of an emperor-grade secret treasure. Compared to the profound river, the divine kingdom was also an emperor-grade secret treasure, much stronger. The Xianxia sect only had one segment of the profound river. Furthermore, it had lost much of its mysterious aura. The Xianxia sect's founding sect master had refined it himself with divine materials. However, the divine kingdom was something that the deity race had brought from a world outside the Kunlun realm. It had been passed down since ancient times, with an unknown history. By relying on the boundless power of faith, it had grown to an unfathomable level. Diwok's personal strength was much higher than that of the Xianxui's Xiaoqin. Hence, he could bring out the might of the Emperor-grade secret treasure image. The moment the Divine Kingdom appeared, everyone looked at Xiaoqin as if he were a dead man. The surrounding space had already been locked down. No matter how powerful one's movement technique was, one could not escape. Xiaoqin, let go of this person. As long as you are willing to participate in the Heroes' Convention 2 years from now, I, Diwok, will help you settle all your grudges. Everything was under control. Seeing Xiaoqin being suppressed by the Divine Kingdom, Diwok took the opportunity to extend an invitation. He continued, no one has ever been able to save the people I want to kill. You, Xiaoqin, are no exception. You'd best not do anything stupid. Under the heavy pressure, Yi Chen's already crippled body became even weaker. A smile appeared on his pale face as he said, I always said that you were a coward, an outstanding talent in vain. Now, it looks like I was gravely mistaken. We have only met a few times. This Yi is already satisfied that you helped me block a sword strike. Just agree to it. With every word Yi Chen said, he vomited twice as much blood. Xiaoqin gestured for Yi Chen not to speak. Then, he smiled faintly and said, it seems like no one can stop me from saving the people I want to save. I do not want to run to the northern sea to find your elders to repay the favor you owe me. Let's go. His hair fluttered in the wind and his robes fluttered non-stop. However, Xiaoqin ignored Diwok's words. He could not be bothered to reply at all as he reached out and grabbed Yi Chen. 2 pairs of pure white wings unfurled on Xiaoqin's back. Boundless voyager, so close yet worlds apart. Xiaoqin's magic energy burned endlessly. Scenes flashed before his eyes, extending all the way to the palace gates. When the scene stopped, Xiaoqin stepped out. Space folded under Xiaoqin's feet. When the Divine Kingdom landed, Xiaoqin had already left the heavenly palace. With one step, he could reach the ends of the world. He was as free as the wind. No one in the world could stop him. Who said that you, Diwok, cannot block the instant of beginning sword? Who said that you, Diwok, cannot save the person you want to kill? I blocked the sword, and I saved the person. What can you do to me? The place fell silent. No one dared to speak. Diwok had named a person he wanted to kill. However, that person managed to escape from under his nose. Furthermore, that person had taken out the Divine Kingdom image and left openly, completely ignoring Diwok's invitation. Right now, Diwok was very famous. Everyone in the world knew about the Heroes' Convention. He was in the limelight, suppressing Chu Xiong. Be it the son of the human race's 3 holy masters, the fiend race's 2 stars, the ghost race's Princess Qingqing, the corpse race's heavenly corpse inheritor, or the newly born ancient race geniuses, they were all somewhat inferior to Diwok. Even before Diwok, Xiaoqin was somewhat weaker. However, the person who kicked him 3 years ago ruthlessly slapped him in the face 3 years later. The people who knew why Diwok wanted to kill Yi Chen showed extremely strange expressions. Diwok's usually calm expression also turned sullen. Xiaoqin stepped forward and stood on the Divine Kingdom image. The golden rings of light behind him glowed, looking very dazzling. Xiaoqin's eyes shone with golden light as he looked 50 kilometers away. He instantly caught sight of Xiaoqin's figure. Then, he shouted coldly, after him. After putting away the Divine Kingdom, Xiaoqin's figure flashed as he charged forward. The small restrictions blocking the way scattered one by one, and the 13 keepers followed closely behind. Several unlucky cultivators seeking treasures got in the way. Before they could figure out what was going on, they died mysteriously. The Divine Daughter, Tian Yoshi, sighed and quietly followed after them. Xia Dongyang looked around the inner hall and asked Xiao Qinhan, should we give chase? There were still a few Peak King grade magic treasures in the inner hall that no one had claimed. Xia Dongyang's intention was to go and help or stay here to hunt for magic treasures. Xiao Qinghan said after some thought, let's follow. This heavenly palace should not be the heavenly palace in the center of the formation. The magic treasures there are peak ones. In my opinion, the pair of wings on Xiao Chen's back is the most valuable. Xia Dongyang smiled gently and said, great minds think alike. This Xiao Chen killed many disciples of our sections. We cannot let him leave no matter what. There were too many reasons to kill Xiao Chen. However, to these outstanding talents, there was only one true reason. Chapter 940. They wanted to prevent Xiao Chen from being conferred king, to prevent a second Qing emperor from rising up. Just think about the era when the Qing emperor was in and how sorrowful the outstanding talents of his generation were. They were not willing to let this happen. They were not willing to see one person shine too brightly, overshadowing all of them. Under the lead of the two, the experts of the Heavenly Music Sect and the Frost Moon Palace quickly followed. The cultivators who rushed over after hearing the news discussed it for a while. Many of them could not resist the curiosity in their hearts and followed. The clash between the Qing Emperor's descendant and Diwuk was not something that could be seen on a daily basis. Furthermore, everyone knew that the true treasures of this immortal sect remnant were not for them to take. With one step, Xiao Chen arrived outside the Heavenly Palace. He did not stop as he controlled the Freedom Wings. He used so close yet worlds apart 3 more times, draining his magic energy. Only then did he stop and heave a sigh of relief. Without saying anything, Xiao Chen swallowed a medicinal pill and sat down cross-legged. Then, he circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation and quickly replenished his exhausted spiritual energy. Yi Chen's injuries were even more severe. The 9 sword holes in his chest looked very ghastly. Xiao Chen did not know how he had offended Diwuk. After 15 minutes, Xiao Chen recovered 30% of his magic energy. Then, he opened his eyes. He did not want to waste any more time. This was not truly safe yet. Yi Chen had already changed his clothes, and his complexion looked much better. However, if he wanted to recover, he would not be able to do so quickly. Do you have any more sage-grade medicinal pills for treating injuries? Xiao Chen asked. Yi Chen smiled gently and said, many thanks for Brother Zhao's concern. However, sage-grade medicinal pills for treating injuries are no longer effective for me. That, you are overthinking. I only recovered 80% of my physical injuries before I attacked again. I'm asking you if you have any. I mean, I need them for myself. Yi Chen was slightly stunned. Then, he smiled and said, no more. I already used up the 9 sage-grade medicinal pills. Thank you. If not for your 9 medicinal pills, allowing me to attack 9 times, I really would not have been able to return that palm strike. Xiao Chen was a little speechless after hearing this. Your obsession is really deep. Just for 1 palm strike, you've fallen to this state. Yi Chen recovered his usual expression, revealing his sharpness. That is natural. I have always been the one sneak attacking others in the Northern Sea. When have I ever been sneak attacked? Furthermore, the one who did it was a woman. If I do not vent my anger, I will not feel at ease. Bang! Suddenly, a hole appeared in the ground. Yi Chen immediately placed his right hand on his saber hilt. However, Xiao Chen calmly stopped him. Xiao Chen saw Lord Jiu sneakily coming out from inside. He chuckled and said, my heart is indeed at ease now. Even the wind can come in and out. Yi Chen was clearly flabbergasted. He did not expect that this scoundrel that he looked down on could actually catch up to Xiao Chen's freakish speed. Xiao Chen was not surprised at all. Lord Jiu's ability to dig holes was amazing. It was not inferior to the Immortal technique, the Earth Escape technique. As long as there was ground under his feet and Lord Jiu remembered his scent, it would not be strange for him to catch up. Quickly, Tell this Lord Jiu how you offended Diwok, angering him to such an extent, Lord Jiu asked impatiently as he came out. His beady eyes had a smile on them. Xiaochen revealed a curious expression. He also wanted to know how Yichen offended Diwok. After all, Diwok's mental state was no weaker than Xiaochen's. How could Diwok kill that Frost Moon Palace disciple who jumped out just because of Yichen's gaze? Diwok was truly angry. When Yichen mentioned this matter, he appeared extremely innocent. How would I know? His wife sent a palm strike at my chest. Naturally, I had to return the favor, ruthlessly sending a palm strike at his wife's chest. The moment Yichen said that, Lord Jiu and Xiaochen were stunned for a long time. This was especially so when they saw Yichen's innocent expression. They did not know what to say. What's wrong? She sent a palm strike at my chest. Isn't it normal for me to send a palm strike at her chest? When Yichen saw the two's expressions, he could not help but appear even more innocent. Lord Jiu smiled wretchedly and asked, "How was it? Did you feel anything when you sent a palm strike at the divine daughter's chest?" Yichen raised his head and thought for a long time. Then, he answered honestly, "Very big, very soft, very pleasurable." Xiaochen could no longer hold it in. He laughed loudly and said, "Everyone says that I, Xiaochen, am very bold, even daring to mess with Diwok. However, they do not know that you are the real awesome one. Very big, very soft, very pleasurable." Ha 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 ha. You touched the divine daughter's chest and still have an innocent expression. Only you can do that. I, Xiaochen, rarely admire others. From today onwards, there will be one more, Yichen. Lord Jiu laughed even harder as he fell to the ground, continuously saying that it was very big, very soft, and pleasurable. This confused Yichen. He could not understand what was going on with the two. Is it very funny? Just at this moment, a voice that sounded like it came from gritted teeth rang out. The three turned their heads and saw Diwok standing there for a long time with a dark expression and a frosty expression. Is it funny? To Lord Jiu and Xiaochen, the chest of the aloof divine daughter was touched. Furthermore, it was done in front of Diwok. Furthermore, it was done by a simple-minded person like Yichen. Naturally, it was funny. Naturally, it was funny. However, it was not that funny for Diwok. The deity race's divine son and divine daughter would definitely become the future divine emperor and imperial concubine. For Diwok, his fiancée being humiliated in front of everyone was a great humiliation. Compared to this, the kick that Xiaochen kicked Xiaochen at the Sage Mark Monument was nothing. Based on Diwok's expression, Xiaochen knew that he had been here for a long time. He probably heard Yichen saying that it was very big, very soft, and pleasurable. Xiaochen could guess how angry and conflicted this outstanding talent of the younger generation was right now. When Lord Jiu saw the dark expression on Diwok's face, he was frightened to death. He quickly explained, "It's not funny, not funny, not funny at all." What do you mean by very big, very soft, and pleasurable? This Lord Jiu really did not hear anything. Every debt has a debtor. Divine Son, don't look for the wrong person. The divine light in Diwok's eyes blazed like fire as it shot towards Lord Jiu. Damn! Lord Jiu already said that it has nothing to do with me. Although this Lord Jiu really wants to touch it, Lord Jiu cursed. Then, he leaped up and burrowed into the ground, dodging this divine light. Then, he fled to somewhere unknown. Let's go. Xiaochen unfurled the freedom wings, picked up Yichen, and quickly fled. Diwok's strength was unfathomable. Furthermore, there was a group of outstanding talents accompanying him. This was not a good time to start a fight with him. The magic energy in Xiaochen's spiritual sense had recovered only 30%. He did not dare to use the magic skill so close yet worlds apart. Instead, he relied on the speed of the freedom wings to flee like the wind. Tenjin Emperor World Annihilation Imprint. Diwok's hands moved, and the rings of golden light behind him merged into the image of a deity sovereign. Then, it followed Diwok's hand seals and did the same thing. Xiao Chen's vast mental energy surged and burned. The Tenjin Emperor World Annihilation Imprint behind him gave off a bright golden light. The Tenjin Emperor World Annihilation Imprint's body quickly swelled, reaching the clouds in the blink of an eye, turning into a horrifying giant. First heaven rose behind the deity sovereign. Second heaven, third heaven, fourth heaven, a total of 9 heavens appeared. Each heaven was a great realm. This was a true great realm, just like Xiao Chen's Sky Dome realm in the past. The difference was that these were great realms ruled by the deity race. In the 9 heavens, the believers of the deity race all felt the call of the deity sovereign. They closed their eyes and muttered to themselves. They prayed sincerely in their hearts, contributing their strength. A boundless divine might spread out. Xiao Chen looked back and saw that the deity's eyes were as huge as stars. Even though he had already fled 50 kilometers away, it seemed like he was still within the reach of the other party's palm strike. Destroy! Diwok shouted expressionlessly. The World Annihilation Imprint that the Tenjin Emperor World Annihilation Imprint gently smashed down on Xiao Qin. The palm strike traveled 50 kilometers. A vast aura of destruction came from it. The power of this palm strike seemed like it could really destroy a world. Before the palm strike landed, the ground cracked like a spiderweb. Such a strong deity race martial technique shocked the many older generation cultivators that flew over from the heavenly palaces. Every deity monarch of the deity race has their own title. Furthermore, they will leave behind a martial technique that surpasses a heaven-ranked martial technique. Back then, the one who wanted to unify the Kunlun realm and compete with the Qing Emperor for supremacy seemed to be this Tenjin Emperor Zhu. That deity sovereign was also someone who could shake the heavens with a flip of his hand, comparable to Neptune. Unfortunately, he ran into the Qing Emperor. In the end, that was his tragedy. However, compared to the deity sovereign, Diwok is still far inferior. The deity race rules 900 lower realms. With a thought, the Tenjin Emperor Zhu can open 900 heavens. With one palm strike, he can shatter a star. Don't say that. For Diwok to be able to open 9 heavens at such a young age, he is sufficient to sweep through the younger generation. That's true. Given this, it looks like he was hiding his strength when he executed the split-second beginning sword. Xiao Chen's accumulations are insufficient. Compared to Diwok, he is still far inferior. How unfortunate. The cultivators chasing after Xiao Chen were at least peak superior grade martial sages. There were many Grandmaster level martial sages. Some of the older generation Grandmaster level martial sages were even more knowledgeable. With one glance, they could tell the origins of the martial technique Diwok executed. Yi Chen sighed softly and said, "My massacre saber Dao can also destroy the world. If I were at my peak, I would really like to try this move." Despite facing a great disaster, Yi Chen was very open-minded, not fearing death at all. Xiao Chen withdrew the freedom wings and looked at the descending Tenjin Emperor's world-eliminating imprint. Yi Chen's words infected him, and lofty sentiments welled up in his heart. He laughed loudly and said, "World-destroying. Let me see how you destroy the world." Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness surged, and his magic energy burned. He executed the Dragon Tone Art, the Dragon's Gate's secret technique that countered the deity race. The image of a blue dragon swam about in Xiao Chen's chest. A surging dragon roar spread out uncontrollably from Xiao Chen's body. The blue dragon roared ferociously, and a strong wind blew. Driven by the Dragon Tone Art, the formless dragon Qi moved about above Xiao Chen's head, forming a huge indistinct dragon head. The dragon's body hid in layers of clouds for 50 kilometers around, making it impossible to see its true body. As Xiaochen burned his magic energy, the dragon head became increasingly visible. From a distance, it looked like an ancient blue dragon king tore through space and peeked its head out. Xiaochen could no longer suppress the energy stored in his chest. He opened his mouth and roared in rage. Chapter 941. The colossal dragon head in the clouds opened its jaws at the same time, and a whirlpool-like sound wave spewed out from the blue dragon king's mouth. It formed a small black hole and clashed with the descending Tenjin Emperor's world-eliminating imprint. Bang! Overwhelming sounds rang out endlessly in the sky. The sky shook, the ground trembled. The 9 layers of sky behind the deity's sovereign shattered. The golden light faded, and the divine might vanished. Xiaochen's throat turned hoarse as if it was on fire. Since he reached great perfection in the dragon tone art, this was the first time he brought out its full power. The martial techniques of the deity race were unexpectedly effective. Dragon tone art. What strong mental energy! He must have summoned out the ancient blue dragon king's image. Otherwise, he could not have fought the Tenjin Emperor. Everyone keeps talking about the white-robed Xiaochen, forgetting his identity. He is the descendant of the Qing Emperor. Unexpectedly, the grudge from 10,000 years ago lasted until this great age. Everyone was shocked. Even after Diwuk sent out the Tenjin Emperor's world-eliminating imprint, he still failed to destroy Xiaochen. A mere deity sovereign is only so-so. A dead person dares to glare at me. Die. Earlier, Diwuk said die, so Xiaochen did the same. A banner filled with starlight, radiating the tricolored light of massacre, death, and ruin, flew towards the deity's sovereign image in the sky. The Tenjin Emperor, who had lost his divine might, could not stop the meteor-like cycle banner. With a kacha sound, the war flag stabbed into the heaven-illuminating divine emperor's forehead. Death chi, massacre chi, destruction chi, and the power of a star instantly spread out. Cracks appeared in the huge deity's sovereign image before it exploded. It was so fast that Diwuk could not react in time. 100,000 strands of divine light flew out. When the divine light struck some of the cultivators, they immediately felt their mental energy increase. Wild joy immediately appeared on their faces. The other martial artists immediately fought with all their might. Only the older generation grandmasters and the disciples of the big sects remained indifferent. The goddess Tianyu she held the divine halberd in her hand and materialized a 33 sky black and yellow pagoda. The divine light scattered in all directions quickly poured into the black and yellow pagoda like a gale. Several of the cultivators who absorbed the divine light earlier had their heads explode. The divine light surged out and entered the pagoda. A bunch of fools. Without the blue-robed emperor's strength, they dared to recklessly absorb the Zhu Tenjin Emperor's divine power. The Tenjin Emperor's shadow has been destroyed. The power of faith will decrease by a lot. In the future, when Diwuk uses this move, its power will be much weaker. The dragon tone art truly lives up to its name of the Qing Emperor's research. It specifically targets the deity race. It is indeed incredible. Diwuk showed a slightly stunned expression. It was not that he did not know that Xiaochen knew the dragon tone art. However, the dragon tone art countered the deity race's martial techniques. It was like how water countered fire. As long as the fire grew bigger, the water would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You gave me a palm strike, so I'll give you a punch in return. As the saying goes, it is impolite not to reciprocate. However, Xiaochen did not stop in the air. Deities descending, tenfold combat prowess. 10 dragon force, 50 million tons of force. Bang! 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 The clothes on Xiaochen's right fist instantly tore. His skin cracked open, and blood leaked out. However, he still punched without hesitation. Diwuk narrowed his eyes. A sense of danger flashed in his heart for some reason. Aside from facing older generation experts or extremely dangerous ferocious beasts, he had never felt this before. This was something that Xiaoqin had never done before against a cultivator of the same generation. This punch did not have any spiritual energy fluctuations. Behind him, one could vaguely see 10 ancient heaven dragons roaring. The force of this punch carried the might of 10 dragons. 10 dragon force. When the Tenjin Emperor's deity statue broke, Di Wuxi's expression went blank for a moment. It was this brief blankness that Xiaoqin firmly grasped. By the time Xiaoqin recovered his wits, the fist light had already arrived before him. He had nowhere to dodge and could not summon the Divine Kingdom image in time. Di Wuxi quickly formed hand seals, and a vertical eye opened on his forehead. Then, 12 small shields flew out and formed a miniature formation. The shields turned into 12 different mutated beasts of the deity race encased in divine light. This was a king-grade secret treasure that Xiaoqin personally refined. It was different from others. Xiaoqin pursued the higher grade of the secret treasure. However, he was limited by his strength, unable to bring out its full strength. The Heavenly Beast Shield was a secret treasure that Di Wuxi forged based on his own strength. It could bring out 120% of its might. Once Xiaoqin's strength improved, he would immediately add divine materials to the Heavenly Beast Shield, allowing it to keep up with his improvement. The might of this secret treasure could not compare to that of peak king-grade secret treasures. However, it was the most suitable for Di Wuxi. This secret treasure could improve as Xiaoqin's strength improved, eventually bringing out 120% of its might. Di Wuxi was confident that no matter how powerful Xiaoqin's punch was, Xiaoqin would only lose one secret treasure at most with the Heavenly Beast Shield. He would not suffer any injury. However, the force of this punch far surpassed Di Wuxi's expectations. 10 dragons roared, 50 million tons of force. The 12 Heavenly Beast Shields shattered immediately. The mutated beasts of the deity race shrieked miserably. The force of the punch did not diminish. Before Di Wuxi's shocked gaze, it pierced through his protective divine light, shattered his protective armor, and sent him crashing down. Bang! The ground cracked, and a deep pit appeared. Chunks of soil the size of small hills soared into the air. Dust flew everywhere, preventing anyone from seeing the situation below. After 3 years, Di Wuxi got knocked into the air again. Furthermore, it was the same person, the person who kicked him at the Sage Mark Monument 3 years ago. The divine son Di Wuxi got knocked into the air. Everyone was stunned, not daring to believe the scene before them. Whoosh! Just as everyone's minds went blank, a beam of divine light flew over. Tianyu Shi held the divine halberd in her hand as she charged at Xiaoqin, who had entered a weakened state after executing deities descending. Her white hair fluttered, and her holy and flawless face appeared cold and emotionless. She did not check on Di Wuxi's injuries immediately. Instead, in the time it took for a spark to fly, she attacked when Xiaoqin opened up the most. She was so calm that it made one's hair stand on end. Scarlet light filled the air. A ghostly saber light appeared beside Xiaoqin. Every strand of saber light contained a boundless will of massacre, confusing one's mind and killing everything in the world. Yichen held the long saber in his hand as his figure flashed and landed in front of Xiaoqin. A bright scarlet light gathered in his body as he hacked at the approaching Tianyu Shi. Yichen's black hair had already turned scarlet, and his eyes were scarlet. His entire being radiated an evil aura. He was like a killing god that walked out of hell as he sent out a ghostly saber light. Tianyu Shi held the divine halberd and circulated the profound deity race cultivation technique, clashing head-on with this saber. Divine light flared, and his clothes fluttered, looking holy and inviolable. This was a stark contrast to Yichen's aura. In the end, Yichen was still injured. This full-powered saber strike from Yichen could not block Tianyu Shi for long before Tianyu Shi knocked him back. Tian Yuxi's gaze turned cold as she brandished the divine halberd. Divine light fell like rain behind her. However, Xiaochen recovered his wits at this moment. He had already passed his weakest moment. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the cycle banner in the sky. Starlight shot out and blocked Tian Yuxi, who was preparing to attack Yi Qin. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, "The divine daughter is really emotionless. To think that she wants to kill brother Yi so badly. My brother's obsession with you is no stronger than the divine son's." At this moment, no one knew if Diwok was dead or alive. The 13 keepers covered the sky, not allowing anyone to approach. Xiaochen's magic energy was drained, and he no longer had any vital qi. His physical body also suffered a huge backlash. Furthermore, he had already sustained injuries from earlier. His injuries had worsened. However, when facing this aloof, pure, and unfathomable divine daughter, Tian Yuxi, Xiaochen could not help but feel relieved. When Xiaochen thought about Yi Chen's one-track mind and looked at her towering chest, he could not help but relax. No matter what, Xiaochen had knocked Diwok into the air and mocked the divine daughter. Even if he was surrounded by the heroes of the primal chaos domain and surrounded by danger, he had settled his debts of gratitude and revenge. Xiaochen had used his actions to tell the 3 holy masters and everyone in the world that he would definitely rise up in this life. No matter who it was, not even Diwok could stop him. Xiaochen would not die within half a year. He would appear at the king conferral ceremony as promised and inherit the title of Blue Dragon King. Bang! The rocks in the deep pit where Diwok landed shattered, and a figure flew out. Blood leaked out of a corner of Diwok's lips as he walked out. At this moment, Xiaochen's complexion was pale, and there were bloodstains on his skin. He had already changed into a new set of clothes. The golden light behind him was gone, and he looked like an ordinary person. As he walked in the air, he stretched out his hand and tied up his drifting white hair. Then, he revealed a faint smile. White-robed Xiaochen, descendant of the Qing Emperor. You truly live up to being a person with great luck. Even the Tenjin Emperor's world-eliminating imprint could not kill you. Furthermore, you seized the opportunity to counterattack and injure me. Diwok's calm tone made Xiaochen's heart sink. At this moment, Xiaochen's mental state no longer had the rage from earlier. Now, it was perfect and flawless. The injuries on Diwok's body were clearly very severe, but they gave Xiaochen a sense of extreme danger. Diwok's eyes were calm and tranquil. He said, "Many thanks. Your punch scattered my pride and knocked me off my divine altar. My 33 Tenjin Emperor's holy scripture also successfully broke through. Now that your luck is overwhelming, I can kill you with a flip of my hand." Xiaochen crossed his arms and smiled faintly. Ha! So, Brother D's cultivation technique is so special. You need to be kicked forcefully by others before you can truly break through. In the future, if there is a need, this Xiao does not mind kicking you a few more times. Suddenly, Xiaochen raised his eyebrows and smiled in enlightenment. That's not right. Your cultivation technique requires you to get angry first and let someone touch the divine daughter. After that, you get kicked before you can improve. The deity race's cultivation technique is truly wondrous. This time, Brother D needs the help of 2 people to advance. In the future, you can leave it to me alone. I will kick your face, and I can touch the divine daughter's chest. Xiaochen had a serious expression as he explained logically. Occasionally, he would glance at the divine daughter Tian Yuxi's chest. A huge flaw immediately appeared in Diwok's perfect mental state. He was so angry that he vomited a mouthful of blood. The rage in his eyes burned ferociously again. The divine daughter Tian Yuxi was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. Chapter 942. Xiaochen laughed heartily. Brother D, you're angry again. Looks like someone's going to kick you again. Unfortunately, I don't have time today. I'll kick you another day. Xiaochen had achieved his goal, successfully breaking Wuk's mental state. His cultivation technique probably returned to normal. Without saying anything more, Xiaochen turned around and ran with Yiqin. Kill him. He must die today. Wuk was incomparably furious. The 13 keepers behind him obeyed the order and chased after him. The outstanding heroes of the primal chaos domain, who had been watching the show for a long time, could now see how weak Xiaochen was. All of them began to think of ways to deal with him, surrounding Xiaochen. Without his magic energy, Xiaochen could not use the freedom wings. His physical body was severely injured, and he was surrounded by many experts. Just as Xiaochen was about to use the Wu clone of the Haotian Emperor, the ground beneath their feet suddenly split open, and a bottomless pit appeared. There was something strange at the bottom of the pit that quickly pulled the two down, leaving them unable to resist at all. When they were halfway down, a hand stretched out from the hole in the wall of the pit and pulled the two of them, who were caught off guard. It was Lord Zhou, who had fled a long time ago, coming back to kill them. Don't talk, follow me. Lord Zhou chuckled and quickly led the two underground in the heavenly ruin wasteland. On the ground, the crowd stared at the pitch-black, bottomless pit. They looked at each other and hesitated on whether or not they should give chase. There were many ancient remnants buried in the heavenly ruin wasteland. There were many unpredictable dangers underground. If one went down rashly and accidentally triggered a restriction, only death awaited them. Lord Zhou stopped and said to the two, "We are safe now." Yiqin turned his head back to check. Indeed, there was no danger. He smiled and said, "You scoundrel, you are really capable. I underestimated you in the past." Lord Zhou said proudly, "This Lord Zhou is not very capable above ground. However, in the underground, especially in the heavenly ruin wasteland, if a great grandmaster level martial sage dares to come, this Lord Zhou can beat them down. This Lord Zhou is the king of the underground." Rumble. While he was speaking, the cave suddenly started to shake incessantly. The rocks above Lord Zhou's head loosened, burying him in an instant. Xiaochen and Yiqin were still somewhat strong. They casually pushed aside the falling rocks. The shaking continued for a long time before it stopped. Xiaochen and Yiqin both felt that something was wrong. Lord Zhou pushed away the rocks in a sorry state. His skinny body was covered in wounds. He coughed a few times and cursed, "Damn it. Can't this Lord Zhou be cocky for a while?" Xiaochen's expression was grave. He closed his eyes and ignored Lord Zhou's complaints. Xiaochen sent his spiritual sense out in a straight line. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, "The heavenly palace is destroyed, and the formation is broken. The thing under the mountain is coming out." Lord Zhou's eyes lit up. "Come, let's go check it out. It is highly likely that there is an immortal artifact suppressed beneath the mountain. If I can obtain it and sell it, the resources I can get would be more than enough for me to cultivate up to the great grandmaster stage." Yiqin countered, "You stop dreaming. If you really managed to snatch it, there would be no need for the blue-robed emperor to make a move. A great grandmaster level martial sage would be able to kill you with one finger. This immortal artifact is not something we can even think about. If it really was an immortal artifact, it was indeed not something they could fight for. The three peak sects of the primal chaos domain would definitely send out great grandmaster level martial sages. Even the blue-robed emperor might make a move. However, Xiaochen had seen many disciples of the Heavenly Music sect and the Frost Moon Palace in the Heavenly Ruin Wasteland. However, he did not see any Muddy Sky Gate experts. Xiaochen did not know what the other party was planning. Xiaochen thought for a while before saying, "Let's go and take a look. There is no need to fight for it. Not to mention our severe injuries, even if we were at our peak, we would not stand a chance." Lord Jiu chuckled and immediately took action. He was born with a keen sense for danger. In the underground, he avoided many of the terrifying restrictions. After 9 turns, the three emerged from the twisted underground tunnel and looked in the direction of the Immortal sect remnant. The 9-colored light in the sky vanished, and the heavenly palace shattered. The magic treasures inside shattered as well. Several of the cultivators who did not manage to flee in time were severely injured. Cracks appeared on the Immortal mountain below. Resplendent spiritual light could be seen in the cracks, looking very dazzling. Bang! The Immortal mountain crumbled completely, and the world shook again. The entire heavenly ruin wasteland trembled. The three quickly jumped out of the ground. Lord Jiu said with lingering fear in his heart, "Fortunately, we came out to take a look. Otherwise, we would still be underground and buried alive." The instant the mountain crumbled, abundant spiritual energy poured down like spring rain. A cold drizzle drifted down from the sky. The raindrops were a faint golden color, made entirely of spiritual energy. Peak spirit vein. The three sucked in a deep breath and could not help exclaiming. The faint golden spiritual rain was the most obvious sign of a peak spirit vein. Looking at this spiritual rain covering close to 500 kilometers, it was hard to imagine how many peak spirit veins were hidden in the Immortal mountain. An Immortal sect magic treasure nourished by so many spirit veins was definitely an Immortal artifact. Whoosh! Strong auras flew towards the Immortal sect remnant. Several of the hidden great grandmaster level martial sages finally could not hold back and revealed themselves, waiting for the Immortal artifact to appear. Xiaoqin led the three back and landed on an extremely desolate mound, watching from afar. Whether it was an Immortal artifact or not, the shock waves caused by it would definitely spread far and wide. Right now, Xiaoqin and Yiqin were not in good states. If they got caught up in the shock waves, they would not feel good. The faint golden spiritual rain fell endlessly. Many golden dragons flew out of the destroyed mountain. These were the manifestations of the peak spirit vein's origins. These dragons already possessed spiritual energy and were as strong as Grandmaster level martial sages. Regular martial sages would not last more than 10 moves against these spirit dragons. 1, 2, 3, damn, it's already more than 50, and we still haven't seen the bottom. Lord Jiu was flabbergasted as he counted the spirit vein's origins. Peak spirit veins. The Haotian sect, which Xiaoqin was in, had accumulated only 100 peak spirit veins over the past 10,000 years. Apart from sects on the level of the three holy lands, no other sect had such a large number of supreme-grade spirit veins. Just one mountain gate suppressed so many peak spirit veins. When this sect was at its peak, there were many mountains around it. What a grand sight it must have been. However, such a great sect disappeared silently in the long river of history with the destruction of the Immortal epic. Xiaoqian's thoughts wandered. He felt very curious. The previous Immortal epic was so strong. What exactly destroyed it? At the peak of the martial epic, those legendary martial gods, whose existence was unknown, must have sensed something and disappeared from this world, not leaving behind any news at all. A total of 100 peak spirit veins. This Immortal artifact finally appeared. Lord Jiu's startled cry interrupted Xiaoqian's thoughts. Xiaoqin looked up and saw a treasure light soaring into the sky. A painting slowly unfurled. The mountains and rivers in the painting were magnificent, spanning 5,000 kilometers. From 5 kilometers away, Xiaoqin discovered that what he saw was not a painting but a world. Mountains, rivers, plains, and sand dunes entered his eyes as the painting unfurled. He could clearly see every blade of grass, every tree, every flower, and every tree. When the painting completely unfurled, the words, "Beautiful mountains and rivers," appeared on the upper right corner. This was a beautiful painting of mountains and rivers. The expected shock wave did not happen. Instead, it was extremely calm. The surroundings were quiet. The cultivators nearby did not move at all. Something's not right. Xiao Chen's expression changed. How could no one move when the treasure appeared? Instead, it was so quiet. This was extremely strange. When Xiao Chen squinted and looked carefully, his expression changed again. It was not that these people did not move. Rather, they no longer had the opportunity to move. The figures that Xiao Chen saw were not really standing in the air. Instead, at some point in time, they had all become people in the painting. The strange beautiful mountain and river painting seemed to be in harmony with the surrounding space, giving people the illusion that they were in the painting or not. Several of the people sucked into the painting were Grand Master level martial sages. Even so, they were silently sucked into the painting. Xiao Chen asked himself if he could defeat these people. However, he did not think that they would be much stronger. If he had not resisted his curiosity, he would have been sucked into the painting as well. When Xiao Chen thought of this, he could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. It already touches on the laws of space. This beautiful mountains and rivers painting is definitely an immortal equipment, Yi Qin said. Xiao Chen said after some thought, great Grand Master level existences can bring out the full might of a Peak King grade secret treasure. They should be able to fight for this ownerless item. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, beams of light quickly flew towards the beautiful mountains and rivers painting in the air. All of them were great Grand Master level existences. The primal chaos domain was where the loose cultivators of the world gathered. There were more great Grand Master level martial sages there than anywhere else. Seeing so many great Grand Master level martial sages appear, Xiao Chen did not find it strange. However, the two people who appeared after them startled him. Diwuk and Tianyu she stood on a vast divine kingdom and flew towards the beautiful mountains and rivers painting, filling the sky with light. When the two worked together and relied on the divine kingdom image, they were not at a disadvantage against a group of great Grand Master level martial sages. These great Grand Master level martial sages were at least 500 or 600 years old. Diwuk and Tianyu she of the younger generation stood out among them, shining brightly. At this moment, Diwuk's mental state recovered once more. His strength seemed to be significantly higher than before. Xiao Chen could not help frowning slightly. Diwuk's strength was unfathomable in the first place. Even if he used all his trump cards, Xiao Chen only had a 70% chance of defeating him. Now that Diwuk's strength had improved, Xiao Chen's chances of victory would be less than 50%. Yi Qin sighed and said, Xiao Chen, your opponent is extraordinarily horrifying. He probably still has many trump cards that he has not used in his fight with you. Xiao Chen knew that he had caught a gap in Diwuk's deity's descending's 10 Dragon Force Punch. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for Xiao Chen to knock Diwuk away. Old Joe, did you see the 100 peak spirit veins flying in the sky clearly? Who snatched these spirit veins in the end? Help me remember their scent and come back later. Xiao Chen did not have any thoughts about the beautiful mountains and rivers painting. However, he would take as many of these 100 peak spirit veins as he could. Now that Xiao Chen was injured, he could only ask Lord Zhou for help. After he recovered, he could snatch them back one by one. Chapter 943. Yi Qin could not help feeling stunned for a while. Xiao Chen's appetite was a little too big. Based on what he said, it sounded like he wanted to take away all 100 peak spirit veins. Don't worry. I prepared them long ago. I was just waiting for you to say that. Lord Zhou chuckled and burrowed into the ground, not surprised at all. I thought that I was ruthless enough. Xiao Chen, you are even more ruthless than me, Yi Qin sighed as he looked at the two, feeling ashamed of his inferiority. Xiao Chen smiled and said, otherwise, how do you think I obtained those 900 magic treasures? Come, let's go and recuperate first. We will do something big later. The two returned to the underground tunnel that Lord Zhou made. Xiaoqian took out 2 lunar cassia flowers from the immortal spirit ring and handed them to Yiqin. When Yiqin received the lunar cassia flowers, he was startled. Xiaoqian really had an endless supply of good stuff. He wondered where he got them. When consumed alone, the lunar cassia flowers were only as effective as a rank 9 medicinal pill. However, there was a benefit to them: they would not clash with other medicinal pills. For example, if one consumed several medicinal pills of the same grade, their effects would be greatly reduced. Sage-grade medicinal pills were no exception. If one consumed a lunar cassia flower at this moment, it would still bring out the effects of a rank 9 medicinal pill. When Xiaoqian saw that Yiqin was about to swallow both lunar cassia flowers, he quickly said, "Conserve it. 1 is enough. The remaining 1 is for you. I don't have many lunar cassia flowers left." As the two treated their injuries underground and recovered their strength, they did not know that the outside world was already in chaos. Be it the fight for the beautiful mountain and river painting or the peak spirit vein, they had already reached a miserable stage. 2 days later, Xiaoqian's injuries completely recovered. The damage from the profound river mirror, the divine kingdom image, and the backlash from 10 dragon force had all healed, leaving no hidden injuries. Yiqian's injuries were much more severe than Xiaoqian's. He had not recovered in the first place. Then, he blocked that saber strike for Xiaoqian. Even with the help of the lunar cassia flowers, he had only recovered 80%. Not wanting to disturb the other party's recovery, Xiaoqian walked out of the tunnel and made many turns before arriving at another underground tunnel. After taking a deep breath, Xiaoqian circulated his law energy and laid down a lightning barrier. Xiaoqian took out the sealed thunder origin in the universe ring. Berserk electricity immediately spewed out everywhere in the spacious passageway. Not only did the strong force fail to break the lightning barrier that Xiaoqian laid, but it even made the barrier even more stable and transparent. The thunder origin was a mutated spirit vein's origin. It contained pure lightning-attributed spiritual energy. To Xiaoqian, who cultivated lightning-attributed cultivation techniques, it was a divine treasure bestowed by the heavens, a great supplement. To Xiaoqian, it was even better. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 7th layer had a huge appetite. Qin did not know. Xiaoqian did not know how. He did it. Without thunder, Xiaoqian did not know how. Xiaoqin would have needed to cultivate. On. Chen Ti to Qin. Xiaoqian cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, had a peak rank 3 sage body, and swallowed many divine materials. Although there were no obvious changes to his physical body, Xiaoqian could feel that his physical body was undergoing a great transformation. As for what these changes were, he could only figure them out after he gathered 10 dragon force and materialized the blue dragon battle armor. However, Xiaoqian could sense that his physical body seemed to be undergoing a huge change. As for what exactly this change was, he could only figure it out after he gathered 10 dragon force and materialized the azure dragon battle armor. With these cards in his hand, he could swallow up the thunder source without worrying about the danger of his body exploding. The other cultivators did not have such conditions, so they could only devour it step by step. Xiaoqian opened his mouth and inhaled. The Purple Thunder origin turned into a bolt of electric light and surged into his body. The electric light surged around, and this process lasted for a long time. The law energy of thunder slowly merged into a circle. Xiaoqian understood that as long as it formed a circle, he would reach superior grade martial sage. Xiaoqian slowly formed a circle. He understood that as long as he formed a circle, he would advance to superior grade martial sage. His comprehension of heavenly sage laws reached a whole new level. When Xiaoqian completely absorbed the thunder origin, the vast lightning-attributed energy allowed him to smoothly break through the shackles of medial grade martial sage and advance to superior grade martial sage. The power of laws gathered into a circle, forming a circle, no longer a single straight line. Behind Xiao Qin, the power of laws surged out, forming circles of purple light wheels, a total of 1,000. It was similar to Diwok's golden halo, but it was much weaker. This was a phenomenon unique to high-grade martial artists. However, very few people could be like Diwok. At such a young age, after the power of law surged out of his body, he could still emit such an intense and dazzling light. In the past, Xiao Chen's law energy was as thick as an arm and a kilometer long. It was vast and mighty. The mysterious phenomenon it materialized was like a boundless sea of lightning, filled with a tyrannical and unblockable aura. Now that it formed a circle, it lost the tyrannical and vast aura. Instead, it gained a gentle feeling. The berserk lightning-attributed energy became docile. Xiao Chen carefully experienced the feeling of advancing to superior-grade martial sage. With a thought, the boundless spiritual energy underground was sucked into the purple lightning-attributed halo behind him. After the lightning-attributed halo circulated, the quintessence that the law energy sent to Xiao Chen was even more refined, much stronger than before. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and scattered his cultivation technique. However, the purple lightning-attributed halo behind him had not completely vanished, there was still a faint trace of it. This was because Xiao Chen's cultivation was too vast. Furthermore, he had just advanced to superior-grade martial sage, so he could not use these lightning-attributed halos as he pleased. After some time, he would be able to hide them all with a thought. Now that his cultivation had improved significantly, Xiao Chen was confident that he could defeat Grandmaster-level demonic brilliant two elders without relying on the cycle banner. After he went out and snatched all 100 peak spirit veins, he would be even more confident. Xiao Chen stood up and moved as fast as lightning, arriving at the passageway where Yi Chen was. Yi Chen's complexion was much better now, he was not far from his peak state. Superior-grade martial sage, 1,000 lightning-attributed halos. Yi Chen immediately noticed the purple lightning-attributed halo behind Xiao Chen. He could vaguely hear thunder in the blurry lightning-attributed halo. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I obtained a fortuitous encounter in the heavenly ruin wasteland and just broke through. This is really shocking. When I first entered the heavenly ruin wasteland, I felt that I had at least a 60% chance of victory against you. Now, I feel that I barely have a 50% chance." Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the cycle banner appeared in his palm. The heavenly jade pearls massacre chi poured out endlessly. "Brother Yi, you cultivate the massacre Dao. Coincidentally, I have an item that contains a boundless amount of massacre chi. At the same time, there is also death chi and ruin chi. These two are related to massacre. I can lend it to you to cultivate for a while." Yi Chen circulated his cultivation technique and absorbed some of the massacre chi. Then, his eyes lit up. Good stuff. To think that there is such a treasure in this world. If you lend it to me for a month, when I meet Yan Shisan again, my massacre Dao will definitely surpass his. You met Yan Shisan? Xiao Chen asked doubtfully. He had not heard any news of this old friend of his for a long time. According to his first senior sister, Yan Shisan had not appeared in the starry heaven's silver lake. This was a genius of the sword Dao immersed in the martial Dao. The first time they met, Yan Shisan gave Xiao Chen immense pressure. Back then, in the heavenly dew divine spring, Yan Shisan did not even care about Diwok. Half a year ago, I met him once in the heavenly starry ocean. Like me, he cultivated the massacre Dao. I wanted to swallow up his state of massacre, and he wanted to swallow up my state of massacre. Unfortunately, I lost rather miserably. I used the wool clone that father gave me to escape this calamity. Yan Shisan is the greatest enemy of my life, Yi Chen said slowly. As Yi Chen spoke, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This murderous intent did not represent hatred. Instead, it was a dense fighting spirit. It turned out that Yan Shisan had gone to the heavenly starry ocean. No wonder there was no news of him on the continent. I wonder how much he improved in the past 3 years. Oh, right, you already condensed a saber soul. How come I have never seen you use a saber before? Yichen asked as he stuck the cycle banner in the ground beside him. At first, he thought that Xiaoqin was hiding his strength on purpose. However, when he saw that Xiaoqin did not draw his saber even when facing Di Wuk, he felt suspicious. Yichen's question caused Xiaoqin to reveal a somewhat sorrowful expression. The flawless saber Dao. If one always did not have a saber, how could one be truly flawless? Even if one used one's thoughts as a saber and one's body as a saber, without the saber in one's heart, one would find it hard to reach consummation. After a long time, Xiaoqin squeezed out a smile and said softly, I lost my saber. Yichen found this strange. It looked like he had asked a question that he should not have. There should be a story between Xiaoqin and that lost saber. Just as Yichen was about to say something to console him, he heard Xiaoqin say calmly, however, one day, I will find her, no matter the price. Xiaoqin's calm tone contained an unquestionable certainty. Yichen smiled faintly and did not say anything more. The underground turned silent. Yichen started to absorb the killing qi of the heavenly jade star while Xiaoqin continued to stabilize his cultivation. After some time, rustling sounds came from the tunnel. The two opened their eyes at the same time. They knew that this was Lord Zhou's special method of moving. Boom! A hole appeared in the stone wall above them. Lord Zhou landed between the two, covered in dust. His shifty-eyed appearance had not changed at all. Hee hee. Young heroes, your injuries should be more or less healed, right? The 100 peak spirit veins will be taken by others soon. If you still do not come out, you will not even get the leftovers. Lord Zhou asked impatiently, his eyes filled with hope. This time, he was going to strike it rich again. Who took the beautiful mountain and river painting? Yichen asked the question that piqued his interest as well. Xiaoqin revealed a curious expression as he looked at Lord Zhou. The muddy sky gate's blue-robed emperor snatched it away. Originally, Di Wuk took advantage of the time when the Frost Moon Palace and the Heavenly Music Sect's blue-robed emperors were fighting each other to send out a divine sovereign clone and obtain the beautiful mountain and river painting. Unexpectedly, the muddy sky gate, which had been waiting patiently, made a move at the last moment. The blue-robed emperor descended and directly crushed the divine sovereign clone, snatching away the beautiful mountain and river painting. When Lord Zhou spoke of this matter, he sounded extremely exaggerated. The scene of the blue-robed emperors making a move even caused the sky above the Immortal sect remnant to collapse. This resulted in several spatial tears in the heavenly ruin wasteland that had not been mended. Chapter 944. Let's go. I want to see who it was that stole the peak-grade spirit vein. A smile appeared on Xiaoqian's face as he took the lead. As long as it was not Di Wuk who obtained it, it would be fine. Since the muddy sky gate obtained it, Xiaoqin could use his relationship with Qi Wuxia to observe it in the future. Xiaoqin was extremely interested in the spatial Dao contained in the beautiful mountain and river painting. Of course, the most important thing right now was the 100 peak spirit veins. Most of the roaming dragons formed by the 100 peak spirit veins in the heavenly ruin wasteland had already been subdued. However, the heat did not decrease. Not many people left. The cultivators who managed to obtain peak spirit veins by luck were very confident. They wanted to obtain a few more. Very few people were satisfied. Those who didn't manage to obtain a peak-grade spirit vein were naturally even more anxious, and they racked their brains to find a peak-grade spirit vein. Immortal artifacts had nothing to do with them, so they could not compete for them. However, the blue-robed emperor was not interested in top-grade spirit veins. Furthermore, there were many of them, so they had to compete for them. Peng, the ground exploded, and Xiaoqian's group of 3 appeared on flat ground. We're finally out. I wonder if Di Wuk and Tian Yuxi have left yet. At this moment, not only had Yichen recovered to his peak state, but his strength had also soared significantly by relying on the Sakal Banner's chi of massacre, death, and ruin. Right now, he was brimming with confidence, and he could not wait to have a great battle with Diwuk. Xiaochen also felt a sense of heroism in his heart as he said, "Old Zhou, lead the way. This time, we will kill our way there in an upright manner." Lord Zhou sniffed twice. Then, he raised his head and laughed. "Coincidentally, there are two targets 150 kilometers to the north. I remember that they seem to have obtained a peak spirit vein not long ago. Go." Without saying anything more, the three of them immediately headed north. Along the way, Lord Zhou was very excited. He had long since wanted to make a move. Unfortunately, he was not strong enough, so he could only watch. With Lord Zhou leading the way, the target had no chance of escaping. 1 hour later, the target appeared before the three of them. However, all Xiaochen could see were two corpses. The spatial rings on their hands were still there, but the peak spirit vein was nowhere to be found. Yichen frowned slightly and asked, "Who is it? How could he kill two Grandmaster-level martial sages so quickly? We chased him all the way here." Xiaochen bent down and checked the cause of death of the two corpses. There were no visible wounds on the surface. There was only a palm print on each of their chests. Their ribs were not broken, but their internal organs had all been shattered. They died in an instant. "A great Grandmaster-level martial sage made a move," Xiaochen said with a grave expression. Even among Grandmaster-level martial sages, there were differences in strength. Most Grandmaster-level martial sages only had higher cultivations than superior-grade martial sages. As for the heir of a Grandmaster-level martial sage, they only had a basic understanding of it. At the level of the demonic brilliant two elders, with the accumulation of time, 1 or 2 centuries, their understanding of the martial Tao would increase. Furthermore, Xiaochen's cultivation was incredibly deep. When he attacked, he could bring great pressure to others. He could integrate all the martial techniques he had learned and modify them to suit himself. Above that would be the level of the Haotian sect's Han Qinghe. Not only were his cultivations deep, but he had also grasped the air of a grandmaster. With a raise of his hand, he could bring out 120% of the might of any martial technique he had learned. He was known as a great grandmaster. These people could establish their own sect and leave behind their own inheritance for 1,000 years. If they had a fortuitous encounter, they could soar to the heavens in one step, becoming an influential person on the level of the blue-robed emperor. The person who killed these two people was a great grandmaster-level martial sage. Yichen analyzed. Normally speaking, the great grandmaster-level martial sages of the various sects have their own things to do. Peak spirit veins are useless to them. They can use the holy spirit veins of their sects at any time. The one who did this was probably a loose cultivator. Lord Zhou's lips twitched as he said, "Which old fellow is so shameless? For the sake of 1 or 2 peak spirit veins, he is not afraid of ruining his reputation." Great grandmaster-level martial sages were people only one step away from ascending to the heavens. If word of such action spread, it would not be good. Xiaochen stood up and said, 1 or 2 peak spirit veins are not worth him making a move. He is like us, probably trying to pocket 100 peak spirit veins. That's impossible. Aside from this Lord Zhou, who else could remember who obtained the spirit veins and the smell of these people? Lord Zhou said, unconvinced. Even a great grandmaster-level martial sage would not be able to do that. Never mind. Just continue leading the way. Let's not worry about this for now. However, we need to be prepared to clash with a great grandmaster-level martial sage. As they continued forward, Lord Zhou sniffed the air and revealed a smile on his face. He had found another target. However, this time, they were too late. All they saw was a corpse and nothing. Damn, I'm too late again. The result of the third target was the same. Someone else took away the peak spirit vein before them again. The corpses on the ground were all killed in one strike. Needless to say, there had to be a great Grandmaster level martial sage with the same target as them. Xiao Chen's expression turned cold. After thinking for a while, he unfurled the freedom wings. Xiao Chen's body became as light as the wind. Crystalline, pure white feathers drifted down from his body. Lord Zhou, point me in a direction. Even if it is a great Grandmaster level martial sage, I have to fight for it today. Xiao Chen looked in the direction Lord Zhou pointed. A scene appeared before him, then froze. Xiao Chen took a step forward, carrying Lord Zhou and Yi Chen across 50 kilometers. The space behind him scattered, forming a wondrous scene. This time, no one got ahead of them. Of the 5 targets, only one was a Grandmaster level martial sage. There was no need for Xiao Chen to make a move. Yi Chen, who had grown much stronger, fully executed his massacre saber Dao within 100 moves and killed this person, snatching away the peak spirit vein's origin. Lord Zhou smiled widely and quickly put away the spatial rings of the 5. Yi Chen handed the peak spirit vein to Xiao Chen for safekeeping. Xiao Chen spread his wings and flew away, quickly bringing the 3 away from this place. After a while, an old man in azure-colored robes landed. As he moved, he exuded an air of elegance, exuding a natural aura. If Lord Zhou were here, he would recognize this person. This azure-robed old man was Zhuang Jinghe, who was ranked 10th on the Primal Chaos Domain's Evil Cultivator ranking. His ancient Buddhist palm technique had reached perfection, reaching an unimaginable height. Zhuang Jinghe looked at the corpses on the ground and frowned slightly. However, he did not care. The heavenly ruin wasteland was chaotic in the first place. Killing for treasures was a common occurrence. More importantly, even if someone snatched away the spirit veins, it did not matter. They would end up in his hands sooner or later. Zhuang Jinghe had an incomplete secret treasure called the Armillary Sphere. As long as the spirit vein left the ground, it could sense it within 250 kilometers. Normally, this secret treasure was of little value. However, it was now very useful in the heavenly ruin wasteland. The instant the 100 peak spirit veins flew out, Zhuang Jinghe made up his mind to collect all 100 peak spirit veins. This time, the heavens are helping me. After collecting 100 peak spirit veins, I will have the capital to go to the heavenly starry ocean and establish my own sect. I will obtain great luck and become Emperor Wu's disciple. However, after that, the situation of others getting ahead of him happened. Zhuang Jinghe's face sank as he took out the Armillary Sphere and infused it with surging law energy. Most of the heavenly ruin wasteland immediately fell within the range of the Armillary Sphere. Zhuang Jinghe saw spots of spiritual light on the Armillary Sphere. Each spot represented a peak spirit vein. Zhuang Jinghe looked around and discovered 10 odd spots densely packed together in the Armillary Sphere. Soon, he understood what was going on. Haha. It turns out that there is someone else with the same idea as me. With your help, I can save a lot of time. Zhuang Jinghe laughed loudly and put away the Armillary Sphere. The battle with the blue-robed emperor had caused spatial tears to appear everywhere in the heavenly ruin wasteland. Several hidden restrictions had been activated as well. As a result, Zhuang Jinghe's efficiency dropped significantly. Naturally, it was great that he had someone to help. On the other side, Xiao Chen unfurled the freedom wings and continuously executed so close yet worlds apart. His efficiency increased significantly, and no one managed to get ahead of him. After 2 days, he had collected more than 20 top-grade spirit veins. Such a harvest made Yi Chen feel embarrassed. When he thought about his actions in the heavenly starry ocean, they were simply small skirmishes, not worth mentioning. On the 4th day, the 3 finally met with a strong enemy. After Xiao Chen tricked the demonic brilliant 2 elders and the Black Mountain 4 bandits in the heavenly palace, they actually worked together. During this time, they had also collected many peak spirit veins. Xiaoqin, you are really bold. To think that you dare to appear before us. The hemp-robed old man watched as Xiaoqin leaped through layers of space and appeared before them. Then, he stared at the freedom wings on Xiaoqin's back with a fervent gaze. The leader of the Black Mountain Four Bandits, Meng Bai, held up his heavy staff and smiled sinisterly. We are already preparing to leave the heavenly ruin wasteland. Unexpectedly, a fat sheep delivered itself to us. White-robed Xiaoqin, do you know how valuable your head is now? Even a great grandmaster-level martial sage would be tempted. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and said, Everyone, there is no need to worry about this, Xiao. Think about how to protect your own heads first. A strong wind howled, and the sound of killing came from the wind. Yi Chen's black hair turned red, and his eyes turned scarlet as well. He took a step forward and charged at the Black Mountain Four Bandits. He smiled and said, Xiaoqin, let's treat this as our unfinished battle. Let's compete and see who can end it first. Compared to the demonic brilliant two elders, the Black Mountain Four Bandits were slightly weaker. However, the difference was not too great. Yi Chen's bet was not too unfair. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and clashed with the demonic brilliant two elders. Now that he thought about it, this was his third time clashing with the two. The first time they clashed, it was just the middle-aged man, yet Xiaoqin was already tired out dealing with him. In the end, he had to use his immortal arts and magic skills as a trump card before he barely managed to escape. There was no chance of victory. The second time they clashed was in the Heavenly Palace's restrictions. Xiaoqin had used the cycle banner and clashed with the two briefly. In that battle, Xiaoqin had used external force to suppress the two, preventing them from getting up. Hence, it could not be considered a true fight. The hemp-robed old man took out his flaming fan, and a fiery cloud spread out for 5 kilometers around his head. It looked very horrifying. He said coldly to Xiaoqin, Xiaoqin, hand over the primal essence nature pill, and the two of us can spare your life and let you leave the heavenly ruin wasteland. The primal essence nature pill was a king-grade medicinal pill. Mr. Qin had spent his life's effort and failed countless times before barely managing to refine one. Chapter 945. The demonic brilliant two elders had been stuck at their current cultivation for 100 years already. They had exhausted all their potential and could only rely on external items to raise their strength. The demonic brilliant two elders had originally thought that killing Xiaoqin would be a small matter. Who knew, not only did Xiaoqin kill Mr. Qin, but he even snatched away the primal essence nature pill. The demonic brilliant two elders had offended the medicine god Valley and lost the primal essence nature pill. Their hatred for Xiaoqin could be easily imagined. The primal essence nature pill. Sorry, I already ate it, Xiaoqin said without any apology as he smiled faintly. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, What? You actually ate it? How can it be? How can you consume a king-grade medicinal pill with your accumulations? Whether I ate it or not, you will know after you receive a palm strike from me. Electric light flashed, and purple rings of electric light appeared behind Xiaoqin. The vast and surging law energy did not reveal itself. As soon as he got close to the middle-aged man, he unleashed all of his power, causing the area within 5 kilometers to be filled with a shocking rumble of thunder. It shook the fiery clouds in the sky, causing them to churn endlessly as if they would scatter at any moment. Superior grade martial sage. It looks like you really did consume the primal essence nature pill. However, you are too naive to challenge me with that. Army killing fist, breaking 1,000 armies. The middle-aged man smiled coldly, and countless heroic spirits came out of the scarlet military mark above his head. 1,000 armies roared and tore through the sky. Although the middle-aged man said that he did not care about Xiaoqin, he did not show any intention of underestimating his punch. This was one of the most tyrannical killing moves of the army killing fist. The fist and palm clashed, and a crack opened in the ground under the two. Xiaoqian took 100 steps back. With every step he took, thunder roared in the sky. You dare to be so arrogant with just this bit of ability? The hemp-robed old man in the air waved his flaming fan and sent out 100 flaming tornadoes. The tornadoes burned the sky, looking like they would swallow up Xiaoqian in an instant. I don't think I said that I used my full strength. Xiaoqian smiled faintly and spread out the might of the will of thunder. The slightly dim purple wheel of light behind him instantly became dazzling. The rings of light overlapped one another. With a thought, many lightning flood dragons roared out of the rings of light. Only when there were 100 of them did they stop, transforming from a jiao to a dragon. Xiaoqian shouted. The law energy in his body and the purple lightning talisman in his sea of consciousness drained at the fastest speed possible. The 100 lightning flood dragons grew in size, and Wang Lin had 2 horns on his head. Dragon might spread out as they roared and charged at the 100 flaming tornadoes. Bang! Bang! 2 horrifying energies clashed in the air. Chi waves surged into the sky, and lightning and fire turned chaotic. The lightning tribulation saber technique could turn a python into a flood dragon long ago. Now that his will and cultivation had improved significantly, turning a flood dragon into a dragon was only a matter of time. Amid the chaotic clumps of light, the white-robed Xiaoqian relied on his strong physical body to charge over and arrive before the hemp-robed old man. Using his body as a saber, Xiaoqian materialized the flawless saber Dao. He chopped down from the side like a saber chopping down. Electric light burst out, and a clanging saber hum soared into the clouds. The hemp-robed old man did not expect Xiaoqian to arrive so quickly. He hastily condensed a flame shield in front of him. Chi! The flame shield easily broke. Xiaoqian chopped down on the hemp-robed old man's body like a saber. The hemp-robed old man was not good at close combat. Xiaoqian took advantage of this weakness. Before the middle-aged man arrived, he materialized the flawless 4 seasons, spring saber, summer saber, and autumn saber. Just as the completed winter saber was about to chop down, a loud rumble came from behind. Xiaoqian sighed in pity. He could only give up on crippling the hemp-robed old man and turn to face the middle-aged man. Immortal art magic skill, Starry Heaven Storm. The middle-aged man stored up power and charged over ferociously. The heroic spirits in the scarlet military seal came out. Xiaoqian could not be bothered to be polite with him, so he sent out an immortal art magic skill. A black starry heaven storm swept out, sweeping away the vast army. Xiaoqian smiled coldly and executed the flawless blue dragon, subduing dragon profound slash. This move was a profound martial technique that Xiaoqian created after mastering the dragon subduing slash. It already surpassed the level of a heaven-ranked martial technique. It was not inferior to the Tenjin Emperor's world-eliminating imprint that he used to deal with Diwook. 18 blue dragons appeared, and azure saber lights that could overturn rivers and seas chopped down continuously. With one chop, blood leaked out of the middle-aged man's lips. He took 3 steps back, and cracks appeared in the scarlet military seal. Ripples spread out in the air like water, shaking the place. Second chop, third chop, fourth chop. After 18 chop, the middle-aged man's corpse did not remain, leaving only a pool of blood mist spreading in the air. The hemp-robed old man felt horrified when he saw this. He put away the flame fan and scattered the killing move that he prepared to unleash. Then, he turned and fled. Trying to leave now. It's too late. Cycle banner, set. Xiaoqian stretched out his hand, and the cycle banner shot out with boundless starlight. The banner unfurled, and the 7 stars appeared. Starlight descended and encased the hemp-robed old man. Within the starlight, the hemp-robed old man immediately felt the air turn viscous, making it hard for him to move. Xiao Chen's figure leaped up, and starlight bathed his body. Instead of slowing down, he increased his speed. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to the hemp-robed old man and shielded him. Die, then. Back then, when the demonic brilliant two elders tried to kill me, you definitely did not expect such a day to come, right? I'll leave this winter saber for you. Snowflakes drifted down and gathered into a crystalline flower. Then, the flower poked out and landed on the hemp-robed old man's forehead. A strong energy pierced through the hemp-robed old man's forehead. As the hemp-robed old man showed a horrified expression, the flower slowly melted. When it completely melted, the hemp-robed old man turned into an ice sculpture. Bang! Boundless saber chi shot out of the hemp-robed old man's body, killing him without a complete corpse. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed the hemp-robed old man's spatial ring. Then, he put away the cycle banner and slowly descended from the air. Yi Chen, who was on the ground, wiped off the blood on his saber. Four headless corpses lay beside him, blood flowing endlessly. Clearly, they had just died. Yi Chen sheathed his saber and smiled. I took advantage of you. Aside from Meng Bai, the rest of the Black Mountain Four bandits are just trash. How about we consider this a draw? That's fine. Sooner or later, I will make a trip to the heavenly starry ocean. When I retrieve my saber, I will fight with you to determine who is stronger. Xiao Chen landed on the ground and handed the spatial ring to Lord Zhou, who appeared. Lord Zhou fiddled with the spatial ring for a long time. Then, he smiled and said, these people really collected a lot of peak spirit veins, a total of 8. Including the spirit veins that we already obtained, we now have 48 peak spirit veins, close to half 100. Yi Chen smiled and said, this is a pretty good harvest. However, I don't want the peak spirit veins. I do not lack them. Even if Yi Chen did not lack them, the value of peak spirit veins was still there. By saying this, Yi Chen clearly wanted to leave them for Xiao Chen. Lord Zhou added, I don't want them either. This Lord Zhou's talent is only so-so. Even if you gave me a holy spirit vein, it would be a waste. Xiao Chen thanked the two and unfurled the freedom wings. Let's go. I believe that the mysterious great Grandmaster level martial sage already collected the remaining peak spirit veins. Since we already have such a harvest, there is no need for us to clash with him. Indeed, even if Xiao Chen and Yi Chen work together, they might not even have a 50% chance of defeating a great Grandmaster level martial sage. If they could avoid clashing with him, it would be best. Lord Zhou and Yi Chen agreed with Xiao Chen. They also felt that this was the time to leave the heavenly ruin wasteland. The scene before Xiao Chen changed continuously. Soon, the 50 kilometers of demonic flame and the entrance to the heavenly ruin wasteland entered his vision. The scene froze, and Xiao Chen took a step forward. Ha! Little friends, you helped this old man collect so many peak spirit veins. Why are you in such a rush to leave? Just as Xiao Chen's foot was about to touch the ground, a bright golden light suddenly appeared in front of him. A gigantic Buddha appeared. Zhuangzhenhe held his palms together and blocked Xiao Chen with a smile. Then, he casually threw a palm strike. The folded space slowly unfurled. This palm strike forced Xiao Chen and the other two back, who had already flown hundreds of kilometers. A great Grandmaster level martial sage. Blood leaked out of the mouths of Xiao Chen and the other two. Their hearts sank at the same time. Their expressions turned grave as they looked at Zhuangzhenhe, who gave off a Buddhist light and appeared dignified as he slowly walked over. Lord Zhou recognized this person. His voice trembled as he said, Zhuangzhenhe, ranked 10th on the Primal Chaos Domain's Evil Cultivator ranking. He had a fortuitous encounter in his early years and practiced a Buddhist palm technique. People call him the Blood Monk. There was a huge difference between the Primal Chaos Domain's Evil Cultivator ranking and the Tianwu Domain's Evil Cultivator ranking. The former gathered all the loose cultivators of the world, while the latter was just the loose cultivators of the Tianwu Domain. If the top 10 evil cultivators of the Tianwu Domain went to the Primal Chaos Domain's Evil Cultivator ranking, they would not even rank in the top 100. This was the difference. For Zhuang Jinghe to rank in the top 10 of the Primal Chaos Domain's Evil Cultivator ranking, his strength went without saying. Being able to rank in the top 10 meant that he did not have an undeserved reputation. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago. Xiaoqin had heard of and seen some Buddhist sect martial techniques. When he fought Long Fei on Dragonwood Star, the other party's Thousand Hands White Bone Dermic Incarnation was the predecessor of the Buddhist sect's 10,000 Hands Buddha. Chapter 946. The Iron Demon subduing staff of the Black Mountain Four Bandits leader, Meng Bai, was also a Buddhist sect martial technique that was extremely mighty. The history of the ancient Buddhist sects could be traced back to the Immortal epoch. However, with the destruction of the Immortal epoch, the Buddhist sects had vanished like smoke. Magic skills no longer existed, only some fragmented Buddhist sect martial techniques that had been passed down to the martial epoch. Without a complete system, it would be very difficult to gather a complete set of cultivation techniques, and movement techniques. Hence, there were very few Buddhist sect experts in the world. Most of them used them to comprehend and broaden their horizons, supplementing their own martial Tao. However, the Zhuang Jinghe before Xiaoqin seemed somewhat different. The Buddha behind him looked dignified, untainted by dust. It stood upright with a smile as if it had seen through the mundane matters of the mundane world. If not for the indistinct evil aura at the corner of Zhuang Jinghe's lips, Xiaoqin would not have been able to see through it. He would have thought that a Buddha had descended to preach the Tao and deliver all living things from suffering. Zhuang Jinghe smiled and said, "Little friends, you are all doing good. You helped this old monk collect so many peak spirit veins. Quickly hand them over to this Buddha, and it will be considered a great deed, sufficient to wash away your sins in the mundane world." Acting all mysterious. My massacre saber Tao exterminates all life. I do not believe in heaven or earth, only me. Even if there are gods and Buddhas, I will destroy them today. Yi Chen's black hair turned red, and he instantly drew his saber. In that instant, 900 scarlet saber lights howled out. These scarlet saber lights contained extremely strong killing chi, close to 100% comprehended saber intent. One saber light could kill countless martial sages. When Yi Chen swung his saber, 900 saber lights formed a huge killing formation. Aggrieved spirits roared in the formation, ghosts and deities roared. Scarlet light filled the sky as it pressed towards Zhuang Jinghe. Zhuang Jinghe smiled and said, "This Buddha tried to reason with you and gave you beneficence, but you rejected it. In that case, this Buddha can only start a massacre to wash away your sins." Buddhist light illuminates the world. Zhuang Jinghe pressed his palms together again, and the Buddha behind him chanted a Buddhist name. Then, he formed a hand seal with his left hand and pointed his right hand forward. The golden light on the Buddha's body faded and turned into a blood-red Buddha's light. The Buddha's amiable face also turned completely evil, overflowing with murderous intent. Scarlet Bodhi flowers flew out of the scarlet Buddhist light. When this Buddhist light shone on Yi Chen's killing saber formation, it started circulating intensely. 900 saber chi spun continuously, blocking the spreading Buddhist light. However, the blood-colored Bodhi flowers continued to appear and disappear endlessly. Yi Chen's killing saber formation came with a ferocious momentum, making ghosts and gods cry. However, under the boundless Buddhist light, the saber formation was slowly whittled down. In the end, it even assimilated into the Buddhist light. Xiao Chen's expression changed. He unfurled the freedom wings and carried Lord Jiao and Yi Chen back at the same time. Wherever the blood-colored Buddhist light passed, Bodhi trees grew on the ground. Under the Bodhi trees, there seemed to be Buddhas preaching, celestials playing music, and bodhisattvas standing with their palms pressed together. This should have been a scene filled with benevolence and virtue. However, what appeared in this blood-colored Buddhist light was extremely strange. Xianxia smiled faintly and took a step forward, passing through the various mysterious phenomena. Then, he landed before the three again, preventing them from leaving. The blood-colored Bodhi tree behind Xianxia suddenly shattered. Not a single blade of grass grew on the ground. There was no sign of life at all, turning into a pile of dead soil. The lifeless color startled Xiaoqin, Lord Zhou, and Lord Zhou. If this Buddhist light struck the three, they would not even know how they died. Buddha is merciful. This Buddha is virtuous. Hand over the spirit vein and follow me to the heavenly starry ocean to establish a sect. Then, this Buddha can spare you from death. Xianxia walked over with a smile. At this moment, the Buddha behind him looked as horrifying as it could be in the eyes of Xiaoqin, Lord Zhou, and Lord Zhou. Xiaoqin, what should we do? None of the top 10 of the Primal Chaos Domain's evil cultivator ranking are simple characters. This Xianxia even managed to escape from the hands of the blue-robed emperor several times, Lord Zhou said in a trembling voice. Yichen sent a voice projection, Xiaoqin, why don't you agree to him first? When we go to the heavenly starry ocean, I guarantee that this fellow will die a miserable death. No, you two go first. I can tell that something is suspicious. We will meet up outside. Before the two could deny it, Xiaoqin stepped forward and said with a smile, there is no reason for me, Xiaoqin, to take away the things that are in my, Xiaoqin's, hands. Look at you, evil Buddha. You have killed so many people, yet you still want to establish a sect. I will destroy this Buddha image of yours. Then, Xiaoqin opened his forehead and unleashed the will of thunder. The purple talisman gave off a divine light as it charged at the Buddha image behind Xianxia like lightning. When Xianxia heard the words, Xiaoqin, he said in understanding, so, you are Xiaoqin. You have been in the limelight recently. However, with just a measly 40% comprehended will of thunder, you dare to break my dharmic incarnation? You underestimate this Buddha too much. When Xianxia threw a palm strike, he split his attention into two tasks at the same time. The Buddha image behind him sent out two palm imprints at the departing Yichen and Lord Zhou. A palm imprint clashed with the purple lightning talisman flying over. Xianxia clenched his fist, and a scarlet Buddhist light appeared as if he wanted to crush the talisman. However, contrary to Xianxia's expectations, the talisman gave off an immortal divine light. No matter how much force he used, there was always a clump of light that would not be extinguished. Break! Xiaoqin shouted, and the talisman broke the palm imprint. Then, it flew towards the Buddha image behind him like a meteor and entered the Buddha's gaping mouth. Horrifying lightning exploded in the Buddha's mouth, and the Buddha image's head immediately exploded. Scarlet light filled the air. After the Buddha image landed, a scarlet Bodhi tree sprouted, instantly sweeping away all the life force in the surroundings. The area within 5 kilometers immediately turned into a land of death. Not a single blade of grass grew, and withered trees piled up. Xianxia revealed a pained expression. The Buddha image that attacked Yichen and Lord Zhou broke on its own, and the two took advantage of the opportunity to flee. This old man will eat you alive. The headless Buddha image gave off a scarlet light, and its head slowly grew once more. Xianxia was thoroughly enraged. He stomped the ground, and the sky and earth shook. Even space trembled. Buddha moves mountains and rivers. Xianxia leaped up and threw a palm strike at Xiaoqin. This palm strike was boundlessly tyrannical and extremely ferocious, sweeping through everything in its path. When the gigantic palm landed, it enveloped the area, stirring up mountains and rivers, moving mountains and draining seas. Great Grandmaster level martial sage, this was the strength of a great Grandmaster level martial sage. One palm strike could shake mountains and rivers. The will of thunder returned to Xiao Chen's body. Then, he entered deep thought. If it were the complete Buddha image, he would not be able to block this palm strike. However, the Buddha image is already broken. If I use 10 dragon force, it should be enough to block this strike. Myriad heaven divine fished, tenfold combat prowess, deities descending. 10 indistinct ancient heaven dragons appeared behind Xiao Qin. Divine light entered his body, and 10 dragon force merged into one. When he punched, the 10 dragons roared ferociously. The instant the fist and palm collided, the ground within a radius of 10 li cracked open. Countless rocks and soil the size of hills shot into the sky, covering the sun and the sky. Everyone in the entire heavenly ruin wasteland felt this berserk energy. No matter where they were, they all looked over. A Buddhist dharmic incarnation. This is the bloody monk, Zhuangzhenghe. Why is this old fellow still here? Didn't he leave after losing the fight for the beautiful mountain and river painting? Who is he fighting? Is it also a great Grandmaster level martial sage? That's not right. 10 dragon roars. This seems to be white-robed Xiao Chen's killing move. Back then, he used this move to send Diwok flying in front of everyone. The cultivators remaining in the heavenly ruin wasteland could not help but become excited. The people of the Frost Moon Palace and the heavenly music sect were looking for him everywhere. Unexpectedly, he fought with a great Grandmaster level martial sage. The clash between 10 dragon force and the Buddha moves mountains and river caused the ground to crumble. The destructive power was even greater than the battle between Xiao Qin and Diwok. This was because both of their moves were wide open and extremely violent. Not only did Zhuangzhenghe fail to kill Xiao Qin with a palm strike, but Xiao Qin even blocked it. Zhuangzhenghe was very surprised. The Buddha head behind him was still slowly recovering. This was Zhuangzhenghe's dharmic incarnation, a Buddhist cultivation technique he cultivated. He used his will to form this dharmic incarnation. Injuring the dharmic incarnation was equivalent to injuring his foundation. Due to his carelessness, Xiao Qin injured the source of his will. How could Zhuangzhenghe not be angry? Zhuangzhenghe roared furiously. His roar reverberated endlessly in the scarlet Buddhist light. It was like the roar of a Buddhist guardian deity, supported by Buddhist music. Rings of scarlet Buddhist light behind the great Buddha amplified this roar continuously. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, and so on. This roar spread throughout half of the heavenly ruin wasteland. Several cultivators rushing over to watch the battle from afar were shaken and fell from the sky, severely injured. The sea of bitterness is boundless, repent, and the shore is at hand. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. This roar was supported by thousands of layers of Buddhist light, forming 2 lines of the 8-word proverb. It was a sound wave attack as well as a mental enticement and trap. This was an extremely profound Buddhist sect secret technique. Those with weak cultivations would directly give up on resisting, allowing the Buddhist music to strike and shatter them into dust. Even if they were destroyed, they would still feel gratitude. The sayings of the Buddhist sects were originally very wise and kind. However, Zhuangzhenghe's roar was filled with killing qi, making these words sound like demonic music. Before the Buddhist music arrived, all sorts of illusions appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. These were all the suffering he had suffered along the way. These illusions made Xiao Chen empathize with them, making him experience all sorts of suffering again. However, Xiao Chen's heart was tough. His mental state had already reached a perfect and flawless state. He had already experienced all sorts of suffering. What was the point of experiencing it again? Before reaching the peak, there was no turning back. As long as there were thieves and evildoers, the butcher's knife would not stop. Xiao Chen's eyes turned clear as he silently executed the dragon tone art. Auspicious clouds covered the surrounding 5 kilometers. The blue dragon king peeked its head out. As Xiaochen roared, it clashed with Zhuangxinghe's scarlet Buddhist music. The two were separated by 5 kilometers. The battlefield was vast and boundless. As the sounds clashed, heaven and earth trembled. The huge pieces of soil floating in the air shattered into dust. Several cultivators who heard the commotion stood on a distant mound and watched, not daring to get close. When they saw that it really was Xiaochen fighting with Zhuangxinghe, they were flabbergasted. It really is Xiaochen. Based on the situation, he exchanged at least 2 moves with Zhuangxinghe. 2 moves. Zhuangxinghe is a famous loose cultivator. To think that he could not smash Xiaochen to death with 1 palm strike. Xiaochen's dragon tone art is becoming increasingly horrifying. Zhuangxinghe's Buddhist music once killed more than 100 martial sages in one breath, crippling a rank 8 sect. Chapter 947. However, Xiaochen is definitely not a match for Zhuangxinghe. The Heavenly Music sect and the Frost Moon Palace both issued orders to kill Xiaochen. Diwuk also promised many benefits. He will definitely flee to the outside of the Heavenly Ruin. If we stand guard at the exit, we might be able to take advantage of him. After the shock, this group of people immediately started thinking. For Xiaochen to be able to block 2 of Zhuangxinghe's moves head-on was already very incredible. However, defeating Zhuangxinghe would be impossible. At that time, Xiaochen would definitely have to leave the Heavenly Ruin wasteland after getting injured. This was a good opportunity to wait for him. Immediately, several people left quietly, preparing to call their friends over to kill Xiaochen. Several people from the Frost Moon Palace and the Heavenly Music sect quickly left to report the news of Xiaochen's appearance. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen managed to block the Buddhist scripture. Zhuangxinghe's expression turned completely sullen. He shouted a war cry and prepared to execute his killing move again. Who knew, not only did Xiaochen not take advantage of the moment he blocked the Buddhist scripture to flee, but he even made the first move. A blazing sun illuminated the sky. An ancient Yang character descended from the sky, looking as dazzling as the sun and carrying boundless solar true flame. Then, it landed on the huge Buddha behind Zhuangxinghe. Immediately, the flame blazed fiercely. The huge Buddha head that just grew out let out a pained wail. The dignified Dharmic incarnation instantly shattered. Xiaochen immediately felt the pressure from Zhuangxinghe's aura vanish. His heart skipped a beat. It looked like he had guessed correctly. Most of the other party's strength came from this Dharmic incarnation. As long as Xiaochen attacked the Dharmic incarnation, he would be able to injure it, preventing it from paying attention to him. Unfortunately, Xiaochen's magic energy was insufficient. Otherwise, his Great Sun incantation could refine this evil Buddha's Dharmic incarnation without a problem. Right now, his Great Sun incantation could only cause the other party some trouble. Moving his hands, Xiaochen did not hesitate to send out a starry heaven storm. He moved 9 stars in one breath and pushed them together, forming an extremely intense black storm. After that, without waiting to see what the result was, Xiaochen unfurled the freedom wings and activated the magic skill, so close yet worlds apart. With one step, he crossed hundreds of kilometers and arrived before the Heavenly Ruin wasteland. Looking at the 50 kilometers of demonic flame before him, Xiaochen heaved a sigh of relief. It looked like Zhuangxinghe was indeed in some trouble. Otherwise, he would not have had the chance to execute this magic skill. Xiaochen took a large step forward and fearlessly walked into the 50 kilometers of demonic flames. If he had not taken care of Xing Qingyun before coming, he would not have had to worry too much about these surging demonic flames. Now that his strength had soared and he had nothing to worry about, he naturally didn't have to wait for a special time to enter and exit freely. Inside the 50 kilometers of demonic flame, Xiaochen recovered his magic energy as he thought about the earlier battle with Zhuangxinghe. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. If he stayed for another 10 moves, he would definitely die. There was still an insurmountable gap between him and this kind of great grandmaster. It would be difficult for him to contend against him in a short period of time. Now that Xiaochen thought about it, back then, when Diwuk and Tian Yushi worked together, they could contend against great grandmaster martial sages. It looked like Xiaochen had gotten lucky when he sent Diwuk flying with one punch. Xiaochen could summon out the image of the divine kingdom at any time. Actually, he was undefeatable. The images of Yao Chen's profound river mirror and Diwuk's divine kingdom, two emperor-grade secret treasures, put Xiaochen in a sorry state. If Xiaochen could summon out the image of an emperor-grade secret treasure, he would not be so passive. Xiaochen's thoughts wandered, and he could not help thinking about the blue dragon palace sealed by the space-time formation in the savage battlefield. However, Xiaochen only thought about it. Back then, the old man from the Blue Dragon Palace's item spirit had said that before he advanced to Martial Emperor, he could forget about entering the second floor. Without Ao Jiao's help, Xiaochen would not be able to enter the space-time formation that even Emperor Wu could block. By the time Xiaochen recovered most of his magic energy, the entrance to the heavenly ruin wasteland was already before him. Without hesitation, Xiaochen took a large stride forward. Xiaochen had nearly 50 peak spirit veins on him, and a great grandmaster martial sage was eyeing him. How could he dare to remain in the heavenly ruin wasteland? The moment Xiaochen stepped out, before he could even take a breath of fresh air, he was shocked by the formation outside. A group of cultivators in the sky and on the ground guarded the exit of the heavenly ruin wasteland with surging killing chi. A rough count gave at least 100 people. From ordinary martial sages to grandmaster-level martial sages, Xiaochen checked with his spiritual sense and saw many martial sages rushing over. Fortunately, there were no great grandmaster-level martial sages here. There were also not many experts from the Heavenly Music Sect and the Frost Moon Palace. They probably just received the news and had not rushed over yet. The instant Xiaochen appeared, he felt a boundless killing intent lock onto him. However, no one dared to make the first move. He was injured by Zhuang Zhenghe and is now severely injured. He is just a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Everyone, don't be afraid. Attack together, someone shouted. Xiaochen frowned. He immediately figured out the reason. News of his fight with Zhuang Zhenghe must have spread. This group of people must be here to take advantage of him. However, they had seen Xiaochen's strength. First, he knocked away Diwuk. Then, he exchanged a few moves with Zhuang Zhenghe. Hence, they did not dare to act rashly. Xiaochen could not let them work together. Otherwise, with so many martial sages, they could exhaust him to death. He had to shock them with one move. After making up his mind, right after the person who spoke, Xiaochen's white robes fluttered, an electric light flashed under his feet. Xiaochen instantly executed his strongest killing move, flawless blue dragon subduing dragon profound slash. The blue dragon spiraled out, roaring endlessly. The sound of sabers rang out endlessly. 18 azure saber lights soared into the sky. Each saber light was 500 kilometers long, containing the power to slay dragons. They looked unparalleled and sharp. The appearance of the first saber light caused a boundless saber hum to resound in the surroundings. Chop! 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 With 3 saber strikes, this person's secret treasure, protective quintessence, and treasure armor all shattered. By the time the 18th saber strike landed, not even a mist of blood remained in the air. The surroundings were shocked, no one made a sound. Xiaochen chopped down a grandmaster-level martial sage just like that. He did not even have a chance to resist. The shock waves of the saber light spread out, and a gap appeared in the densely packed encirclement. No one dared to step forward and patch up the gap. Xiaochen did not say a word. He looked coldly at this group of people and calmly walked out. First, he knocked away Diwuk with one punch. Then, he exchanged a few moves with Zhuang Jinghe before leaving easily. White-robed Xiao Qin has truly matured. It will be difficult for the lands of the three holy masters to kill others with a borrowed knife. The king conferral ceremony half a year from now will definitely be very lively. I wonder what the three holy masters will think. What will the major factions that Xiao Qin slapped their faces say? After a long time, soft sighs could be heard from the crowd. A ferocious roar came from the exit of the heavenly ruin wasteland, reverberating in all directions. The bloody monk is coming out. A scarlet Buddhist light and a ferocious Buddhist chant. Everyone was very familiar with this aura, so they quickly scattered. A scarlet light flashed, and Zhuang Jinghe walked out with a sullen expression. When he looked around and saw that the surroundings were filled with people, the rage in his heart ignited. He said angrily, "Scram! Bunch of trash! Are you all waiting to see this old man make a fool of himself? If you still don't scram, this Buddha will swallow you all up." With Zhuang Jinghe's rage, the group of primal chaos domain cultivators preparing to ambush Xiao Qin did not dare to remain. They all scattered. Based on Zhuang Jinghe's temper, it was hard not to guess that he had suffered greatly at the hands of Xiao Qin. Otherwise, given his status, there was no need for him to lose his composure. With a flip of his hand, Zhuang Jinghe took out the armillary sphere. Disappointment flashed in his eyes as he said, "Bastard." He ran so far away in one go. To think that he exceeded the distance and could no longer sense it. 50 peak spirit veins flew away just like that. I will settle this debt later. A palace slowly flew over in the sky. The Frost Moon Palace's Shao Qinghan and the heavenly music sect Xia Dongyang stood side by side. As they watched the disgruntled Zhuang Jinghe leave, their expressions turned grave. "Dongyang, how many moves can you last against Zhuang Jinghe?" Xia Dongyang replied sullenly, "After using all my trump cards, I can last 3 moves. However, I will also be half dead. I probably won't be able to fight for half a month." Shao Qinghan sighed, the white-robed King Xiao Qin has truly matured. Now that he is gone, it will be difficult to kill him in the future. If he succeeds in being conferred king, no one will be able to stop his rise. Don't worry. Diwuk will not let him succeed in being conferred king. Ha! That's true. This time, he really drove Diwuk into a corner. The king conferral ceremony half a year from now will probably be very lively. Indeed, it will be very lively. However, I wonder who will be the main character in that excitement. After Xiao Qin left the heavenly ruin wasteland, he unfurled the freedom wings and activated the magic skill, so close yet worlds apart. After he landed in a forest, he started to wait. Half a day later, the ground rumbled, and 2 figures leaped out. The people Xiao Qin was waiting for had finally arrived. Naturally, these 2 were Lord Jiu and Yi Qin. Lord Jiu laughed loudly and said, "To think that you really managed to escape from Zhuang Jinghe's hands. If this news spreads, it will be even more shocking than when you sent Diwuk flying." Xiao Qin smiled faintly and said, "I was lucky. I just gambled correctly. What are the 2 of you planning to do after this?" After coming to the Kunlun continent, I already met the 2 people I wanted to meet the most. The difference is very clear. I am too ashamed to remain here. When I return to the heavenly starry ocean, I will train properly and see if I can find Yan Shursan again, Yi Qin said casually with a faint smile. Yi Qin smiled faintly as he spoke casually. The 2 people he spoke of were clearly Diwuk and Xiao Qin. Before Xiao Qin came, he had set his sights high. He thought that these 2 people only had an undeserved reputation. Now, he no longer dared to think that way. As for Yan Shursan, Xiao Qin had gained a lot from the cycle banner's chi of massacre, death, and ruin. Now, he was confident of fighting Yan Shursan again. Lord Jiu chuckled and said, "What is there to be embarrassed about? After you return to the heavenly starry ocean, I guarantee that your reputation will soar. The divine daughter's chest is not something that just anyone would dare to touch. Ha ha ha. Hearing Lord Jiu mention this, Xiaochen could not help laughing. Yichen coughed awkwardly and performed a cupped fist salute. I'll take my leave first. We will meet again in the future. I wish Brother Xiao success in being conferred king in advance. I will prepare some small gifts for you. We will meet again in the future. After sending off Yichen, Xiaochen looked at the shifty-eyed Lord Jiu and asked, Lord Jiu, what are your plans? Hee. This Lord Jiu struck it rich this time. Naturally, I have to deal with the resources on hand first. Goodbye. If there is an opportunity in the future, let's work together again. Chapter 948. After watching Lord Jiu leave, Xiaochen sighed to himself, how unfortunate. After he was conferred king, he would have his own territory. At that time, he would definitely need manpower. Without a doubt, Lord Jiu was a talent. Lord Jiu had an understanding of all sorts of treasures, a miraculous skill at digging holes, and an ability to sense all sorts of restrictions. Unfortunately, after parting here, they might never meet again. Whoosh! Whoosh! A strong wind blew, and Lord Jiu rushed back in a rush. He smiled awkwardly and said, speaking of which, young Master Xiao, do you have any connections? It is not easy to sell these things. The spatial rings in Lord Jiu's hands were all black goods. If there were few of them, it would not have mattered. He could just find an auction house and throw them away. However, there were also many collections of Grandmaster-level martial sages. When added together, the number would be somewhat horrifying. It would be hard for Grandmaster-level martial sages to have some power behind them. If Lord Jiu really investigated them, it would be questionable whether he could sell them or not. Of course, there were also specialized black markets to deal with these black goods. However, the prices would be extremely low. Naturally, Lord Jiu would not agree. Xiaochen thought for a while. He should be able to use Ying Qiong's connections in the flourishing Heaven Pavilion. To her, this would be a small matter. I have some connections. I can guarantee that I will not make a loss. Lord Jiu smiled and said, in that case, good. Let's travel together for now. After all, I am just an idle person. I am not in a rush. The Haotian sect was very far from the primal chaos domain. However, with the transportation formation and Xiaochen's freedom wings, it did not take long for them to travel. 7 days later, the majestic silhouette of Haotian City appeared before Xiaochen and Lord Jiu. Xiaochen took out a medallion and handed it to Lord Jiu, telling him to head to the independent mountain that the Haotian sect had given him outside the city. Xiaochen had something to discuss with First Elder Han Qinghe as soon as possible to figure out the truth behind the king conferral ceremony. Along the way, gazes fell on him from time to time, followed by whispers. Xiaochen was no stranger to these things. His reputation was almost on par with Di Wux, and in half a year's time, he would be titled Blue Dragon King. Now, he treated these inner and outer disciples of the Haotian sect the same way he treated his senior sister Shui Lingling when he came out of Kunlun. After checking his token, under the respectful gazes of the city gate disciples, Xiaochen entered the city. Suddenly, Xiaochen saw a young disciple wearing only underwear on the streets of the city. This disciple covered his face as he rushed past him, startling him. Did the disciples of the Haotian sect become so bold and unrestrained after a period of absence? Someone's in trouble again. It's really not easy to accept this top inner disciple mission. How many has it been? It's almost 100. I really don't know how such a monstrous person managed to keep the Haotian sect occupied. I heard that the elders of the mission office are considering raising the rank of the mission to a higher level so that the true inheritors can take it. That can't be. Are the true inheritors going to deal with someone who barely reached half-sage? There's no helping it. The person who just ran out is already in the top 10 of the inner disciples. The surrounding discussions entered Xiao Chen's ears. Suddenly, he had a premonition. He turned to the person beside him and said, "Junior brother, can you tell me what happened earlier in detail?" That person did not seem to recognize Xiao Chen. He smiled and said, "Judging from senior brother's appearance, you should not be in the sect for some time. I went out 2 months ago." That disciple came to a realization. No wonder. It happened a month ago, but now, everyone in the inner disciples knows about it. A month ago, a fatso showed up outside the sect. He said that he was senior brother Xiao Chen's friend from the lower realm. He came to collect his debt after being tricked by Xiao Chen. His tone was ridiculously arrogant, demanding for our sect master to meet him. Xiao Chen's lips twitched. There was no doubt about it. The person who came was indeed that fatso, Kim Tae-ho. Think about it. How could the sect master possibly meet him? He had no proof, and the elders could not be bothered to meet him. He wandered around the city gates a few times, and for some reason, he got into an argument with the sect disciples. Then, he attacked. That disciple was too embarrassed to continue. However, Xiao Chen asked, "What happened after that?" "Let's not talk about it. That fatso is very sinister. He lured a few disciples out of the sect. Our sect's disciples were not strong enough. They all returned in their underwear, robbed until nothing was left. They did not mention anything about what happened." Xiao Chen could guess what happened after that. With Kim Tae-ho's actions, he would definitely be included in the Haotian sect's list of targets to be captured. However, based on the current situation, it seemed like Kim Tae-ho had gotten addicted to robbing people, returning to his old trade in the Sky Dome realm. I have to find him. Right now, this mess is not big and can be covered up. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen immediately turned around and flew out. Kim Tae-ho's sudden appearance forced Xiao Chen to temporarily stop thinking about meeting Elder Han. Back in the Sky Dome realm, Xiao Chen had tossed an astral coin to Xiao Chen, saying that it could buy a supreme treasure of a rank 8 sect. The scam incident that Fatty was talking about was definitely referring to this. Xiao Chen originally thought that Kim Tae-ho would not be able to go to the Kunlun realm and that this matter would not be exposed. Unexpectedly, not only did Kim Tae-ho go to the Kunlun realm, but he even came to the Haotian sect and caused so much trouble for Xiao Chen. Wherever Fatso went, he would not let others rest easy. He was as flirtatious as ever. It was not difficult to find Kim Tae-ho. Occasionally, this fellow would reveal himself to attract some inner sect disciples. Seeing Xiao Chen's swollen figure and the air of a rich landlord, there would always be some inner sect disciples who did not believe in him. They felt that they could capture this fatso and complete the mission to obtain the reward. However, Xiao Chen still found this somewhat strange. The quality of the inner sect disciples of the Haotian sect was several times higher than when Xiao Chen first arrived. As for true inheritors, they were even more incredible. The threshold was incredibly high. The first requirement was to be a martial sage. Even so, the number of true inheritors continued to increase. Now that Fatso had come from the Sky Dome realm, Xiao Chen estimated that he was at most a half-sage. How come none of the inner sect disciples could capture him? The difference between the half-sages of the Kunlun realm and the half-sages of the Sky Dome realm was huge. There should not be any problems with killing Fatso easily. After walking around the city and asking around, Xiao Chen found some clues. The moment Kim Tae-ho appeared in a small town in the west of the city, 4 of the top 10 inner sect disciples rushed over together, swearing to capture this perverted demon. The busybody already started a bet on whether these 4 would return in their underwear or not. Xiao Chen smiled helplessly. This fatso was really going overboard. If Xiao Chen had not rushed back in time, the true inheritors or the sect master would have made a move. At that time, there would have been no way to resolve the situation. After arriving at the small town 50 kilometers west of the city, Xiaochen extended out his spiritual sense. The surrounding 50 kilometers instantly entered his mind. Many faces quickly flashed in his mind. He is really cautious. After traveling 50 kilometers, Xiaochen did not see Kim Taeho's figure. Then, he leaped into the air and flew another 50 kilometers before continuing his search. He did this 4 times until he was 200 kilometers away. However, Xiaochen still did not find Fatso's figure. Strange. After I received the news, I took action. Given Kim Taeho's strength, 250 kilometers should be his limit. Xiaochen started thinking. He felt that he had missed something. After a while, inspiration flashed in his mind, and he thought of something. The disciples who were stripped down to their underwear would always appear in the inner city at the first moment, covering their faces and fleeing. If Fatso had committed the crime from a few hundred kilometers away, these people would first appear in a small town nearby and not in Haotian City. Fatso is really bold. After figuring this out, Xiaochen immediately turned back. When he was near the east gate of Haotian City, he extended his spiritual sense far away and saw Kim Taeho's figure in a mountain range 5 kilometers away. Xiaochen could not help but admire Kim Taeho's courage. He actually chose to commit the crime in a place so close to Haotian City. Not many people would have thought of this. The disciples who were stripped down to their underwear would definitely be too embarrassed to speak about their experiences. Kim Taeho was indeed outstanding for being able to roam freely under the Haotian sect for such a long time. In the scene captured by Xiaochen's spiritual sense, he saw 4 inner disciples lying on the ground in shame after being beaten up by Kim Taeho. They were only wearing their underwear. Hee hee. Thank you, seniors. Feel free to exchange pointers with me at any time. Bring more spirit stones and astral coins. There is no need to bring these broken secret treasures. How embarrassing. This fat lord feels ashamed for you all. Kim Taeho chuckled as he leaned on the coffin board at the side and fanned himself with a golden folding fan. Xiaochen's entire body shone with jewels. The rings on his hands, the shoes on his feet, the jade pendant on his neck, and the luxurious clothes he wore were actually a complete set of peak sage-grade secret treasures. The 4 got up and left in sorry states. Since Fatso let them in, how could they dare to remain? How poor. The inner disciples of the Haotian sect are not very wealthy. This fat lord has not even seen a king-grade secret treasure. Kim Taeho sighed as he tidied up the spatial rings of the 4. His chubby face filled with melancholy. Hoo-chee. Just at this moment, the space in front of Xiaochen suddenly turned hazy and folded. A blurry figure approached from afar, slowly becoming clearer. You are seeking death. You even dare to sneak attack this fat lord. I will slap you to death with this. Fatso's expression turned grave. Then, he moved his hands and feet nimbly, unlike his bloated figure. He picked up the coffin board at the side and ferociously swung it. Under the fatty's control, the golden coffin lid shone with a dazzling brilliance, dazzling to the eyes. When Xiaochen swung it, the world rumbled. How did it look like a coffin board? It clearly looked like a mountain peak in his hand. Paw! Unexpectedly, the coffin board, which had worked every time, was blocked by someone without budging at all. This greatly startled Fatso. He quickly retracted the coffin board and tossed it to his feet, preparing to flee on it. Xiaochen swung his somewhat sore arm. He finally understood why the inner sect disciples could not do anything to Fatso. If Xiaochen had not used his vital qi as he pleased, he would have achieved 1 dragon force. If he had been careless, Kim Taeho's coffin board would have slammed him back 50 kilometers. Seeing Dabao riding the coffin board, the space in front of him also folded. Xiaochen quickly called out, "Brother Dabao, stop. Chapter 949. Hearing a familiar voice, Kim Tae-ho, who was preparing to ride on his coffin board, immediately turned around. He saw that the person was indeed Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin carried the coffin board on his shoulder and said with a smile, "Brother Xiao, oh, Brother Xiao, this fat lord has really been tricked by you this time. Now, I have to rely on robbing others for a living. My days are worse than death. Even my waistline has gotten thinner. Worse than death. That person you plucked until he was only left with his underwear would probably die from anger if he heard this." As for his waistline, Xiaoqin could not see any changes. However, he felt guilty in his heart. At this moment, he could not get angry at Fatso. He smiled and said, "I was wrong in this matter. Come, let's go to my mountain. I will do my best as a host and take good care of you. Hurry up. This fat lord has been living in the deep mountains and forests for the past month. I don't even know how many mosquitoes I fed. Let's go." Kim Tae-ho did not stand on ceremony at all, urging Xiaoqin to leave quickly. "Your title is not very useful. This fat lord said that I was an old acquaintance of yours, but no one paid any attention to me. Finally, a female disciple summoned me, and I, this fat lord, said a few words and was chased out." Kim Tae-ho complained, feeling very upset as he carried the coffin board. Xiaoqin looked at Kim Tae-ho's get-up. He was covered in jewels and treasures, looking very vulgar. Furthermore, he was carrying a coffin board. It would be strange if anyone believed him. However, Xiaoqin was very curious about who received this fat lord. With this fat lord's appearance, it was hard to imagine a female disciple receiving him. "What did you say? Someone chased you out?" Kim Tae-ho said, feeling wronged. "This fat lord is filled with righteousness. My heart is as clear as the moon. What could I say?" That person introduced herself as Shui Lingling. "I casually said that this girl is really pretty, with white skin and tender flesh. Just squeezing her would make her look like water. Tell me, was this fat lord wronged? Before I finished praising her, she chased me out with a palm strike." The looks in the eyes of the male disciples in the hall, just thinking about it makes me scared. Xiaoqin is speechless and speechless. Shui Lingling has accumulated her prestige in the Haotian sect for more than 10 years. She is like a legendary fairy. It could be described as a miracle that Fatso could walk out alive after saying these words. "Why aren't you saying anything? Haven't I been wronged enough? What can I say? It's good enough that you're able to walk out alive." Xiaoqin said helplessly, "Injustice, it really is injustice." On the way down the mountain, Fatso poured out his grievances. Thousands of words converged into one sentence, which was that he had been tricked by Xiaoqin. After coming to the Kunlun realm, life was worse than death. He had all sorts of bad luck. Even when he went to plunder, all he met were poor people. Xiaoqin suddenly said, "How about I send you back now?" Fatso fanned himself with his folding fan and smiled embarrassedly. Let's talk about it later. That, thinking about it, suffering a little is nothing. At the very least, this fat lord's waistline has shrunk." Indeed, Xiaoqin smiled to himself. He knew that Kim Tae-ho was like this. The two chatted along the way. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Xiaoqin frowned slightly and stopped. There was something wrong with the atmosphere nearby. Kim Tae-ho noticed it as well. He quietly lowered the coffin lid on his shoulder and cautiously looked around. "Damn you, Fatso. I finally caught you. Let's see where you can run to this time." Whoosh! 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 5 or 6 people leaped down from all directions and surrounded Xiaoqin and Kim Tae-ho. All of them had strong auras and the golden identity medallions at their waists signifying that they were true inheritors. The weakest of these people was an inferior grade martial sage. The leader was a peak martial sage. Xiaochen raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. The person who spoke was actually an old friend. When Xiaochen first entered the Haoyan sect, this was the lower realm genius who had mocked him several times, Gue Wu. After not seeing Gue Wu for a few years, Gue Wu had become a true inheritor as well. His cultivation had also reached medial grade martial sage. In this great age, he could barely be considered a third-rate genius. I have already captured this person. Junior brothers, please return, Xiaochen said casually. Xiaochen asked casually. Given Xiaochen's current status and strength, he did not care about Gue Wu at all. Clearly, Gue Wu had not expected to run into Xiaochen here. His body trembled imperceptibly for a moment. However, Gue Wu immediately thought of something and plucked up his courage. He said, "Senior brother Xiao, forgive me for not being able to comply. This person is the target of the elders' assembly. Please return him to us. Don't make things difficult for us." Xiaochen's face sank. He had already given Gue Wu a lot of face with his words, yet the other party was still not tactful. Gue Wu had been observing Xiaochen's expression. When he saw Xiaochen's face sink, his heart started thumping heavily for no apparent reason. For no reason at all, his heart started to pound, as if it was going to jump out of his chest at any moment. A few years ago, that white-robed bladesman's cultivation had been weaker than his. Unexpectedly, he had grown to such a level now. Xiaochen said in a cold voice, "I will not repeat myself. Junior brother Gue, please move aside." When the fatty lord saw this, he felt a strange warmth in his heart. The resentment in his chest lessened significantly. Xiaochen's words put immense pressure on Gue Wu. However, when he thought of a certain person's promise, he steeled his heart and stepped forward. "Xiaochen, don't think that you can do whatever you want in the Haoyan sect. I'll tell you the truth. This is an order from the ancient race genius, Ren Kongjue, young master Ren. Ren Kongjue is an absolute genius comparable to Di Wuk. Today, you have to hand him over whether you want to or not. Otherwise, if you offend young Master Ren, you can forget about holding your king conferral ceremony." Xiaochen had never heard of Ren Kongjue before. He should be like Lan Xiaobai, an ancient race genius who recently rose up in the starry heaven's silver lake. However, even if Di Wuk stood before him, Xiaochen could not be bothered with him. Furthermore, it was someone comparable to Di Wuk. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, "Junior brother Gue, after not seeing each other for a few years, you have forgotten this Xiaochen's temper. Back then, when the peak inner sect disciples worked together to suppress me, did you ever see me, Xiaochen, lower my head? Today, you want me to lower my head just because you mention an ancient race genius? You are really becoming more and more naive." Before Gue Wu could reply, Xiaochen threw a palm strike, and 1,000 purple electric light wheels appeared behind him. Xiaochen's casual palm strike carried the boundless might of thunder. The sky rumbled, filled with the sound of thunder. Xiaochen's feet did not move at all as he sent out a palm wind. This casual strike knocked Gue Wu back 1 kilometer. "This palm strike is a lesson for you. If you want him, get Ren Kongjue to come and find me himself." Then, Xiaochen led Kim Tae-ho away. Halfway there, Xiaochen unfurled the freedom wings to avoid running into other trouble. Then, he drained his magic energy to activate the magic skill and took a step forward with Kim Tae-ho. The place where they landed was outside Haoyan City, the independent peak that the Haoyan sect had given Xiaochen. A peak's spirit vein was suppressed under this peak. Back then, when Xiaochen helped the Haoyan sect take the top spot in the Heavenly Dew Divine Lake, the Haoyan sect had given him this independent peak as a reward. Naturally, the greatest benefit was the peak spirit vein under this peak. Now, Xiaochen had close to 50 peak spirit veins, so he did not care about this peak. Fatso sighed when he saw Xiaochen walk away in a tyrannical manner in front of a true inheritor, moving 50 kilometers with one step. When Lord Jiu heard the commotion on the empty peak, he immediately rushed out. Kim Tae-ho could not help but shake his head and say, "Xiao Qin, your servant is not good enough. He looks shifty-eyed." This fat lord's eyes can tell with one look that he is not a good person. When Lord Jiu heard that, he immediately raged. Where did this fatso come from? How is this Lord Jiu not a good person? Kim Tae-ho sat down and picked up the teacup on the table. Then, he leisurely took a sip and said, "Don't pretend in front of this fat lord. When this fat lord did bad things, you were still in your mother's womb. With just a glance, this fat lord knew what you wanted to do. Hee hee. Do you want to jump up and kick this fat lord now?" Lord Jiu stared blankly. This fatty was right. He really wanted to give him a kick and teach him a lesson. Looking at someone of the same trade, Xiao Qin could not help but smile bitterly. After exchanging a few words of advice, the two calmed down. After Kim Tae-ho rested for a while, Xiao Qin asked, "Dabeo, why did you come to the Kunlun realm after abandoning such a large business of the Jin clan? How did you get here?" At this moment, Fatso was no longer in the mood to fool around. He said, "Dabeo, the Sky Dome realm's Jin clan has already developed to its peak. We can only go up. Being unrivaled is also very lonely. As for how I came up, money can move the heavens. Back then, the Wan clan paid a huge price to send Wan Feng up. Naturally, I have my own way up as well. However, I came to find you not only because of the trivial matter of astral coins. I, Lord Fatty, am not such a heartless person. I won't keep such trivial matters in my heart and not let them go." Xiao Qin could not help feeling curious. He looked at Kim Tae-ho and asked, "What else is there?" Kim Tae-ho took out a long, slender saber from his spatial ring. Then, he gently placed it on the table. Xiao Qin's expression immediately changed. He looked at Kim Tae-ho and asked, "Where did you get this saber?" "Don't get agitated. I know this is your lunar shadow saber. About 3 months ago, boundless thunderclouds appeared above Thunder Emperor Valley, attracting all the experts of the Sky Dome realm. They thought that a new immortal thunder was about to be born. Who knew, it was this saber that flew out. At that time, Inyu made a move and blocked the others, snatching the saber. She handed it to me, telling me to pass it to you when I go to the Kunlun realm. Something seems wrong with this saber." Kim Tae-ho continued as he handed the saber to Xiao Qin. "What's wrong? Take a look, and you will know." Xiao Qin received the lunar shadow saber and grasped its hilt. Then, he gently tried to pull it out, but he could not. Surprise appeared in Xiao Qin's eyes. He increased his strength and continued to pull. Even when he used 5,000 tons of force, he still could not draw the lunar shadow saber. This saber is really dead. After a long time, Xiao Qin gave up trying. Boundless sorrow appeared on his face. "It's not that serious. If it were really dead, why would I bring it here for you to see? I already showed it to Su Xiaoxiao. This is her family's specialty. This saber was originally dead. However, it now has some life." Kim Tae-ho's words were shocking, revealing a result that Xiao Qin did not expect. The heavenly craft manor belonged to Su Xiaoxiao's family. The various spirit weapons of the Sky Dome realm were forged by her family. The Soul Slayer bow in Xiao Qin's hand also came from the seniors of the heavenly craft manor. If the other party really came to this conclusion, it was most likely correct. Chapter 950. With this thought, Xiao Qin could not help but feel excited. He originally thought that if he wanted to revive Ao Jiao, he could only go to the Penglai Sea and search for an ethereal magic skill. The chances of doing so were extremely slim. Furthermore, he had to wait until he became Emperor Wu before he was truly confident of going to the Penglai Sea. Unexpectedly, Kim Tae-ho brought him such good news. Don't be too happy. Listen to Su Xiaoxiao. Listen to Su Xiaoxiao's words. This saber should have a connection to Thunder Emperor Valley, causing the originally dead item spirit to evolve into an embryo soul in Thunder Emperor Valley. However, this embryo soul is extremely weak. This is also the reason why the saber cannot be drawn. When it sees light, it dies. This is its way of protecting itself. Many conditions are needed to nurture the embryo soul into an item spirit. Xiaochen asked anxiously, what are the conditions? No matter how many there are, I will definitely be able to fulfill them. Fatso shrugged and said, Xiao does not know the exact conditions. She only read about it in an incomplete ancient text. However, she also said that there are sects in the Kunlun realm that know about it. She told you to ask around. Xiao Chen's expression turned warm. However, as he held the lunar shadow saber, he could not calm down for a long time. His long-awaited goal finally had a clear direction. Thunder Emperor Valley was a mysterious phenomenon that appeared after the Thunder King substantiated his Tao. It was an indelible mark that the Thunder King left behind in the world. The rebirth of the lunar shadow saber definitely had something to do with Thunder Emperor Valley. Perhaps there were some details that Kim Tae-ho did not notice. If he had time in the future, he would have to return to Thunder Emperor Valley to take a look. Xiao Chen put away the lunar shadow saber and glanced at Lord Zhou. Then, he said, Lord Zhou, take out a portion of the collection of a Grand Master level martial sage and give it to Daoist. I owe him this time. Lord Zhou opened his mouth wide and reluctantly took out a spatial ring. Then, he handed it to Kim Tae-ho. Kim Tae-ho's eyes lit up as he carefully put away the spatial ring. After checking it, his eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled. You are very kind. I did not rush to the Kunlun realm to deliver the saber to you in vain. Xiao Chen smiled and consoled Lord Zhou. If the old do not go, the new will not come. I will depart tomorrow and help you sell off all your things. White-robed King Xiao Qin, the ancient race's Renkongjue requests an audience. At that moment, a lingering voice resounded on the peak of the mountain. His tone was filled with arrogance and dense killing intent. With just a single sentence, he was able to distinguish the temperament of the person who had just arrived. Xiao Chen had not expected this person to arrive so quickly. He looked at Jean Daoist and asked, how did you offend this person? Kim Tae-ho smiled in embarrassment. He Chen was say, Shui Lingling, Shui, Ren was, Ling, said. Ren was. Ling was Tian. When I was being chased out by Shui Lingling, the way he looked at me was really scary. I seem to have ruined his marriage proposal. However, it is not my fault. This fat lord was truly praising you. First, there was Lan Xiaobai. Then, there was this Renkongjue. They were all outstanding talents of the ancient races. Xiao Chen wondered if there was anything strange about this. Hey, young Master Xiao, he asked you a question. It seems like you have not replied yet, Lord Zhou reminded when he saw Xiao Chen remaining silent. Xiao Chen seemed to have just remembered. He smiled and said, go and welcome him. Bring him up. If he is willing to come up, then so be it. If not, just ignore him. Remember to use the method that you are best at, Lord Zhou. Naturally, the method that Lord Zhou was best at was digging holes. Bang! Suddenly, a hole opened in front of Renkongjue at the foot of the mountain, and Lord Zhou came out from it. Lord Zhou looked at Renkongjue and involuntarily raised his head. Renkongjue was tall and stout, at least 2 meters long. His shoulders were broad, and his back was strong. His facial features were firm, looking like they were carved with a knife. His face was filled with pride, and his eyes showed an irrepressible hostility, appearing extremely berserk. As he stood on the ground, he was as straight as a pine tree, giving off a mountain-like pressure. Two companions stood beside Renkongjue. Their auras were exactly the same as his. When they stood together, it was like they were connected by mountains, giving off even greater pressure. To think that he is a genius of the giant Fu race. Young Master Xiao must have known about it, which is why he purposely told me to say that. Should I say it or not? The giant Fu race is rumored to have the most explosive temper. If this punch lands, this Lord Jiu will be beaten half to death. Lord Jiu felt conflicted, not knowing what to say. You are the white-robed Xiaoqin. Why are you so old? The person on Renkongjue's left asked, finding it strange. Lord Jiu quickly denied it. He smiled and said, naturally, I'm not, no. Why did you come down? We are looking for Xiaoqin. Are you messing with us? This person snorted coldly. Lord Jiu felt like a volcano would erupt at any moment. Lord Jiu could not help but feel a headache. He smiled and said, young master sent me here to lead you up the mountain. Does he not understand what my big brother said? He is the one who told him to come down and meet us, not the other way around. This person's temper is extraordinarily arrogant. An ancient race is indeed an ancient race. No wonder young Master Xiao is not willing to bother with him. Lord Jiu slandered Renkongjue in his heart. Then, he directly repeated Xiao Chen's words. Young Master Xiao said that if you are willing to go up, then go up. If you are not willing, then do as you please. Renkongjue raised his eyebrows and smiled coldly. He is really arrogant. Never mind, I'll go up and take a look. Let's see what exactly he is. To think that he dares to protect the person that I, Renkongjue, want to kill. Renkongjue had brought a lot of gifts to propose marriage. However, before he could say anything, Kim Taeho's words ruined the situation. In Renkongjue's heart, he already treated Kim Taeho as a dead man and had to kill him. When Lord Jiu saw the situation, he ran over to stop Renkongjue. Then, he pointed to the hole in front and smiled. Sir, the way is not here. Young Master Xiao wants you to go up the mountain from here. Renkongjue's face could not help but sink. He raised his head and looked to the middle of the mountain. Xiaoqin knew why he was here, so he used the most direct method to reject him. What if we do not go up from here? The Quafu race youth on Renkongjue's right was clearly angered. Not only did Xiaoqin not go down the mountain, but he even wanted them to go up from the hole. Xiaoqin did not care about the Quafu race at all. His words already contained murderous intent. Lord Jiu giggled and said, naturally, we cannot go up. I'll pass on the message, so I'll take my leave first. Seeing that the situation was not right, Lord Jiu quickly jumped into the hole he dug. His movements were so fast that it flabbergasted everyone. The Quafu race youth, who was preparing to make a move, had just raised his fist when he punched the air heavily in frustration. The force from his fist exploded, and a loud sound rang out. A strong wind blew, causing the flowers and trees on the mountain to bend over. It was unknown how horrifying the force of this punch was. Big brother, what should we do? According to the rules of the Haotian sect, we cannot barge into such an independent mountain without permission. Renkongjue said sullenly, let's go. I think that Shui Lingling is doing this on purpose. She is using this as an excuse not to see me. If she does not want to marry, so be it. Our Quafu race has a noble status. She will regret this in the future. What about Fatso and Xiaoqin? Are we just going to let them off? Fatso is just a dancing clown. We can kill him at any time. This Xiaoqin will be holding a king conferral ceremony half a year from now. At that time, I will teach him a deep lesson and let him know how severe the consequences of today's matter are. Halfway up the mountain, Xiaoqin's group of 3 sent off Renkongjue's group with their eyes. Kim Taeho looked at the mountain peak, at the strong wind that had yet to scatter. The shock wave from that Kwafu race youth's casual punch had yet to dissipate. These three fellows are really horrifying. Xiao Chen, I have implicated you this time. Xiao Chen felt the lingering force in the air and said softly, it has nothing to do with you. If someone does not show me any face, there is no need for me to show him any. If he dares to come half a year from now, I will show him who is the one teaching who a lesson. Lord Jiu looked up and said, hey, someone is coming. Why does she seem somewhat familiar? Kim Taeho's expression suddenly changed. He said, isn't that the girl who chased me out? Xiao Chen, you two know each other. Smiling faintly, Xiao Chen said, let's go. I'll help you resolve this grudge. Since you are sincerely praising me, there is no need to feel guilty. Kim Taeho smiled embarrassedly and said, never mind. This fat lord will go in and hide for a while. Lord Jiu chuckled, being very tactful. Then, he followed Fatso and went into hiding. Xiao Chen walked down alone and met his first senior sister, Shui Lingling, at the foot of the mountain. No matter when they met, first senior sister's gentle face would always move one's heart, preventing one from looking directly at her. Shui Lingling smiled faintly and asked, Fatso is on your mountain, right? Senior sister, are you here to denounce me? I guessed half right. I am not wrong in looking for him, but there is no need to denounce him. Junior sister Chenxi and I have confirmed that he is indeed your friend. It was wrong of me to chase him out. However, his subsequent actions cancel each other out, so there is no need for me to apologize to him. Xiao Chen smiled embarrassedly. De Bao's habits came from the Sky Dome realm. No matter how he tried to explain it, he could not. The two chatted as they walked on the mountain path. After not meeting for a long time, they chatted happily. Soon, the topic of Kim Taeho was forgotten. Xiao Chen smiled and said, sorry about that. Earlier, I angered a group of people away. I'm afraid I ended senior sister's marriage. How can that be? I was just worrying about how to get rid of this Renkongjue. You helped me a lot. I should be the one thanking you. Shui Lingling sighed and said, after Master announced my identity as his personal disciple, there was an endless stream of marriage proposals. Feeling confused, Xiao Chen asked, why? Master is preparing to break through to Sovereign Martial Emperor. In less than 10 years, I will inherit the position of the Haoyan sect master. The dowry for marrying me will be the entire Haoyan sect. Why do you think so? The Haoyan sect was one of the 9 ranks of the great families. Now, the sect was flourishing. Shui Lingling was young, pretty, and charming. Furthermore, she was about to inherit the position of sect master. Being single and unmarried was indeed hard to not be tempted. Xiao Chen smiled and said, this dowry is really big. Junior brother, are you tempted? This is a deal with guaranteed profits and no losses. You will get a great beauty and a member of the 9 ranks of the great families. Shui Lingling smiled craftily as she looked at Xiao Chen. An alluring light flashed in her pretty eyes. Xiao Chen smiled and retorted, however, I only want a beauty and not a dowry. Is that all right? Shui Lingling's bubbly laughter rang out. Hee hee. You are really direct. I'll stop teasing you. Let's get down to business. Master already knows about your matters in the primal chaos domain. The only thing he can help you with is to guarantee that no blue-robed emperor or above will make a move on you. Otherwise, no matter who it is, they will suffer the endless rage of the Haoyan emperor. Chapter 951. Xiao Chen said seriously, it is my fortune to receive such care from the sect master. Most outstanding talents have a Dao protector behind them. The sect master has been your Dao protector for a long time now. However, this is all he can do. Whether you can take back the king title that belongs to you at the king conferral ceremony half a year later will depend on yourself. Xiao Chen nodded to indicate that he understood. Then, he asked about another matter. Senior sister, do you know of any peak refining sects or forging grandmasters that have deep ties with my Haotian sect? What do you want to do? Forge secret treasures? No, I want to ask for answers to some questions. I would like this sect to give me a recommendation letter. Shui Lingling smiled and said, that is easy. The most famous grandmaster forging swords in the profound domain, Situ Leihong, has deep ties with Master. I'll write a recommendation letter for you. You just need to bring your identity token to meet him. He has forged many subdivine weapons before. He is a legendary blacksmith. He will definitely be able to answer your questions. When Xiao Chen heard this, he rejoiced. A person who could forge a subdivine weapon would definitely know the requirements for nurturing an embryonic soul into an item spirit. After saying goodbye to Shui Lingling, Xiao Chen brought Yu Chenxi, Gong Yangyu, Jin Lin, and Xiao Xian to his own mountain. Then, he chatted with Dabao and the others for a long time. Everyone chatted about the past and the martial Dao. The night passed in the blink of an eye. At dawn, Xiao Chen went out alone and met with the first elder, Han Qinghe. From him, he learned some inside information about the king conferral ceremony. The Thunder King had been in closed-door cultivation. The Holy Lord of the Three Holy Masters' Holy Land was in charge of the Bushan Palace. This time, the king conferral ceremony was extended by half a year. Another important reason was to create an opportunity for Xiahou Ju of Beidasheng, the head of the Three Holy Masters, to accumulate military merits and meet the requirements of being conferred king. At that time, he would be conferred the title of king at the same time as Xiao Qin. With the foundation of the Holy Land, he would completely overshadow Xiao Chen's limelight and tell the world who was truly supported by the Bushan Palace. The land of the Three Holy Masters had really gone through a lot of trouble. In order to suppress him, they had even used this. The only good news was that the Haotian Emperor had personally helped him obtain the title of Blue Dragon King from the Three Holy Masters. After Xiao Chen found out, he didn't say anything. As long as he could get the title of Blue Dragon King, everything was negotiable. The Haotian Great Emperor had helped him to this step, and he would take care of the rest himself. As for those people who wanted to cause trouble at the king conferral ceremony, Xiao Chen would use his strength to retaliate. When Xiao Chen returned to the mountain, Gong Yangyu had already left. Lord Jiu and Kim Taeho were still sleeping soundly. When Yu Chenxi saw Xiao Chen return, he hesitated for a moment before saying, Senior brother Xiao Chen, after you are conferred king, you will definitely have your own territory. I would like to go with you when the time comes. Senior brother, we are willing to go as well, Jin Lin and Xiao Xian quickly said. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, you are thinking too far ahead. Furthermore, you are all elite disciples of the Haotian sect. Whether you can go or not depends on Elder Han. Yu Chenxi smiled and said, Senior brother, don't worry about this. First senior sister was the one who told us about this. Since she agreed, Elder Han and the sect master will definitely not have a problem. Jin Lin and the other two said, now, it will depend on senior brother's opinion. If Xiao Chen succeeded in being conferred king and given his territory, he would be able to establish his own sect even though he would still be under the Haotian sect. At that time, he would definitely need help. Xiao Chen's original plan was to use this as the base for the Dragon's Gate in the future. If he wanted to restore the Dragon's Gate to its former glory, he would not be able to do it alone. Yu Chenxi, Jin Lin, and the others would definitely become Grandmaster-level martial sages in the future. If Xiao Chen sincerely joined the Dragon's Gate, it would naturally be very beneficial. However, all this would have to wait until Xiao Chen repaid the Haotian sect's debt. It was too early to say all this now. Xiao Chen rejected their suggestions for now. Many thanks. However, let's talk about this after I am conferred king. If I cannot give you a better future, even if the sect master agrees, I will not agree. Seeing that Xiaochen did not directly reject them, Wang Lin and the others did not insist. At least, there was still hope. In that case, I will take my leave first. Senior brother Xiaochen will definitely succeed in being conferred king. Will he definitely succeed? Xiaochen thought about the strength that Diwuk and the divine daughter displayed in the heavenly ruin wasteland, the three holy masters' deliberate suppression, and the ancient race's outstanding talents eyeing him covetously. Xiaochen's king conferral ceremony was destined to not be peaceful. If he made a mistake, his past would be ruined. Those people would definitely not let go of this opportunity to kick him when he was down. Collecting his thoughts, Xiaochen woke up Kim Taeho and Lord Jiu. Wake up. Stop sleeping. It's time to depart. Fatso rubbed his eyes and asked in a daze, depart. Where are we going? To the profound domains in clan. Help Lord Jiu deal with some illegal goods. The largest merchant association in the Kunlun realm, the flourishing Heaven Pavilion, is there. I believe you will be interested. When Kim Taeho heard this, he immediately perked up. Lord Jiu had woken up long ago. He wished that he could sell off all the treasures in his hands. Xiaochen opened his mouth and spat out the Dragon's Gate's warship. 18 sails rose up, and the warship carried Dabao and Lord Jiu towards the profound domain. A cool breeze blew as the warship traveled through the clouds. On the warship's bow, Xiaochen played with the lunar shadow saber in his hand. His expression was calm and peaceful. His hair fluttered in the cool breeze, and his white robes fluttered endlessly. The flawless saber Dao used the body as a saber and the thoughts as a saber. However, without a saber in one's hand, something was missing in the end. It would never reach true flawless. Only by becoming one with the saber would one be able to cultivate the flawless saber Dao to great perfection. Only by becoming one with the saber could one cultivate the flawless saber Dao to great perfection. Vaguely, as Xiaochen held the lunar shadow saber in his hand, he entered a wondrous state of comprehension. The position of the flawless saber Dao slowly became clear in his mind. The flawless saber Dao was not just a martial technique. Instead, it was a Dao that Xiaochen wanted to walk, a saber Dao that no one before or after could match. Right now, the flawless saber Dao was like a newborn baby, with only a rough outline. When Xiaochen comprehended it and materialized this saber Dao to its peak, it would not only increase his strength significantly, but it would also benefit the bladesmen in the future. It would give bladesmen in the future another choice, achieving immortality for 10,000 years. Suddenly, Xiaochen felt a strand of killing qi. He squinted and sent out a saber light. The clouds for 5 kilometers around scattered, and a black-clad man appeared before Xiaochen and the other two. Without saying a word, the black-clothed man extended his hand and pointed with a finger. Circles of white light bloomed behind him. Every circle of light contained surging energy, as if they were real. There were a total of 1,500 circles. There seemed to be a vague, white, holy tiger in the center of the rings of light, roaring at the sky. The black-clad man's palm strike scattered the clouds for 5 kilometers around. As the tiger roared, they suddenly gathered again. The black-clad man pointed, and a transparent ripple appeared in the sky. A huge index finger extended from the ripple and headed for the Dragon's Gate's warship. At the same time, many cryptic talisman scripts appeared in the rings of light with the Dragon's Gate's warship as the center. They formed a void formation and locked down space. When this mysterious black-clad man made his move, he created a horrifying might. Kim Taeho and Lord Jiu, who were on the warship, paled slightly when they saw the gigantic finger descending. With a thought, a bright moon rose behind Xiaochen. The dark night hung upside down in the sky. Ka-xie! Ka-xie! The instant the bright moon rose, the formation locking down the Dragon's Gate's warship shattered. When facing the horrifying finger, Xiaochen also pointed, and the bright moon in the sky vanished. The resplendent moonlight turned into a saber light and shot out from Xiao Chen's fingertip. The saber light clashed with the gigantic finger, producing a loud explosion in the air. Shock waves surged, lightning bolts, saber lights, sword images, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena flashed continuously in the sky. The black-clad man pointed with a contemplative expression. Then, he turned around and leaped up, preparing to leave. Whoosh! However, the moment the black-clad man turned around, he saw Xiao Qin, who had the freedom wings spread out on his back, looking at him coldly. Brother Xiahou, instead of accumulating 1 million military merits to be conferred king, you rushed from White Emperor City to the Haotian province just to point at Xiao Qin. This Xiao is truly honored. The moment this person made a move, Xiao Qin recognized him. This was the White Emperor City's holy son, Xiao Hoju. After not seeing each other for 3 years, the other party had grown to a startling level by relying on the accumulations of the Holy Lands. Although Xiao Qin had casually pointed earlier, it had the momentum of pointing at the sky and drawing the earth, sufficient to kill some ordinary Grand Master-level martial sages. After being seen through by Xiao Qin, Xiao Hoju pulled off his mask and smiled. There is no need to worry about me. I will definitely be conferred king smoothly. Just worry about yourself. The title of Blue Dragon King is not that easy to obtain. Xiao Qin said calmly, let me return the same words to you. Just worry about yourself. Since you gave me a finger, I will give you one in return. Snowflakes drifted behind Xiao Qin as he pointed at the completed winter saber with the flawless 4 seasons. The snowflakes filling the air gathered into a crystalline flower. Behind Xiao Qin, a vast expanse of snow blanketed the mountains and rivers for thousands of kilometers around. Xiao Hoju's expression turned grave as he stretched out his hand. The world turned silent, and a stone finger containing a vast and ancient energy shot out. He quickly pointed out and hit the crystal-clear wandering flower, and the wandering flower instantly shattered. However, the cold qi continued to spread and seeped into the ancient stone finger. Cracking sounds rang out, and the stone finger instantly shattered, turning into countless ice shards. Xiao Hoju grunted. He had not expected the cold qi to be so strange. After suffering a small loss, he said coldly, Xiao Qin, let's see if you can still be this arrogant after half a year. Xiao Qin let Xiao Qin leave. Then, he entered deep thought. He stretched out his hand, and the ice shards in the air turned into motes of light and entered his hand, forming another ice flower. For seasons like snow, born and never extinguished. Half a year from now, if this is all you are capable of, I will make you suffer greatly. The appearance of the White Emperor City's Xiao Hoju was both unexpected and reasonable. For a long time, the 3 holy masters had been the leaders of the Tianwu domain's younger generation. Among them, Xiao Hoju's ambition was the greatest. Now, Xiao Chen's fame resounded throughout the entire Kunlun realm. Although the Dragon's Gate was destroyed, his prestige had already surpassed that of the 3 holy masters among the Tianwu domain's younger generation. However, the prestige of the 3 holy masters' 10 years and the 10,000 years of accumulations of the Holy Lands were much greater than that of Xiao Qin, a person who had risen to prominence only 4 or 5 years ago.